Winter Lord, starting from the Daily Intelligence. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 201 Flamethrower. Eduardo Calvin crouched in the charred bushes, draped in a battlefield cloak already stained with ash and mud, looking like a bounty hunter of noble birth. Are you sure you can find anything of value here? He asked the greyhound beside him, tugging at his gloves. It was a breed specifically trained to find decaying corpses. Its nose twitched, its ears pricked up occasionally, and it paced anxiously in circles on the scorched ground. Nothing? Another miss, the hound grunted, indicating there was something in there. Eduardo sighed, tossing his cloak back, unconcerned about the blood and dust on his clothes. He casually brushed aside the scab over charred earth, then pried open a pile of burnt vines, finally unearthing a fragment of remains covered in black bone fragments. The thing was almost unrecognizable, like a wax figure crushed in a furnace, emitting a foul, half-dead stench. His face immediately darkened. "Lord, what sins have I committed?" Eduardo complained, pulling a clean white cloth from his robes and wiping the dirt from his fingers, his movement still carrying an aristocratic elegance and restraint. The hound watched him, barked softly, and licked his sleeve, as if consoling him for another wasted trip. Yes, I know you're even more resentful than I am." He patted the dog's head, then looked up at the gray-white sky in the distance. Just as he began to doubt life, doubt the dog, doubt the church, and even doubt why the world had so cruelly arranged for him to dig graves, a dark shadow swept across the gray-white sky. Its wings were extremely long, unfolding like blades, cutting through the dull hum of the wind, and then swooped down towards Eduardo. Eduardo didn't look up, only narrowed his eyes, and his lips twitched. Tisk, I'll leave this for Lewis's." He maintained his half-squatting posture, extending his left arm. The gray-feathered bird skillfully flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, its sharp beak lightly pecking at a silver ring. He casually picked it up and unfolded the slightly crumpled letter. The paper wasn't fine, it even showed signs of dampness. The letter's gist was, "Found a special corpse, suspected to be related to the Mother Nest spiritual caller. If you have time, you can come to Crimson Tide territory to take a look." For the first second, he frowned. For the second, he took a deep breath. For the third, he looked up at the gloomy northern sky, as if seriously assessing whether he had been tricked by fate itself. Looking down at the pile of freshly dug mud at his feet, a mass that even divine grace couldn't muster, his lips twitched slightly. "I spent over half a month personally digging 36 graves, and he just casually picked up a special corpse," Eduardo muttered almost as if his soul had left his body, then plopped down and hugged the corpse-sniffing dog to his chest. "Little Gray, let's go. Red Tide, at least it's warmer there." The hound liked his chin as a reply, while the gray-feathered messenger on his shoulder began to preen its feathers intently, completely ignoring the man's inner turmoil. Eduardo stood up and dusted himself off. "I hope this time it really works. My unease is growing deeper and deeper." The north wind howled, and the wasteland north of Red Tide City seemed to have been scraped by ice blades. The exposed earth was already frozen solid. This was the test wasteland used for weapons testing. The magic bomb had been tested here before. The knight silently carried 2 heavy iron boxes to the center of the wasteland, raising a thin layer of dust as they landed. "Lord, the 2 weapons you designed are complete. Please take a look." Mike blinked his bloodshot eyes, but his face showed an undisguised excitement and pride. Lewis stood behind him, nodding quietly. Mike skillfully opened the first box, and a burst of cold metallic light shot out. It was a black and red flamethrower, resembling a slumbering beast. The main unit was like a heavy metal backpack, covered with engravings and explosion-proof welds, connected to a thick pipe extending to the nozzle at the front. The nozzle's tip resembled the open mouth of a ferocious beast, with a faintly glowing blue ignition crystal embedded in its inner wall, subtly hinting at impending death. Mike carefully knelt down on one knee, pulling out the hose, as if grooming the wings of a child he had raised. He tapped the metal canister lightly with his fingers. "This is the main type of flamethrower, weighing about 30 pounds, a backpack design. It uses a pneumatic system to propel the fuel jet, and has an automatic ignition device at the front. Pulling the trigger ignites it. Mike took a half step back and waved to someone not far away. Let the person who formulated the fuel explain it themselves. Hilko, a smug smile on his lips, walked to the flamethrower and gently patted the metal canister. "This is my 4th-generation fire-scale oil," he said, his voice low but clear and steady. "It's thick and extremely adhesive, able to adhere to armor, leather, and even snow, burning continuously. In actual tests, it can burn through 3 layers of leather armor and ignite an entire patch of wetland. The range is controlled between 3 and 4 meters, balancing coverage and accuracy. A single spray lasts a maximum of 12 seconds. Of course, if you keep spraying, in less than 15 minutes, a small squad of snowswarmed will be practically a charcoal-covered illustration." Lewis, having no real understanding from his explanation, immediately ordered, "Begin the experiment." A howling wind swept across the wasteland, stirring up snow and dust. Today's target was still a nice wild boar, as this fire-resistant magical beast was perfect for this kind of experiment. It was currently bound tightly to the test post, roaring and growling incessantly, its breath condensing into white mist in the cold wind, its hooves digging wildly, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty ferocity and resentment. Lewis called for his men. A robust trainee knight stepped forward slowly, his face tense but unwavering. Under Mike's personal guidance, he shouldered the flamethrower's main body, meticulously checking the pressure valve, trigger catch, ignition crystal. Every step was executed with precision and discipline. "Aim at the center of the stake, don't be greedy," Mike whispered a reminder. The trainee knight stood firm, feet apart, stabilizing his stance. He held his breath, aiming the nozzle at the boar's chest. The onlookers all retreated, moving beyond the designated safety line. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the cold wind and the sound of metal scraping against metal. "Begin," Mike commanded. The trigger was pulled sharply. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the wasteland, and a raging serpent of fire erupted from the nozzle, crimson mixed with deep orange. Like a roaring tongue of fire emerging from the mouth of hell. The flames crawled rapidly along the ground, advancing close to the earth, instantly scorching the weeds, distorting the air, and the scorching, acrid smell cut like a knife to the nose. The moment the flames engulfed the wild boar, it was like a tiger seizing its prey. The burning fire scales clung tightly to the boar's fur, and the fire quickly spread along the fat, bursting forth in a series of exploding bursts of oil and fire. "Ow!" The bound boar roared in agony, struggling wildly, dragging its cold iron chains left and right, its thick, tree-trunk-like limbs, though bound tightly, still sending sparks flying. In the billowing smoke, the black fur rapidly charred, the fat exploded, and the air began to fill with the stench of a scorching corpse. Among the onlookers, some gasped and retreated, some instinctively covered their mouths and noses, while many more stared intently at the infernal carnage. Hilko lowered his head and pressed the stopwatch, observing the details of the flames adhering, burning, and the target's reaction. 10 seconds, 11, 12. The fire finally began to subside. The boar let out a final low growl, collapsed with a crash, its burning carcass still smoldering, like a mass of hellish remains. Adhesion met expectations. Hilko wiped the smoke from his nose and nodded. The 12-second burst was perfect, the firepower didn't go astray. The ignition crystal triggered successfully on the first try, with 0 delay, a very good performance. He stepped forward and pointed to the trainee knight's shoulder straps. "However, there's still room for improvement in this carrying structure. The recoil during the burst is a bit strong, and the shoulder straps are too tight, affecting aiming stability." He turned to Mike. "We can add a waist belt to distribute the impact, and change to soft inner padding leather to reduce pressure." "Got it," Mike nodded. Lewis stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the still smoking wreckage, then looked at the steadily standing young knight, and gently patted his shoulder. "Well done." His mind was already rapidly analyzing the battlefield practicality of this terrifying weapon. If it had this power, a 3-person team taking turns operating it would be enough to suppress an entire enemy breakthrough. And, if a trainee knight could control the flamethrower stably, then higher-ranking knights would be even more capable. The flames finally died down, leaving only a pile of blackened charcoal in the center of the wasteland. Parts of the wild boar skeleton could still be vaguely discerned in the ash. The wind dispersed the stench, and the group slowly approached, still savoring the shocking scene they had just witnessed. Hilko bent down to examine the remains, squatting there scrutinizing the thickness of the charred layer and the traces of grease. Muttering to himself, "It's simply art," Lewis stared silently at the charred boar carcass, his mind already conjuring up another battle scenario. Flamethrowers, coupled with especially crafted heat-resistant armor tailored for knights, this was a fatal blow to the insectoid zombies. Couldn't fight them? No matter, just spray them to death. Those insectoid zombies had virtually no ranged attacks, they relied entirely on close-quarters combat. Once the firepower was unleashed, the charging insectoids were like moths to a flame, unable to withstand more than 5 seconds. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, a cold tactical thrill flashing in his eyes. This was direct suppression, crushing defeat, pure weaponry prepared for the human defense line. Lewis stepped forward and patted Mike on the shoulder. "Well done." Mike immediately stood up straight, his unshaven face beaming with excitement, his words tumbling out in a daze. This is all thanks to you, Lord. Your design is simply amazing. I could never have come up with such a brilliant structure in 18 lifetimes. When you drew the heat-guided nozzle, I thought it was just graffiti, but it actually came to fruition. Not only did it come to fruition, but it's so awesome." Faced with Mike's endless praise, Lewis simply smiled slightly, as if listening to a passing breeze. "Stop flattering me, tell me about the second one," he said, his tone unhurried. Mike paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously as if a switch had been flipped. "Yes. This second treasure, I dare say, is absolutely one of your wildest ideas." He strode to the second iron box beside him, raised his hand, the iron lock clicked open, and a short, heavy launch tube came into view. The barrel, forged from cold iron alloy, boasts sharp lines and a surface subtly displaying casting patterns, exuding a powerful sense of weight. A simple yet sturdy tripod connects to one side, with a deployable steel grappling hook at the bottom for stable landing. "This is a magic explosive grenade launcher," Mike said, straightening up with a solemn tone. "It's not a single weapon, but a complete firing system. It can switch between handheld and tripod modes depending on battlefield needs." He lifted the launcher, supporting the bottom with one hand and the middle with the other, and hoisted it heavily onto his shoulder. The sheer diameter of the muzzle, even unlit, exuded a chilling intimidation. The lightweight magic explosive grenade is lighter and equipped with a recoil-adjusting device. Regular knights can shoulder fire it in field operations, suitable for surprise attacks or guerrilla warfare, and the real teeth of this thing are here. He bent down to adjust the launcher's position, firmly planted the tripod in the ground, extended the support claw, and slowly adjusted the launcher to a 45-degree elevation. Then he took a heavy magic explosive warhead from the bottom of the box. Unlike gunpowder bombs that rely on physical explosions, it compresses magical essence into core crystal, releasing it as a focused magical energy shockwave. "This is a heavy magic explosive warhead," Mike said softly, "the same type that was successfully tested last time. This kind of thing must be launched using a tripod. Not because there aren't enough manpower, but to control the recoil during ignition. If it's too strong, the operator will have their shoulder broken on the spot." He carefully placed the warhead into the launch tube, confirming that the engraving and the seam were aligned, before taking a half step back. Mike looked up at Lewis. The craftsman's confidence on his face had faded somewhat, replaced by a rare calm and solemnity. "We don't know what kind of enemy it will ultimately face," he said, "but if the target is a city wall, it's practically a siege weapon." Next came the testing phase. The testing ground was chosen in a scorched earth, the blackened clearing left from the last test. The ground was scorched and barren, littered with carbonized wooden stakes and twisted iron pieces, the air still faintly smelling of burnt ash and metal. With a wave of his hand, several knights dragged 2 ice wild boars, tightly chained, to 2 markers 60 and 80 meters away. They struggled and roared, their massive tusks scraping the ground, but escape was impossible. Hilko carried a heavy metal canister forward and retrieved a lightweight magic explosive bomb. The canister, about half the thickness of an arm, had a dull gleam, clearly cold forged and heat resistant. At the bottom was a delicately crafted, deadly magic marrow detonator. He seemed uninterested, coldly introducing, "The light bullet has a maximum range of about 100 paces, propelled by magic essence, suitable for hand throwing or shoulder fired by night squads. Kill radius, severe injury within 10 meters, burns within 25 meters. Accuracy of the detonation point is controllable." After speaking, a tall, formally trained knight stepped to the test firing position, steadily loading the magic explosive bullet into the launcher. He tightened the locking ring, aimed at the 60-meter target, took a deep breath, and then swiftly pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the magic explosive bullet arced into the air, trailing a faint magical energy tail as it flew towards its distant target. In an instant, Will instinctively turned his head to avoid the light. Boom! A dazzling orange-red fireball suddenly exploded in the distance, like a giant burning hand slamming into the earth. A wave of fire shot into the sky, and a scorching shockwave swept across, seemingly igniting the entire heavens. The shockwave exploded like rolling thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The icy wild boar at the 60-meter target point was instantly engulfed by the pillar of fire, its icy armor melted, its flesh ripped apart, and its bones blasted to ashes in the blast. The boar 80 meters away was also affected, its body charred black, its cries of agony intermittent. Thick black smoke billowed near the epicenter, even sending dust swirling down from the testing shed 100 meters away. My God! Will instinctively took a half step back, his eyes filled with shock. Even the accompanying young knights paled, many covering their ears, their faces showing fear. Even elite knights, if hit head-on without any protective aura, would likely be incapacitated or even explode on the spot. Yet, faced with this overwhelming power, Lewis merely narrowed his eyes, a satisfied expression on his face. In contrast, Hilco had already retreated far away. He was well aware of the true power of this lightweight bullet, after all, he had personally created it. But he didn't particularly like the finished product, it was a compromised version. With the fire scale limit running low, he had to settle for lowering the detonation temperature and explosive intensity, barely managing to mass-produce this batch of light warheads. Mike had already gotten up, brushing the dust off himself, his face beaming with excitement. The aftershocks of the explosion hadn't completely dissipated, and the air was thick with the smell of burning and gunpowder. Lewis stood there, squinting at the target area that had been blasted into a half-crater. After a long while, he nodded. The explosive power is acceptable, sufficient. His tone was calm, but Mike's eyes lit up, as if he'd taken a stimulant. Seeing Lewis's satisfaction, Mike proceeded to the second test. He raised his hand to Lewis, his voice rising. Next, let's move on to the heavy magic explosive bomb test phase. Hilco carefully took the heavy magic explosive bomb from the second iron box, his movement steady, but his fingertips trembled slightly, as if he were handling a sacred relic. The appearance of this magic explosive bomb was almost identical to that of the light bomb, still featuring a short, thick, and heavy metal casing. Only upon close inspection could one discern the subtle differences. But the true difference lay within. Beneath the casing, fire scaliment flowed slowly, like veins of lava meandering through the metal, faintly emitting an orange-red glow, giving off an almost blindingly intense heat. At its core, a red platinum magic crystal was quietly embedded, its fiery light flickering restlessly, like a burning heart poised to explode at any moment. Hilco's eyes reflected that faint light, his voice low and hoarse, filled with barely suppressed excitement and pride. This one, its kill radius expands to a severe explosion within 50 meters, causing serious injury from the shockwave within 80 meters, and the core temperature is close to 2000 degrees Celsius. As he spoke, he couldn't help but grin, the fatigue and oil stains on his face seemingly non-existent, leaving only pure fervor and a sense of accomplishment. A craftsman immediately stepped forward, skillfully securing the tripod and embedding the heavy magic explosive bomb into the launch slot. The fire crystal propulsion device began to hum, like the low growl of some ferocious beast. The angle slowly rose, finally settling at a 45-degree elevation, aiming at the foot of a rocky mountain 300 paces away. This was a deliberately arranged long-range strike test. The rocks straight at the foot of that mountain were hard, containing veins of cold iron and mystic ice, which ordinary explosives could not break through. As the craftsman finished counting down, the fuse was pulled, and the heavy bomb roared out of its tube. Bang! The magic explosive bomb traced a crimson trajectory, trailing a burning tail flame as it leaped into the sky like a meteor, flying for nearly 3 seconds before accurately hitting the foot of the mountain. Boom, boom. At that moment, it was as if Vulcan had swung his hammer, smashing hard against the spine of the northern lands. It wasn't just the surface of the mountain that exploded, it collapsed completely from within. At the epicenter, a charred, massive crater, several meters deep and tens of meters in diameter, burst open. The rock melted instantly, its edges writhing in crimson flames, like the gaping throat of hell. High-temperature blasts and rock debris erupted, swirling towards the mountainside. The entire slope collapsed, the snow evaporated by the blast, and the exposed soil instantly carbonized, leaving long scorch marks. The ground cracked open, as if torn apart by a giant claw. Even more terrifying, the crater opening not only exploded but also continuously spewed forth dark red flames formed from ignited fire scale paste. Flames danced wildly at the foot of the mountain, howling incessantly in the wind, and visible, distorted heat currents appeared in the air. Even those standing 100 meters away at the observation point felt unbearably hot. The air seemed to be on fire, even breathing was scorching and painful. Dust waves crashed against their faces, and their eardrums rang. Will was the first to blurt out, "That's not an explosion, that's digging a hole. That's a mountain devouring fire." Mike, gazing at the collapsing, burning foot of the mountain in the distance, whispered back, "This is for the siege. One shot can destroy a city wall." The mountain continued to rumble and collapse, flames spreading, burning through the snow, even igniting underground natural gas veins, accompanied by a series of muffled thuds, spewing out more dark flames, as if a volcano was just emerging from the ground. A full 30 seconds passed, and the flames still hadn't died down. The epicenter was still surging with fire, the eye of fire seemingly open but not closed. Everyone remained silent, the air thick with the acrid smell of burning, the heat and roar lingering. Will's eyes widened, oblivious to the bloodstains on his cheek from the flying dust. "If I were standing there, I probably wouldn't even be left ashes." Hilko, on the other hand, was almost unable to hide his excitement. He stared at the still rolling flames, his eyes filled with pride and a kind of fanatical satisfaction. This was the weapon he had created, this was the destructive formula he had concocted. More importantly, this wasn't the strongest version. Mike looked up at the still collapsed foot of the mountain, his tone unusually low and solemn. "This is no ordinary weapon, it's a combination of explosion and hellfire." He turned to Lewis, his voice heavy. "Sir, this thing is not for clearing paths, it's for ending wars." Lewis nodded slowly. "Mass production immediately. It's very likely we'll need it soon." Upon hearing this, Mike's heart tightened, and he immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Chapter 202 Eduardo's Abilities. In the cold, damp cellar, the firelight flickered. A coffin sat in the center, solid black wood, its lid not fully closed. Inside was the corpse of a boy, Ike, a 12-year-old now sworn. Lewis had it brought back from the Winter's Dawn territory a few days early, for a simple reason: it might contain some disease, and he wanted to send it back for research. He had no particular attachment to the corpse itself, he brought it back mainly because it was connected to the mother nest. Seriously, Lewis sniffed lightly, tilting his head to look at his brother beside him. "Did you fall into a cesspool one day and not wash yourself properly? This smell is even more complicated than a corpse, because there's a pile of shit next to me." Eduardo glanced at him, his tone flat. "If this weren't so inappropriate, I'd shove you into the wall right now." "Tisk, you know how to talk." Lewis's lips curled into a smile. Far from being angry, he turned and sniffed the coffin more intently. After several encounters, the two brothers had become quite familiar with each other, and since they both had a playful nature, a few jokes weren't a bad thing. "I need to use my bloodline talent." "You can leave for a moment," Eduardo said calmly. Lewis didn't move, seemingly not understanding the meaning of "please leave" at all. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. "Huh? Your talent is something you can't show to others, and you want to use it alone." "Lewis," Eduardo's tone became more serious, "I'm serious. Get out. The more serious you are, the more I think there's something wrong with you." Lewis shrugged, giving an expression that said, "I really can't do anything with you. Do you need to be naked to use your talent? I'm saying this for the last time." Eduardo looked up. Lewis shrugged and finally walked towards the door, muttering as he went, "Tisk tisk, even his own brother is wary." Father's education was a failure. Eduardo's expression didn't change, but he subconsciously tightened the front of his cloak, as if trying to conceal something. He didn't want to lie, nor could he tell the truth. Because in the Golden Feather Flower theocracy, he was a bishop's envoy, while in this imperial territory, he was the son of 8 dukes. Special circumstances forced him to navigate between two opposing forces, maintaining a delicate and dangerous balance. The hatred between the Iron Blood Empire and the Golden Feather Flower ran too deep for him to bridge. Unbeknownst to him, Lewis had already secretly gathered all this information through the daily intelligence system. He knew Eduardo came from the papacy and that his true mission in the north was to investigate the disappearance of Archmage Jurgen Locken. However, Lewis hadn't revealed this. Firstly, because it wasn't necessary. Secondly, because Eduardo was still needed. The door slammed shut, the echo reverberating beneath the stone-vaulted ceiling. Silence returned to the basement, leaving only Eduardo and the boy's coffin. He sighed softly. This younger brother, or rather, the younger brother he'd only met a few times. He'd expected him to be a calm, composed, and cautious individual. After all, thriving in the north and becoming a viscount in such a short time was no ordinary feat. That was indeed his initial impression, but after spending time with him, he discovered that this person was actually quite capable of making some rather absurd jokes, sometimes even leaving him speechless. Tisk. Eduardo clicked his tongue lightly and shook his head. Then, he abandoned his frivolous thoughts, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Eduardo slowly exhaled, his right hand extending out, a golden pattern, neither feather nor knot, appearing in his palm, its golden light trembling slightly, like holy radiance unfolding and quietly blooming within flesh and blood. He leaned down and gently placed his palm above Ike's chest. The next instant, divine grace activated. The faint light of the pattern surged like a tide, spreading along the flesh, bones, and the remnants of memory. Ike's short and tragic life, like fragments, quietly emerged, intertwined, and echoed deep within his consciousness. Eduardo saw Ike's childhood. In a sudden attack amidst a raging inferno, an infant was born crying. The woman, pale-faced and clutching her stomach, trembled as she handed the child to a man covered in blood. His name is Ike, she whispered one last time, before she died like a candle flickering in the wind. Ike's childhood was devoid of a mother's embrace, only the rough hands of soldiers and the lingering smoke of war from tents. Every morning, Ike would stand guard on the snow-covered hill, his cloak billowing in the cold wind, like a little adult. His favorite time was returning to camp at dusk, sitting around the fire, listening to his father tell stories of glory. One day, you will wear it too, Tacklein said, pointing to his own cloak of glory. At that moment, Ike believed he would become a hero. He nodded, his eyes innocent yet resolute. Eduardo senses the child's suppressed fear. But one day, Herrick suddenly stopped laughing. Eula stood motionless in the snow beside the camp at night, staring at the sky. His father mumbled incoherently through his sleep. He instinctively felt that the familiar camp was beginning to feel strange. He gritted his teeth, burying his fear deep in his chest. The boy didn't know what had happened, only that he couldn't worry his father. Eduardo had experienced that escape. In the dead of night, Ike's hand was tightly held by his father as they fled. The cold wind tore at their cloaks, and he fell countless times, his knees already worn raw, blood freezing into ice along his trouser legs. Go south, don't look back, his father whispered, his voice cold and inhuman, yet it felt like a blade piercing his ear and heart. And you? Ike asked softly. The answer came from a series of footsteps suddenly coming from the snowy forest not far away. They turned around, and there stood familiar figures on the snow, Bro, him. The uncles and elders who had drunk and fought alongside his father now appeared like dragged puppets, slowly approaching. His father drew his sword, roaring as he met his former brothers. Blood stained the snow, and the roar pierced the night sky. Ike looked back once more. That was the last time he saw his father. Eduardo witnessed the dawn of the end. Ike walked alone, staggering through the white forest. He fell, got up, fell again, and finally never stood up again. His small feet on the ground were already splattered with blood, and before he fell, he still clutched the badge and the tattered short sword tightly, as if guarding something, or waiting for someone. Sunlight filtered through the trees, falling on his stiff little body, like a silent farewell. The scene ended. Eduardo slowly straightened up, tears already soaking his eyes. It wasn't a hallucination. Not a bystander's memory, but a life etched into his being as if he had experienced it firsthand. Divine grace was not a gentle gift, but a shared experience with a heavy price. Ike's fear, despair, stubbornness, and unfulfilled longing pierced his nerves like steel needles. He gasped, wiping away tears with the back of his hand, but the more he wiped, the more blurred his vision became. He clutched his cuffs, trying to stop the trembling, but a mountain of exhaustion pressed down on him, making him almost unable to stand. It was a crushing pain of emotions, not his own, yet as profound as a broken heart. Eduardo leaned against the cold stone wall, closing his eyes in silence for a long while. The painful emotions finally subsided slightly, receding from his fingertips like a receding tide, leaving only reason slowly returning. He took a deep breath, exhaling a puff of cold, misty air, and began to process what he had just seen and felt. First, Ike did indeed come into contact with a mother nest before he died, or some residual spiritual energy. Second, the corruption of the mother nest is not limited to corpses, it has the ability to erode the minds of the living. Slowly, secretly, and silently, he looked at the coffin that was not yet fully closed, a hint of undisguised pity in his eyes. Third, this now sworn outpost where the Ike father and son last escaped, judging from the mental echoes, is most likely not an ordinary camp. It's very likely a bringer's nest disguised as an outpost. The door slammed open, bringing with it a cold, damp cellar smell. Lewis, who had been waiting outside, shrugged. Finally letting me in? I thought you were taking off your clothes and dancing in there. Stop joking. Eduardo's voice was low, his face serious. Something's up. Lewis's expression hardened, and his joke vanished instantly. He followed him into the room, and after listening to Eduardo's report, his expression grew even more somber. Contaminate living people, hide outposts, and may even be breeding right under our noses, Lewis repeated in a low voice, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He didn't waste any more words, simply raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Scout Knights, move out. Target, a 30-mile radius around Winterglen territory. Locate the now sworn stronghold. A response immediately rang out from outside. Armor clashed, knights galloped, and figures retreated in orderly fashion. Lewis then turned his head, his gaze falling on his silent brother, his voice almost a whisper. If that is truly the mother nest, he paused for a moment, a malicious smile suddenly playing on his lips. That's perfect. I've been wanting to see if my sword is sharp enough. Fallen leaves drifted down the hillside, the swirling wind rustling the bare branches. The forest was silent, even the birds seemed afraid to sing. Under Lewis's orders, the Crimson Tide Scout Knights launched a thorough search of the area surrounding the sworn stronghold. After 2 days and 2 nights of reconnaissance, a small team finally discovered a settlement, not on the map, deep in the northern forest, on a distant hillside. Caslow lay prone behind a rock, his brow furrowed. He was the captain of this scout team, experienced and composed. His gaze was fixed on the unfamiliar village below the hillside. A complete outpost in a place not on the map. Damned rats, he muttered in a low voice. The settlement's houses were simple and crude. Mostly crooked wooden huts with walls built of stone slabs. Strangely, several well-constructed watchtowers and wooden arrow towers were still operational, as if carefully maintained. This wasn't a naturally formed village, but some kind of organized military outpost. Even more bizarre, however, were the people. They weren't ordinary villagers, but snowsworn. Every shoulder and back, the marks of armor, the calluses on their hands, and the remaining insignia on their belts all spoke volumes. This was a complete force. Adult men, strong and robust, once sworn to follow their beliefs to the death, brave and skilled in battle. But now they stood motionless on the streets, under the eaves, and in the watchtowers, like statues stripped of their souls. Caslow stared intently at them, his throat dry. He saw with his own eyes a man of bear-like build, clad in tattered leather armor, a rusty axe in his hand, standing stiffly in front of the wooden hut, his gaze fixed on a corner, not moving an inch for a full half hour. Not alert, not wary, but lost in reverie. Are they daydreaming? Alan whispered. No, Leo's voice was almost inaudible. They don't want to move at all. Caslow slowly narrowed his eyes, not that they're not moving, but that they don't want to. They're trapped, like a dream pressing down on their bodies, their muscles forgetting to contract. The scouts saw Snowsworn sitting against a wooden pillar, head tilted back stiffly, mouth slightly open, as if reciting some ancient incantation. But the shape of his lips, the tone, the rhythm, it was like a distorted echo from underwater, almost unsettling. Don't you think they're not alive anymore? Alan gritted his teeth. Yet they're still breathing. They continued to observe, growing increasingly chilled. A Snowsworn warrior was wiping his sword, but he was wiping the air. He had no sword in his hand. Someone was practicing archery, their posture impeccable, yet there was nothing before them. A tall female warrior stood on the sun-drenched platform, her arms raised as if welcoming something. This is sleepwalking, Leo finally said. They remember their fighting movements, their training habits, but for some reason, it's like the whole village is trapped in some shared dream, endlessly repeating things that have long since lost their meaning. They're not out of control, a madman, Caslow whispered. They're lucid puppets. Suddenly, Alan was startled and looked into the distance. At the village entrance stood a snouseworn, motionless beside the wooden fence, like a watchful statue. Suddenly, slightly, almost imperceptibly, the man's eyes shifted, looking in the direction where they were hiding. A few streaks of blood appeared in his lifeless pupils, like spiderwebs, twisting and shifting. He saw us. Alan's voice trembled. No, Caslow grabbed them. He didn't see us. He saw something in his dream. We can't look anymore. He made a sudden decision, his voice cold and hard. If we keep looking, we'll be trapped too. Alan gritted his teeth and whispered, should we set a fire now? Caslow glanced back at him, his voice low but exceptionally firm. No. The Lord needs intelligence, and it's easy to make things worse. Alan and Leo nodded in unison. Understood. They quickly descended the mountain without saying another word. The wind blew through the forest, ruffling the edges of their cloaks, and also carried them down to the eerily slumbering village in the valley below. There were no barking dogs, no smoke rising from chimneys. Only the group of people, murmuring softly, like living yet sleepwalking, slowly repeating those meaningless sentences. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 The Nest Commando. This village is worse than I expected. Lewis stood behind the broken stone wall, his hand resting on a broken brick, his gaze fixed on the village center. Whispers surged like a tide, yet were like wisps of smoke in the wind, clinging to his ears and refusing to dissipate. In the square, the villagers paced slowly on the cracked stone slabs like soulless puppets. Their clothes were tattered, their skin ashen, their eyes shimmering with a lifeless, murmured light, yet their lips occasionally moved, whispering something. Don't you think these insect corpses are different from the batch we found in Fir Ridge last time? Eduardo spoke first, his gaze sweeping over the wandering figures. Those were just controlled corpses. But these people, these insect corpses seem to still have a tiny bit of self, Lewis replied. More like semi-parasites. Eduardo stroked his chin. The question is, why retain consciousness? If it's for control, that's too inefficient. If the mastermind is simply to torture, that's too artistic. Lewis nodded, his gaze returning to the center of the village. It was a stone altar, about 2 meters high, its edges weathered and mottled, a sacred place that should have been used for ceremonies or offerings. But now, the altar had changed. Dark red vines, as if by some malice, entwined around it, densely packed, their roots intertwined like a spider's web. The surface of the vines was a translucent, silky membrane, within which a dark red liquid seemed to flow slowly. It is moving. Eduardo squinted, his voice almost inaudible. They both saw that the vines were not still, they were undulating slightly, as if breathing. Not just an occasional rustling or tremor, but a sign of life, Lewis said, squinting at the irregular wriggling. Or perhaps it's gestating, Eduardo added in a low voice, his tone unusually serious. A mother nest, Lewis tentatively asked. Eduardo nodded, quite possibly. A silence followed, for they both knew what this meant. Eduardo glanced at his younger brother beside him, finally lowering his voice to speak. Are you sure you can handle this? What do you mean? Lewis turned to look at him. I know you destroyed the mother nest once before, Eduardo sighed, but that time Duke Edmund, a top-tier knight, was there to oversee things from the rear. This time, it's too risky, Lewis calmly replied. You already advised me against it before you came. I won't take risks when I'm not confident. I'll evacuate immediately if there's a problem. The route has already been planned. Eduardo stared at him for a few seconds, finally sighing softly. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. While they were talking, a steady stream of knights infiltrated the outskirts of the village. 5 knights in a group, moving in unison, silently crept to all sides of the village. They wore a new type of black and silver armor, sleek in appearance, with special flexible protective layers at the joints, which not only insulated against heat but also provided some protection against acid and parasitic needles. 2 of the 2 in each group carried heavy flamethrower devices, the muzzles resembling the fangs of ferocious beasts, with pipes connected to compressed oil tanks on their backs. One of them carried a specially made magic explosive grenade launcher, already loaded with ammunition. The remaining 3 were armed with melee weapons, including spears, greatswords, and gauntlets. each with a lightweight magic explosive grenade and a spare oil bottle hanging from their waist. They moved almost silently, the only sounds being the slight scraping of metal and the rustling of their boots on the muddy ground. "What are these?" Eduardo raised an eyebrow, a rare hint of interest in his expression. "This is the Insect Corps Special Assault Team," Lewis replied casually. "We suffered too many losses in the last battle, so I decided to form a unit specifically to deal with these things." Eduardo's gaze lingered on the Special Assault Team members, his brow furrowing slightly. "What are those bottles hanging from their waists for?" "Oil." He pointed to a row of metal canisters on one of the soldiers' waists. "So they don't tip over," Lewis said mysteriously. "You'll see in a moment." The moonlight was dim, the wind whistled through the charred rubble of the deserted village, and all the knights were ready. Lewis stood on the dilapidated platform and whispered, "Prepare, begin." The commander beside him, his left hand behind his back, slowly raised the command flag, a crimson flag with gold trim, with his right. "Signal confirmed, all teams, take your positions." Silent infiltration, 5-man night assault teams, clad in specially made black and silver armor, moved like an iron torrent cutting through the night. Under the cover of darkness, they silently infiltrated key points on the village's outskirts, seizing high ground and fire-making positions. Magic bombs, prepare. Light magic bombs were quietly placed in the village's center. Then, a barely perceptible gesture was made, and the next instant, boom! A crimson flame seemed to fall from the sky, like a furious sunset, suddenly exploding in the heart of the village. A heat wave swept up ashes, and a fireball soared into the air, instantly engulfing everything within a 10-meter radius. The insect corpses exploded in the flames, their limbs twisting and convulsing, their flesh charred and peeling away in the intense heat, emitting chilling roars before collapsing. Within a 25-meter radius, large areas of buildings were affected, wooden houses collapsing with a deafening roar. Watchtowers tilted and crumbled in the flames, and the sleepwalking villagers, awakened and confused, were engulfed by the flames, their screams tearing through the wind. The ground trembled as if an earth dragon were turning over, the scorched earth being torn into cracks, the firelight illuminating the night sky like day. A good start. On a distant high ground, Edward gazed at the sea of fire where crimson flames and shadowy corpses intertwined, and murmured in admiration, "The power of these magic explosive bombs is among the best even in the capital. I didn't expect you to have such firepower." "This is just the beginning." Lewis stood beside him, staring intently at what lay below. Although these light-grinding explosive bombs had caused considerable damage, the insect corpses were not mindless. Their counterattack was swifter and more unpredictable than expected. A roar echoed from the village, and the previously swaying, sleepwalking humanoids seemed to be awakened by some will. No longer confused, they let out low growls and lunged at the fire. Some, already mutilated, their bellies blown open, still managed to pounce and attack, bracing themselves on their hands. Others, their throats burned out, propelled themselves forward with ghostly speed, using their knees and legs. A worm-like corpse, its arms blown off and half its body charred, suddenly convulsed on the ground, its chest slowly swelling. Something was wriggling beneath its skin. It was as if a second heart was beating. The next instant, with a hiss, the charred skin was torn apart. A dark purple totem suddenly appeared on it, like a parasitic mark, coiling around the worm-like corpse's chest, arms, and even the back of its neck. These totems, like living things, slowly writhed on the worm-like corpse, each pulsation causing the flesh to boil. Boom! Several insect corpses suddenly erupted with dense black energy, releasing a power akin to battle aura, and charged towards the night. "That's boiling blood berserk." Lewis's pupils constricted sharply, and he almost instinctively whispered. Even he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Eduardo's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He also knew this term. It was a forbidden technique originating from an ancient tribe in the north. Only when truly facing certain death and with no way out, would a now-sworn activate the blood-red totem buried deep within their chest. In that instant, their blood seemed to ignite, forcibly unleashing all their potential, causing their muscles to swell wildly, their pupils to turn blood-red, and their combat power to soar several times over. But the price was equally terrifying: torn skin, ruptured internal organs, bleeding from all 7 orifices, shattered bones. In the moment their power was exhausted, the user's body would collapse and die like an empty shell drained of its essence. This secret technique should only be mastered by true northern barbarian warriors, but now those insect corpses could actually use it. And these insect corpses were completely fearless of death. In the firelight, the monsters with black and purple totems surged forward, releasing the power of their flesh swelling as they burned. An arm of one of the insect corpses repeatedly broke and reformed as it ran, its skin bulging like a coiling snake, its bulging muscles even tearing through fragments of armor. They roared as they charged at the knights, like slaughterous beasts emerging from a boiling sea of blood. Of course, Lewis's knights were not unprepared. Facing the charging insect corpses, they swiftly changed formation, long swords and spears flashing in the firelight, the sound of metal clashing against rotting flesh echoing through the night. "Alice, we can't stop them," Eduardo, standing on the high slope, frowned, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. These insect corpses were no ordinary dead creatures. They could still run wildly in the flames, their bodies even emanating crimson battle aura, their fighting style a blend of human warrior skill and beastly brute force. These were no longer normal dead, but enhanced weapons of war. "Your knights. I'm afraid we're all going to be wiped out." He looked at Lewis beside him, his tone tinged with pity. "Don't rush," Lewis simply uttered 2 words calmly. The next instant, boom, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. Among the knights, the man carrying a roundkin on his back and a thick metal dart on his shoulder suddenly pulled the trigger. Hiss. The pressure valve suddenly opened, and a thick tongue of fire spewed out from the main nozzle. It was a burning power more violent than magic. Crimson flames mixed with fire scale oil transformed into a high-temperature, blazing dragon tongue in the air, roaring as it rushed towards the enemy formation. "What is that?" Eduardo's pupils shrank sharply, his body instinctively leaning forward, his voice carrying a rare hint of tension and horror. He saw that the flames spewed out were not ordinary combustion, but like the long whip of death, wielding destructive arcs in the air. The insect corpses screamed and rolled in the flames, their severed limbs flying everywhere, in pain and madness. The black and purple totems on those parasitic bodies exploded into charred ashes under the high temperature, stripped of even the right to struggle. Even more terrifying was that the flames seemed to possess a life of their own. The scorching oil clung to them like venomous snakes, igniting instantly and burning relentlessly. Once the insect corpses were set ablaze, even if they collapsed to the ground, they would only spread the fire into the shadows and dark alleys, dragging those yet to be exposed into hell as well. Eduardo's heart pounded. He wasn't unfamiliar with the cruelty of war, nor with the power of weapons. But this scene completely shattered his past experiences and understanding. This isn't magic," he murmured, his tone less like denial and more like a shocked confirmation. "It's not alchemy either. There's not even any fluctuation of battle aura, yet it can create such terrifying destructive power." His gaze was fixed on the fire-breathing device, which resembled a rift in hell, his voice hoarse. "Did you invent it?" He didn't know whether Lewis himself had created it, or if a genius craftsman under his command was using it. But in any case, one thing he was very clear about: such a weapon had never appeared in any other territory. Lewis didn't turn around, his voice calm yet carrying an undisguised sharpness, a product born from painful reflection, named the fire-scale flamethrower, created specifically for attacking insectoid zombies. Unfortunately, the materials are rare, and finished products are scarce. Before he finished speaking, the hellfire had already transformed the entire alleyway into a crimson furnace, the howls of insectoid zombies filling the air. On the battlefield, the 5-man night squad quickly deployed, advancing in a T formation that had been practiced several times beforehand. The main flamethrower at the front pressed forward steadily like the core of the battlefield, his shoulder nozzles constantly spewing flames. The assistant flamethrowers moved nimbly on the left and right flanks, weaving between the fire lines, checking for any gaps. Not even a single insectoid zombie that managed to escape could get close. The remaining knights, armed with crossbows and lances, moved along the sides of the formation to intercept. Every knight was well trained, with swift reactions and skillful coordination. Any insectoid zombie attempting to break through the fire line would be pierced by arrows or sent flying by lances within seconds. The first batch of insect corpses hit didn't even have the chance to react before being engulfed by the flames. The intense heat instantly tore apart their remaining skin, flesh vaporized in the scorching heat, tendons curled, and bones cracked inside their bodies. In just half a minute, the crossfire of the flamethrowers transformed the narrow alley ahead into a fiery inferno. Flames swept across the brick walls, climbed the rooftops, and surged beneath the eaves. The orange-red sea of fire resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, devouring every hiding, shifting, and struggling insect corpse. Some insect corpses had their entire arms explode with a bang, bones popping out of the wounds like popcorn, accompanied by the smell of burnt skin, drifting in the night wind. Some insect corpses frantically rammed into the walls in an attempt to escape, only to be directly swallowed by the burning oil on the walls, rolling on the ground howling in agony, turning into a pile of charred ashes. One insect corpse that had just lunged out of the alley entrance was about to leap up when it was struck in the middle by a tongue of fire mid-air, its abdomen exploding. The insect eggs and maggot sacs inside the cavity burst open with a poof, spewing out a scalding, writhing mass of worms, which were instantly licked clean by the flames upon landing. The temperature soared rapidly, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of charred flesh and decay. On the ground, the flames spread rapidly, forming rings of fire. Any insect corpse that dared to jump or charge forward would be scorched through its body in mid-air by the intense heat, turning into a burning fireball before crashing to the ground, its bones charred and broken, unable to move. "Empty," the main sprayer shouted, and the flames extinguished abruptly in the air, leaving only billowing smoke. He decisively stepped back, raising the empty can as a signal. "My turn." The assistant sprayer, already poised to fire, swooped forward, skillfully taking over the main sprayer's position. The moment the trigger was pulled, the deep orange flames erupted again, engulfing the approaching insect corpses like a roaring dragon. At the same time, the trainee knight rushed to the main sprayer's side, quickly kneeling to operate the can. With fluid, effortless movements, a few crisp clicks rang out, and in a surprisingly rapid and skillful motion, the new canisters were replaced. The lead flamethrower nodded in confirmation, then slung the canister back onto his shoulder and returned to formation. Amidst the roaring flames, the flamethrower squad advanced like a burning beast, steady and orderly, tearing a charred path through the night and the horde of corpses. The night squad advanced step by step, their advance like a rolling torrent of iron, resembling a wall of fire. Any insect corpse that touched it ignited instantly, screaming as it fell into the inferno. Not a single one escaped alive. However, just as they reached the center of the village, the wind suddenly shifted. First, a low, panting air current swirled through the ruins, the ground trembled slightly, and the surrounding insect corpses abruptly stopped, as if they had heard the call of the mother. "Retreat." Lewis, sensing something amiss, immediately ordered the squad to retreat. A clear command came from the battle flag. The lead flamethrower nodded, without hesitation, and signaled for retreat. The entire squad quickly moved backward, maintaining their formation, leaving behind a trail of charred embers, far from the terrifying mother that was about to fully hatch. Just as they retreated to a safe distance, a dull thud resounded from the earth, like a heavy hammer striking the heart. The next moment, the ruins behind the stone altar suddenly began to undulate. Something crawled out from the rubble and pile of corpses. The mother nest had arrived. It slowly grew from the ground, like a shell shedding its skin. A colossal living entity, resembling a grayish-white tumor, stained with blood, like a fleshy flower blooming above a sea of corpses. Its texture was like resin encased in mucus, its soft, damp surface emitting a foul stench, accompanied by the sound of tearing membranes. The hive structure slowly unfolded, revealing writhing egg cavities. The embryos within were transparent, constantly churning and struggling in the bodily fluids, screaming and crying like monstrous creatures born in the womb of the mother nest. Even more horrifying, countless afterimages of human faces faintly appeared on the surface of the nest. Their expressions ranged from anger to wailing, like frozen moments before death, forever sealed within this wall of flesh, their lips moving slowly, unable to utter a sound. At the very center of the altar hung a colossal core, supported and propelled by dozens of thick tentacles. The veins were clearly visible, and each expansion and collapse produced a resounding thud, like a hammer striking the heart, accompanied by a gushing, foul-smelling mist. Slippery fluid seeped from the ground, and tentacles emerged from the earth. Their ends, adorned with hooks and bony teeth, sprang out like living snakes, snapping a roadside pillar in two and emitting a deafening buzz. It was the Snauswarn who had nurtured it with the flesh and blood of knights and nobles. On a distant platform, Eduardo gazed at the writhing mother nest, his eyes filled with shock. "This is stronger than the previous hive," he murmured, his voice choked with emotion. "Not just in size, its structure is more complex, its core deeper." Lewis, standing beside him, remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. Eduardo slowly took a half step back, turning to look at Lewis beside him, and said in a low voice, "Lewis, this isn't something your few knight squads can handle. This hive is significantly stronger than the last one. You should seek help from Duke Edmund. However, Louis merely waved his hand dismissively, his gaze never leaving the hive. Not yet, he said calmly. He then waved his hand behind him, and an adjutant immediately obeyed, bringing over a piece of equipment, setting up a tripod, and securing it firmly to the edge of the platform in front. It was a magic explosive launcher, its heavy body gleaming with a dull metallic sheen. The spinning groove at the front was already in place, and with a crisp click, the first magic explosive round was slowly loaded. Eduardo frowned, took a few steps closer, and glanced down at the machine. This isn't much different from what your knights use. You should know that this level of magic explosive bomb is useless against those mother nests now. I know, Louis said calmly, without turning around. Just watch. He then gave a concise order to the knight beside him. Don't fire yet. Wait until I say fire before you act. Yes, sir. The knight immediately stood up and answered, his eyes fixed on the mother nest at the end of the line of fire, which was slowly convulsing and writhing like a nightmare. My fingertips rested on the firing button, but I dared not move it even slightly. Chapter 204 Heavy Magic Bomb. A few minutes earlier, Priest Aaron suddenly opened his eyes, his breath heavy with scalding air. What? He sat up in bed, a burning pain in his nose. Outside the window, flames flickered, like some colossal beast opening its eyes, slowly approaching in the darkness. He rushed barefoot to the window, not even bothering to put on his shoes. The next second, he saw fire. It wasn't a fire. It was a group of knights. Their heavy armor reflected a cold, metallic gleam in the firelight, like demons from the abyss. They carried strange metal devices, their movement steady yet swift, piercing through the outer defenses set up by the insectoid corpses. Flames roared and surged from their hands, seemingly capable of devouring everything. How is this possible? His voice choked in his throat as he stared incredulously at the churning, burning flames before him. Those weren't ordinary corpse soldiers, they were elite insectoid corpses selected and created from the elite of the Snowsworn. They had once single-handedly defeated heavily armored knights, torn through shield walls with their corrosive claws, and even when ignited by rockets, they could continue fighting for seconds in the flames, dragging more enemies down to hell with their corpses. But now, they couldn't even mount a counterattack. Flames shattered their chests from the inside out, their carapace and bone plates scattering like brittle pottery. The enhanced insect corpse rolled wildly on the ground, emitting a scream that was a mixture of beastly and human wails, the shriek echoing before being engulfed by the blazing flames. In just a few breaths, only a charred, curled-up shell remained, even its venom sacs instantly ignited by the intense heat, failing to release a single drop of venom. He heard it, the roar of the flamethrower as the night approached, like a furious breath blowing from the depths of purgatory. The pillar of fire, like a whip wielded by a god, was scorching and precise, burning the insect corpse to ashes from the inside out. This isn't ordinary fire, he murmured, his eyes filled with terror. The night closed in step by step, his flamethrower like the fangs of some behemoth, continuously spewing scorching flames that the insect corpses fled in terror. Even the most formidable enhanced beings were nothing more than burning firewood that burned faster before him. This isn't right. How did they know this place? And these people, they came prepared. Aaron's heart pounded, his back felt as if it were being sliced open by ice blades, cold sweat seeped from deep within his skin, and a chill ran straight to his heart. Almost instinctively, he raised his right hand, and a glint of sinister light flashed in the black iron ring inlaid with dark purple magic patterns. Inside the ring, the blood of the insect queen mingled with sorcery runes, writhing like maggots. Aaron chanted softly, blood seeping from his tongue and mixing into the incantation. In his mind, over 100 blurry, rotting, yet extremely aggressive nodes of consciousness instantly appeared. He commanded them with his will to gather, entangle, merge, and counterattack. The insect corpses in the streets and alleys suddenly stirred like a swarm of bees, startled and scattered. Those insect corpses hidden behind walls, inside houses, at the bottom of wells, and on rooftops surged like a tide, all rushing towards the knights. They ran, climbed walls, leaped, fell, and burrowed. Wriggling their mangled limbs, sharp fangs, and bleeding tentacles, they surrounded the crimson-tide knights from all sides. Even the wind carried a stench and eerie groans, as if hundreds or thousands of dead souls were howling. A ruthless glint flashed in Aaron's eyes. This was his trump card, his elite insect corpse army that he had personally constructed, one that even a transcendent knight would find difficult to escape if caught in it. But it was completely useless. What's going on? Aaron's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and fear. The knights did not retreat. They shouldered heavy metal nozzles, like priests wielding the scepter of a fire god, and stepped straight into the torrent of insect corpses. Flames erupted. Not ordinary fire, but a thick, scorching flame, like hellish magma, carrying a strange, oily substance. The moment it spewed forth, scorching waves of heat filled the air. Boom! The blazing flames spread out, instantly forming several fiery chains at the alley entrance, slicing through the horde of insect corpses. They ignited upon contact, burning relentlessly. The insect corpses struggled, howled, and hissed in the fire. They tried to leap, climb walls, and disperse to surround the horde, but no matter which angle they approached, they were met with a baptism of scorching fire. Those surging insect corpses were instantly ignited, transforming into screaming, burning figures of fire, stumbling and igniting their own kind behind them, like a self-spreading hellish plague. Aaron desperately tried to control them, but could only watch helplessly as the insect corpses lost control, disintegrated, and burned to ashes one by one. His mental links felt like they were being severed one by the flames. The wills of the insect corpses in his mind exploded and died out, the pain-causing veins to bulge on his forehead, and he nearly fainted. He felt an inexplicable chill creeping from his heart, not from fear, but from unease. A deep unease he had never felt before. Who is this? He murmured, his throat dry. The knights outside, with their fiery steps, continued to approach him inch by inch, like judges sent from hell. Aaron's eyes widened, as if he had just woken from a nightmare, only to find that reality was the true nightmare. I'm sorry, his voice was barely audible amidst the wails of the insect corpses, his hands trembling as he touched the divine chain on his forehead, as if touching a shackle about to break. He remembered the goddess's whisper, that compassion flowing from his very bones. In dire circumstances, you may open that door. But once opened, there is no turning back. He had thought he would never need it then, that even amidst carnage and rivers of blood, he would not take that step. But now, he watched the insect corpses wail in the fire, watched everything he had carefully constructed crumble in the flames. This was probably what she meant by last resort. I had no choice but to use it. He slowly lowered his head, forward touching the divine chain, as if in prayer, but in reality, a sign of depravity. It was no longer a plea to the gods, but opening the gates to the abyss. The forbidden incantation was then whispered, the heartbeat fades, the blood returns to its nest. Goddess, forgive me for defiling your womb. In an instant, the air seemed to be hollowed out. The surrounding sounds, the heat wave, even the roar of flames, all froze in that moment, leaving only the depths of the earth. The heartbeats, thump, 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 grew closer and louder, as if some colossal thing was writhing, struggling, awakening. Retreat, a knight roared upon seeing Lewis's command. The fire-breathing squad retreated swiftly without hesitation, the flames extinguished, their iron boots kicking up scorched earth. Even seasoned veterans felt the oppression and fear emanating from the depths of the earth. It was something they couldn't handle. And then, suddenly, the ground cracked open with a crack. What followed was a nauseating birth ritual. A whole patch of grayish-white resinous material crawled out of the earth's veins, its damp, peeling texture chilling. The surface of the nest was covered with living structures, translucent cavities slowly contracted, like gasping lungs, or a giant beehive. 4 nest pillars on the ground writhed and crawled like twisted limbs, cracking the earth and turning stone slabs into mud wherever they passed. The mother nest, like a living deity, had descended in person. At the nest's opening, insect eggs rapidly swelled and deformed, then burst open like lumps of rotting flesh, splattering out murky fluids with a gurgling sound. Emerging from within were no longer ordinary insect corpses, but evolved, peak-stage individuals. Clad in bone armor, with limbs like blades, mouth parts splitting behind their ears, and fragments of human armor and clothing still clinging to their bodies. They emitted twisted, piercing shrieks, rushing into the fire, frantically chasing the knight. Fortunately, the knight had already retreated some distance, otherwise, even flamethrowers would likely have been no match for these elite insect corpses. The priest roared with laughter, his voice like nails tearing through the air amidst the flames and shrieks, unsettling everyone. Ho-ha-ho-ha. You foolish mortals. He stood atop the still writhing resin nest, his robes billowing wildly in the scorching wind like banners, his entire being seemingly edged in flames, singing a hymn atop the peak of hell. Do you know? This is the true power of the Snowsworn. This is the grace of the goddess, and you think mere flames can shake her? He roared, raising his hands, his eyes bloodshot, his throat nearly hoarse, yet his shouts grew increasingly frenzied and mad. You will all die here. In this sacred and exhilarating blood sacrifice, die a worthy death. This was his feast. A gift from the goddess. And just as he laughed wildly, on the distant high ground, Lewis merely raised a hand, his palm pointing diagonally forward. Fire, the words fell, and the knight pulled the trigger. A deafening roar erupted. A roar like that of Thor ripped through the sky, shattering eardrums. The heavy tripod tilted back abruptly, and the magic explosive launcher released not a projectile, but a streak of falling flame. It trailed a long, fiery tail, so intensely hot it seemed to tear the night sky apart. In Aaron's pupils, the orange-red fireball, 1,000 times brighter than any flame, seemed to have traversed space, falling from the heavens. The last vestiges of euphoria in his heart froze instantly. He only had time to hear a sharp whoosh, shriek, like a blade piercing his eardrums. The next instant, the sky exploded. A heavy, orange-red magic explosive bomb, trailing a fiery tail several meters long, roared as it fell from the night sky. It was no ordinary fireball, but a meteorite carrying the end of the world, crashing straight into the swarm's core, landing at the boundary between the altar and the hive. Boom! The moment the epicenter exploded, the ground seemed to be overturned. The entire foothills collapsed violently, and an area within a 50-meter radius was instantly engulfed by the scorching fire core. The surface rocks melted instantly under the intense heat, turning into churning, blood-red lava. The area where the mother nest was located bore the brunt of the impact. Several tentacles as thick as fortresses snapped in the shockwave, their joints shattering and their skin peeling off. Hundreds of insect corpses were carbonized before they could even utter a cry, then vaporized, leaving not even a trace. The explosive pressure within an 80-meter radius then surged out, the shockwave carrying distorted, high-temperature air currents, crashing down like a giant burning wall, hurling the second ring of insect swarms on the hillside, along with soil, rubble, and corpses, into the air. Those enhanced insect corpses, which could have fought alone, were now tumbling and burning like fallen leaves, not even having time to scream. The central area of the mother nest was like a return to purgatory. Its enormous heart sac swelled to its limit in the heat wave, its insect fluid boiling, its outer shell cracking, before exploding with a deafening roar a few seconds later. The incubation sacs and parasitic tissues inside were completely pulverized, and churning insect fluid, accompanied by black smoke, poured out. Before the flames had even subsided, the entire area around the altar had become a scorched wasteland. The ground collapsed, forming a crater over 3 meters deep and tens of meters in diameter, with molten rock tumbling up from the bottom, mixed with the remnants of carbonized insect corpses. The air was distorted, the stench of acrid flesh mixed with gunpowder smoke seared one's throat, the burning pain felt even 100 meters away. An insect corpse struggled to crawl out from the edge, its entire body charred black, bones exposed, its left arm melted into a deformed lump of charcoal, its right leg broken in several places yet still struggling to move. Just as it propped itself up, a wisp of embers from the fire scales swept in from the ground, instantly engulfing it in a scorching wind. With a bang, its limbs exploded, turning into a pile of charred debris. Thus, the core of the insect swarm was torn apart in one fell swoop, and the regenerative ability of the insect hive was completely ended in the flames. The moment the magic bomb struck, Priest Aaron stood on the edge of the blast, as if crushed by a gigantic hammer. The heat wave assaulted him, tearing at his skin, scorching his eyes. He could even clearly hear the sound of his blood vessels bursting. He opened his mouth, wanting to scream, but only coughed up a mouthful of scalding black blood. His body rapidly withered, charred, and cracked in the flames. Like a wet cloth thrown into a furnace, it exploded into countless charred fragments in the intense heat. His last thought was of everything burning, collapsing, and disintegrating before him. His faith, pride, and life, along with his own, turned to ashes in the firelight. Ashes fell, the flames subsided. But the residual heat remained, only a charred black expanse remained on the battlefield, silent as if utter nothingness. Eduardo's mouth gaped open, momentarily forgetting to close it. He gazed at the distant, charred inferno of collapsed ground, the embers rising like mushroom clouds after a volcanic eruption, the blazing waves like a sea, Even the air itself seemed distorted by the explosion. What is this? He turned to look at Lewis, his voice low and incredulous. The young lord beside him, however, seemed to have anticipated all of this, his face as calm as a still lake, simply replying, "A magic explosion bomb, a magic explosion bomb." Eduardo repeated it subconsciously, his mind blank. "Are you sure you're talking about a magic explosion bomb? Not some forbidden relic? Lost artifact? Holy sea grace?" He had already prepared to retreat. Seeing the awakening of the mother nest, the bizarre nest body and those high combat power insect corpses were beyond the reach of ordinary weapons. After all, the strongest magic explosion bomb he had ever seen was only 1/5 the power of this one. Before he could recover from the deafening roar, another thought suddenly popped into his mind. Wait, how did that thing hit so far and so accurately? He glanced back at the launcher, still trembling with residual heat, the tripod firmly in place, the exhaust flame just extinguished, white smoke rising from the muzzle. It could even control the distance and fire at a fixed point. It struck precisely, hitting the core of the hive's heart. Eduardo swallowed hard, his composure vanishing, replaced by unprecedented astonishment. We usually throw magic explosives by hand. That method relies on luck in close quarters combat. It might explode, but missing is common. But this thing? This isn't warfare, it's surgery. A single, decisive blow, blasting through the entire hive's core. The Empire has such a weapon? He dared say no. Even the capital hadn't developed such a miniaturized, long-range, precision-controlled explosive weapon. It wasn't incompetence, but rather that they simply hadn't conceived of such a weapon. Eduardo gazed at the figure still standing on the high ground. Bathed in the flames, Louis Calvin's profile gleamed with a cold light, like a blade forged in fire. This guy, he's here again. Eduardo turned to Louis, his understanding already shattered time and again, yet each time he was still utterly shocked by his younger brother. "Louis, just how many cards are you still holding?" he murmured to himself, unable to suppress his admiration. He remembered their last confrontation with the mother nest, where they were still using the most primitive methods, luring, fire attacks, and brute force. Even if they succeeded, they lost many knights. But how long had it been? Just over a month. And now this guy had pulled off heavy magic explosion bombs, tactical fireballs, heat flow blockade? And it was clearly not a hastily put together strategy. The angles, the landing points, even the retreat routes of the insectoid corpses had been meticulously calculated. He'd already given him a high evaluation, but now he had to add a few more lines to that evaluation. Ruthless to the enemy, meticulous to his own, and knowledgeable about the timing of strategic weapon deployment, this wasn't just a young lord, he was a war machine. This monstrous talent, no, this monstrous younger brother, his future isn't just in the north. Eduardo turned, watching the incineration of the insect corpses in the sea of fire, a thought rising in his mind. In a few years, the entire empire will remember this name, Louis Calvin. Not only Eduardo, but even the Crimson Tide Knights were speechless with shock. Many of them had witnessed the testing of the magic bomb firsthand, knowing the power of that flame. However, when this heavy, meteor-like magic bomb ripped through the night sky and crashed down in actual combat, the shock far exceeded their imagination. This was no longer a simple weapon. It was a miraculous power, the firewill of their great lord, Louis. At that moment, as the knights watched the mother nest collapse in the sea of fire and the insect corpses be annihilated in droves, only one thought remained in their minds: he is unstoppable. The light of the great lord had already shone into this dark and cold land, his will gradually dispelling all the despair and decay of the north. And they were the ones standing behind this light. They had followed the right person. At this moment, Louis spoke, his tone calm, without a trace of excitement or boasting. Prioritize dealing with any insect corpses that may revive. If you find any areas where the insects haven't completely burned out, sweep them with flamethrowers. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the wounded on the hillside, a touch warmer in his eyes. Calculate the casualties, treat the injured immediately. Make sure everyone gets home alive. Chapter 205 Post-War Affairs. As the flames subsided, the battlefield became a scorched, molten inferno, the air thick with the stench of burning flesh and the crackling of churning debris. Embers still licked at the withered branches and carapaces, and a few insect corpses seemed to writhe, their claws twitching slightly, as if they might spring up at any moment. Louis's gaze swept across the scorched earth, his expression unwavering. Advance in sections, eliminate the remaining enemy, he said calmly, with an undeniable chill. Watch out for the fainted. Flamethrowers first, incinerate them completely. Yes, sir. The knights didn't hesitate, quickly forming ranks. The flamethrowers behind them hissed, spewing forth searing flames, tongues of fire like dragons, as if wiping away a plague from the earth. Those elite insect corpses that had managed to survive, the moment they raised their heads, were pinned to the spot by the fire. The sounds of burning and roars mingled as the battle line advanced with a chilling, almost cold-blooded efficiency. It was a silent cleansing. Lambert, his face covered in sweat, rushed over, a faint smile playing on his lips. My lord. Aside from a few minor injuries, not a single casualty. The moment those words landed, Eduardo almost thought he'd misheard. Not a single casualty. He abruptly looked at the ramrod straight back before him. Firelight danced on Lewis's shoulder armor, his profile as calm as if this were merely a drill. Very good, Lewis nodded slightly, his voice calm yet resolute. It wasn't a waste of time. Eduardo's breath hitched. The image of the rising mother nest flashed through his mind, the terrifying heart sac, the writhing pillar gnawing at the earth, and the swarm of insects capable of crushing half an army. That was the core firepower these knights were facing head-on against a mother nest. Attacking from such a place, according to standard casualty rates, at least 0.5% casualties would be considered lucky. Yet these knights had not only charged in but emerged unscathed. Was it tactics? Was it training? Was it firearms? Was it that magic bomb? Or, the very existence of this young lord? Eduardo approached slowly, his gaze sweeping over the ranks of knights, clearing out the remaining enemy forces from the scorched earth. Their movements were clean and synchronized, flamethrowers whistling as they scorched the still active insect corpses. Every tactical maneuver was precise and efficient, requiring almost no explanation. Truly your men, he said with a smile, his tone filled with undisguised admiration. From reaction speed to seamless coordination, they're practically flawless. Not to mention that magic explosive bomb firing device. I bet no one in the entire Imperial Legion possesses one. Did you design it yourself? Yes, the principle isn't complicated. I made some minor adjustments, increasing the range and accuracy, Lewis said with a touch of nonchalant pride, his tone as if discussing how to modify an old carriage. Seeing that Lewis didn't want to discuss this further, Eduardo's smile faded. However, this mother hive is indeed quite different. This one is far superior to the one we had at Fir Ridge last time. Lewis didn't answer immediately. He bent down and picked up a small, charred parasitic tentacle from the ground, gently rubbing it between his fingertips, as if verifying some structure. They can fight with boiling blood and possess battle aura, Lewis said calmly. Eduardo nodded. The previous parasites were at most used as containers, without battle aura. But this time, as you saw, they can actually unleash battle aura skills, almost indistinguishable from living warriors. Moreover, their coordination is stronger, and they even possess a certain tactical will. They are not like simple assault soldiers, but more like driven soldiers. Lewis's tone was calm, as if he were analyzing an ordinary specimen. The two were silent for a moment. On the scorched earth, the residual heat still lingered, and the flamethrower troops in the distance were thoroughly examining every remaining shell, as if the flames could not completely dispel the doubts in their hearts. There's one more thing, Lewis suddenly spoke, his eyes narrowing slightly. Did you notice that the mother nest was moving? Eduardo's eye twitched slightly. I initially suspected it was just my imagination, but when the nest pillar it was climbing collapsed that rocky slope, I confirmed it was indeed moving. Unlike the last one, which could only stay in one place, it seemed to be trying to mimic the gait of some arthropod, Lewis said softly, gesturing with his fingers to the four-limbed nest pillar. That's not a habitat. That's a mobile hatchery. Eduardo looked up at the charred, collapsed wall of flesh in the distance, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. In other words, next time we might not be facing a mother hidden underground, but, he lowered his voice, a walking mother nest. Lewis nodded, his expression devoid of any particular emotion. This is no longer a defensive breeding nest, but a biological warfare platform for active attack. Stronger parasitism, more complete combat awareness, even self-propelled capabilities. This is directed evolution. Eduardo narrowed his eyes. If they really start moving, then the situation will become very ugly, he then sighed. You can't handle this on your own. You need to get Duke Edmund ready as soon as possible. I know. Lewis's tone was calm, but without the slightest hesitation. He turned back to the camp, picked up a pen, and wrote a secret letter at the war table, its wording calm yet each word carrying weight. As he sealed it, he dripped crimson-dyed wax onto the paper. He then instructed the knight, go and retrieve some slices of the nest, living tissue, and remaining venom sacs. Process them properly and seal them in glass. In less than a quarter of an hour, a knight from Frostspear City rushed into the tent. Take these to Frostspear City and give them to Duke Edmund. You will personally escort them. Lewis handed over the secret letter and the sealed box, his gaze cold. The knight knelt on one knee. Yes, sir. Frostspear City, Governor's Mansion. Governor Duke Edmund sat by the bedside, gently wiping the fine sweat from his wife's brow. Duchess Helena, pale but with tender eyes, rested her hand on her still-developing belly, a smile playing on her lips. He moved, she whispered. He just moved. Duke Edmund's eyes flickered slightly, then he smiled, gently placing his hand on the back of hers. That smile was rare, a father's tenderness. Since Emily's birth 20 years ago, he had had no children. And he was over 50, with no heir since his eldest son's death in battle. For a peak knight, having another child was a blessing from heaven. Now that Eleanor was pregnant, he tossed and turned almost every night, afraid of disturbing this belated hope. He hadn't intended to make a big fuss about it, lest something unexpected happen. At that moment, a servant entered quietly, bowing and reporting, "My lord, a knight from Viscount Calvin requests an audience, claiming to have brought important letters and battlefield samples." Edmund raised an eyebrow. "Lewis? Take him to the meeting hall, I'll be there immediately." Before turning away, he glanced again at his wife, who was quietly smiling on the bed. Elena, lying on the bed, smiled and said, "Go ahead, the boy must have something urgent." Inside the meeting room, the firelight flickered, and the bronze wall lamps illuminated the old battle maps of the north on the walls. Duke Edmund pushed open the door and entered, his gaze falling on the gray-robed knight in the room. The man was covered in snow, his body stiff with cold, yet he stood ramrod straight, silently presenting two items, a letter and a heavy, locked chest. "Thank you for your trouble," the Duke said casually, taking a seat at the head of the table and opening the letter. His gaze swept across the paper, and his originally stern face suddenly darkened. "A suspected mother nest has been discovered again in the northwest of Zufang County and has been destroyed. This mother nest exhibited significant signs of evolution. First, the mother nest itself could move actively and showed a certain degree of melee reaction capability. Second, the insect corpses possessed residual battle aura and could actively use martial arts techniques, with combat strength far exceeding previous records." He gently raised his hand, indicating to open the box. Yes, the knight unlocked the latch, and the box lid clicked open. Instantly, a chilling smell mixed with a stench of burning and decay rushed out. Even with the sealing film, it was still difficult to conceal the unsettling biological oppression. Inside the box were several horrifying items, a fragment of a nest pillar resembling an otherworldly tentacle, with signs of movement still present, a grayish-white, incompletely carbonized nerve sac, its surface seemingly still retaining tiny nerves, a transparent insect core the size of a broad bean, as if some lingering will was fluctuating slightly, and several drops of viscous nest fluid in a potion bottle, gleaming faintly, as if breathing. For a moment, even the firelight in the fireplace in the conference room seemed to dim. It seemed Lewis wasn't exaggerating, nor was it a dramatic exaggeration. This was a real nightmare, not far removed from their lives. The knight whispered. The Viscount said he wouldn't have believed it had evolved if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Duke Edmund remained silent for a long time, his fingertips slowly tracing the glass encasing the hive pillar, his brow furrowed deeply. He had certainly seen the hive before. He considered it terrifying not for its inherent combat power but for its highly contagious nature. Finding two meant there were likely dozens lurking in the north. Moreover, the hive was evolving, purposefully, evolving into a higher level, more proactive combat entity. He slowly exhaled, thinking, this isn't a single mutation, it's like the continuation of some kind of will, and he himself had sent an investigation team, yet they still hadn't been able to clarify the connection between the hive and the swarm, while Lewis, that kid, had already single-handedly destroyed a stronger hive, and even cut off this thing as evidence. More than just courage. This ability to handle the situation, the combat power he commanded, the control of the pace, all reaffirmed to him that he had made the right gamble by marrying his daughter to this young man. Edmund stood by the window of the conference room, silent for a long time, gazing at the city walls shrouded in night. He slowly turned, his gaze falling on the weary yet resolute young knight, and nodded. "You've done well." His tone was not heavy, but it contained an undeniable authority. Conveyed to Lewis that his judgment was correct and timely. "Well done." The knight immediately knelt on one knee. "Yes, sir, you've worked hard. Go and rest." "You don't need to worry about the rest." The knight rose, bowed, and left the conference room. The heavy wooden door closed slowly behind him, returning to silence. Edmund stood there for a few seconds, as if sorting out his chaotic thoughts. Then he turned and walked to the table, pressing the bell. Soon, several personal attendants and clerks arrived. He had reverted to his former iron-fisted governor of the North, his expression unwavering. "Notify my 3 directly subordinate knight commanders to assemble in the operations hall in 15 minutes, he said in a deep voice. "Yes, sir." "Next, draft an official document and notify all current lords of the Northern Territory that the Mother Nest is suspected to have multiple individuals, some of whom have already exhibited evolutionary characteristics." He paused, his eyes deep. "Each lord can allocate knights according to the actual situation to conduct their own investigations. If there is any news, report it directly to me to avoid information delays. Compile a record of the remains samples we receive this time and submit it to the Imperial Intelligence Bureau and the Imperial Academy of Sciences, with my signature." He seemed to have anticipated that these orders would cause quite a stir, but his tone remained as calm as ever. "These kinds of enemies are elusive and extremely dangerous. We must act ahead of time." Duke Edmund looked out the window, the cold wind whipping at his face. The Empire's northern territory had once again quietly entered a wartime state. Chapter 206 The Oath Ceremony. Winterfrost Canyon. This deep, precipitous valley in the frigid north is perpetually shrouded in darkness, its winds biting like knives. The thick ice seems to have frozen the entire land into a deathly graveyard. At the deepest part of the canyon lies the refuge of this remnant of the heretical army, Frost Abyss Camp. The so-called camp is nothing more than a series of narrow caves carved into the ice and rock, with extremely rudimentary living conditions, cold, slippery, and perpetually without fire. Behind a curtain made of rough cloth lies a tattered felt blanket and an iron canister filled with snow water. There is no warmth here, nor is warmth needed. They live for revenge, and at this moment, in the center of Frost Abyss Camp, a massive altar stands amidst the snow and mist. Like a bone pillar rising from a glacier, it is covered in black ice and snow patterns, its central depression etched with ancient, twisted, intertwined lines that extend and scatter like veins. On the altar, several human figures hang upside down. They wore tattered imperial uniforms, their chest badges torn off, their mouths gagged with rags, their wide eyes filled with terror and pain. Drops of blood trickled from their fingertips, slowly gathering along the grooves of the altar. Those lines were not mere decoration, but the path of inscriptions. Blood flowed along the engraved totem lines, seeping into the ground, like the whisper of some awakened whale. Beneath the ice, the inscriptions faintly emitted an eerie blue light, like the breath of another world. All around, snow-sworn warriors knelt in neat rows. They wore ice-white robes, shattered armor, their masks cold and sculpted. Yet, in every pair of eyes burned a scorching flame, fanaticism and obsession. A dark figure slowly stepped forward, the priest of the Frost Abyss. Clad in robes sewn from black snow eagle feathers, the feathers trembling in the wind, he held an ice-blue scepter, the top of which was embedded with a cracked ancient ice crystal, within which seemed to writhe with some kind of light. He slowly opened his mouth, and the ancient snow language flowed from his lips, like an ancient glacier awakening. "We, your people, were driven out, abandoned, and perished in the burning of our land. The iron hooves of the Empire seized the tomb of our god, burned the lamps of our snow shrine. Today's blood will repay their debt. Ice and blood will open a new path for our people." The chanting grew louder and louder, as if the wind and snow themselves were stirring. Ice mist began to rise. At first, it was just a few wisps of white vapor rising from the cracks in the altar. But in the blink of an eye, it spread like a tidal wave, the extremely cold mist rolling and churning, as if to swallow the entire Frost Canyon. The air became thick and sluggish, as if even breathing was frozen. From the depths of the earth came a low thud, thump, thump. It was not wind, not an earthquake, but a more eerie sound, like the flesh of a creature crawling against a rock wall. It's moving," a snow oathsman murmured, his eyes behind his mask growing increasingly fervent. At this moment, the bodies of the imperial nobles and knights hanging upside down began to convulse violently. Their already exhausted and withered limbs tensed abruptly, and their blood suddenly accelerated, gushing from their ruptured blood vessels, yet surging upwards against gravity, as if drawn by an invisible hand into the core of the altar. Up, the captives, their mouths gagged, let out suffocating screams, black blood seeping from their 7 orifices, their pupils dilating. Their bodies began to collapse, their flesh like drained water sacks, shriveled and cracked, until only a layer of grayish-brown skin and empty skeletons remained, swaying slowly in the cold wind, like dried-up offerings. At the very center of the altar, the blood-red ice suddenly burst into flames. Crack, 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 blue ghostly flames ignited from the top of the totem pole, burning silently, yet releasing a piercing low sound like bones being crushed. On the ice surface, ancient god runes lit up one after another, radiating like a complex neural network, connecting the entire Snowsworn camp. It's answered. In an instant, the silence was shattered. The Snowsworn warriors erupted in a frenzied cheer, their eyes beneath their masks seeming to devour flames. They knelt heavily, pounding the ground with their palms, shouting in unison, "The ancient god has answered. The Snow Kingdom will awaken. Blood for blood." The Snow Kingdom is immortal. Standing atop the altar, the Frost Abyss priest suddenly raised his scepter, his feathered robes fluttering wildly in the cold wind, his voice hoarse yet impassioned. "Listen. The Frost Abyss ancient god has opened his eyes. Blood awakens the wrath of the icy plains, the flames of vengeance will rise from the extreme cold. The Empire's day has come to an end, the Snow Kingdom will return to the stars." As if in response to his cry, the ice and rock beneath the altar began to crack, and from the bottomless fissures, something enormous slowly awoke, writhing and crawling, emitting a low, somber drumming sound. It was not wind, it was not fire, it was the breath of a god. Some believers pressed their foreheads to the ice, tears mingling with maniacal laughter, repeatedly chanting, "The ancient gods have awakened. The ancient gods have awakened. The ancient gods have awakened." The fire of heresy had been ignited, tearing apart the silence of the icy plains. Before the fervent prayers had faded, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows on the other side of the altar. He stood silently, his cloak cascading like night, the ice and snow within 3 feet of him melting away, deterring anyone from approaching. It was a mysterious man clad in a black robe and wearing a half-mask. The mask, half weeping, couldn't conceal the mockery in his eyes. He gazed at the Snowsworn, trembling with excitement at the sacrifice, and slowly curled his lips into a low, cold laugh. To act so convincingly, it's truly remarkable. His voice was soft yet cold, like fingernails gliding across ice, light and airy, yet sending chills down one's spine. It was the Witch of Despair. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the several upside-down imperial nobles. They convulsed, struggled, bled from their 7 orifices, and finally withered and cracked, looking extremely realistic. But in his eyes, they were nothing more than insignificant illusion puppets. The originals were long ago thrown under the altar to feed the mother nest. These substitutes barely have any bones left, however, for these poor worms whose brains have hardened from the cold. The bleeding of nobles is what makes them believe that the gods have awakened. He shook his head, his eyes full of amusement and indifference, like an adult watching a group of children dance around puppets. To him, this entire sacrifice was nothing more than a multi-pronged experiment. On one hand, it did indeed feed the mother nest under the altar, a parasitic species he had modified specifically for the cold environment. On the other hand, this miracle was enough to ignite a new wave of religious fanaticism among the Snowsworn, making them more willing to exchange their bodies and faith for so-called divine grace. Meanwhile, the Witch of Despair was in low spirits. The last remaining signal transmitted from the brain core of a lost mother nest not long ago was weak, chaotic, and fragmented. No explanation was needed. The second mother nest had been destroyed. His fingertips trembled slightly, as if brushing against a net he had painstakingly woven over the years. And that net was now being sliced apart piece by some invisible blade. The first time, I could say it was a coincidence, but this time, he murmured, a rare hint of wariness in his voice. Could it be that someone in the Empire has already mastered the method of tracking the mother nest? He had been laying out his plans in the north for years, deciding to use the mother nest and the Snowsworn as seeds to spread chaos to achieve his goal. Now, it was very likely that his plans had been detected ahead of time. So he decided to launch his plan ahead of schedule, though not too far ahead. Although starting in the depths of winter would be more effective, starting a few months earlier to avoid any unforeseen circumstances was worthwhile. Inside the main tent, the oil lamp flickered, its flame dancing restlessly like his own anxieties. Hero sat silently in the center of the tent, a tattered Snow Kingdom banner hanging before him, scorched by flames and stained with blood. His eyes were as deep as a well, his lips twitching occasionally, as if he were whispering to something unseen. The air suddenly tightened. A strange, cold wind swept by, and the tent flap rose silently. He had arrived. Stepping into the lamplight was a figure draped in a dark cloak, long, silver-white hair flowing like snow, his skin so pale it almost gleamed with a cold light. A half-mask covered the left half of his face, revealing only his right eye, a chilling silver, while the other half was a near-perfect female face, its features exquisitely sculpted. The corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, carrying a lazy yet dangerous smile, as if capable of piercing to the bone and seeing into the soul. Still waiting for the dream to end. How pathetic, he chuckled softly, his voice slowly entering the tent. It was a deep, feminine male voice, yet it lingered like a woman's whisper, sending chills down one's spine. Hero instinctively drew his sword, but the next moment he trembled and lowered it. He recognized the voice, recognized the figure. It was the messenger of the gods who had guided him on the path of sacrifice. The Witch of Despair slowly approached him, like a phantom wandering in the night. The ancient gods have awakened faster than I expected. Your revenge can begin ahead of schedule. As she spoke, she gently lifted a corner of Hero's cloak, her fingertips icy and carrying a chilling excitement. Hero froze. At first, there was a moment of bewilderment, his eyes widened, as if he hadn't even heard the words revenge ahead of schedule. Then, his cheeks began to twitch, his brows furrowed, and his lips parted slightly. His whole being was like a raging fire exploding from frozen earth, fiery and twisted. Revenge, ahead of schedule, he murmured, his voice hoarse and trembling, as if a shattered soul were speaking again. Suddenly, he knelt down, his knees slamming heavily onto the cold ground, his fists pounding the earth, tears and saliva flying, his expression as ferocious as a wild beast. Finally, those bastards of the Empire are finally going to pay the price, he roared, frantically tearing at his cloak, gritting his teeth, and pounding his chest, as if trying to dig out the hatred etched in his heart and offer it to someone. Before him, the Witch of Despair stood silently. She was silent, expressionless. Her silver eyes held an indescribable coldness and pity, like watching an old dog, fed for too long, about to be slaughtered. With a slight gesture, her black cloak billowed like the night, and she uttered a single sentence, "Summon the now-sworn warriors, your old god will awaken." As her words fell, her figure vanished like mist in the wind, leaving only the crazed hero. Chapter 207 Outline of the Disaster. In the early morning, a soft light filtered through the curtains into the bedroom, its warm glow falling directly on Louis's open eyes. He instinctively turned his head, feeling a familiar warmth against his chest. It was Sif. Her short, silvery white hair hung slightly disheveled on his chest, her small face pressed against his, a contented smile on her lips, fast asleep. Emily was supposed to have been with him last night to help him create an heir. However, she was currently on her period and utterly exhausted, so Sif had thoughtfully filled in, and she had naturally snuggled into his bed. Although nominally part of his harem, Sif and Emily got along surprisingly well. There was no rivalry, no undercurrents. Instead, they were like pillars on either side, each guarding their own position and principles. He had recently been busy tracking down the mother nest, inevitably neglecting some political matters, yet surprisingly, Sif and Emily had managed to handle everything with remarkable efficiency. The former was calm and reserved, with precise documents, the latter came from a prestigious family and possessed formidable diplomatic skills. The two seemed to consciously fill the void left by Louis, each guarding the order of this territory in their own way. "They're so reliable," he chuckled, reaching out to tuck Sif's slipped blanket around her. Now came the most anticipated moment of the day. Louis made a light sweeping motion in the air with his right hand. With a slight resonance, a semi-transparent light screen slowly unfolded before his eyes. Daily intelligence update complete. 1. Wheels successfully broke through, advancing to mid-level elite knight. 2. Due to the destruction of her second mother nest, the Witch of Despair has decided to advance the Devouring the North plan to October 10th. 3. The now-sworn leader hero has experienced a rapid deterioration in his mental state and has been diagnosed with deep insanity. Under the influence of the Witch of Despair, he has decided to launch a full-scale offensive against the Ironblood Empire's northern border, Lewis was stunned for a moment upon seeing the first message. Then, he couldn't help but smile. Will, he'd broken through again. This kid's only 12 or 13, right? Even in the Imperial Knight Academy, that's top-tier progress. And he's only been training for a year or two. He's practically one of the most talented knights in the Empire right now. That's what they call a genius, exceptional talent, astonishing comprehension. Cultivation is practically effortless. While others push through levels one by one, he teleports across the entire map. Lewis has already done his best, relying on the daily intelligence system to acquire some top-tier resources to make up for his shortcomings, barely reaching the level of some talent, but he still doesn't show the glimmer of a genius like Will. However, now with a boost from magic, his strength has reached the level of a transcendent knight. Thanks to the primal meditation technique, his magic power has increased by leaps and bounds, enough to make all the mages in the mage forest drop their jaws in astonishment. So there's no need to be anxious. Besides, it's always a happy thing for one's own people to become stronger. Compared to the sense of crisis of being overtaken, the satisfaction of someone you've nurtured growing is actually much stronger. A slight smile slowly appeared on Lewis's lips. His gaze fell on the second intelligence report, and he froze, his smile vanishing. The Witch of Despair had decided to bring forward the Devouring the North plan, with an estimated start date of October 10th. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, his pupils widening slightly, his face turning cold. Destroying the hive himself had only brought the disaster closer. Devouring the North, so that's its name. This was the first time he had seen the full picture and code name of this plan accurately through the intelligence system. He had known through the daily intelligence system that the Witch of Despair was orchestrating a large-scale operation, and had roughly guessed it was related to the hive and the swarm spread, but only now was it completely confirmed. Their goal was the devouring and destruction of the entire North. What a mad woman. He slowly sat up straight, his fingertips lightly tapping his knees, his mind racing. Such a large-scale swarm outbreak, if out of control, could even jeopardize the North. Once humans were infected and turned into insect corpses, the spread was extremely rapid and difficult to eradicate, making it impossible to deal with using traditional warfare methods. But then a thought struck him, a move earlier might actually be a good thing for me. If the war broke out in winter, the effectiveness of his self-developed thermal weapons system and the knight's combat power would be suppressed by the heavy snow and cold. An earlier outbreak, though a surprise attack, wouldn't leave him too vulnerable in the situation. He glanced at the third piece of intelligence. Snowsworn leader Hero had gone mad and, under the influence of the Witch of Despair, decided to gather all warriors for a full-scale attack on the Empire's northern border. A flash of inspiration struck Lewis. All the intelligence and clues pieced together. The puzzle was complete. This wasn't just the delusion of a madman, but a meticulously planned, step-by-step abyssal scheme. The Witch of Despair had clearly already laid the framework of hell for the North. What did she want? She wanted to drag the entire North into an out-of-control insect swarm war, completely causing the collapse of order, paralyzing human society, and turning the entire region into a breeding ground for chaos. All of this was for a deeper purpose. And her tool was the Mother Nest. It was a malevolent structure capable of infecting all things and transforming life, possessing extremely high efficiency in infection and reproduction. It could create thousands of insect corpses in a short time and incorporate them into its legion. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. What was truly chilling was the method she manipulated. Under the guise of the imminent resurgence of the ancient gods, she incited the fanatical Snowsworn to capture and sacrifice nobles and knights as blood and flesh offerings to the gods. In reality, those captured sacrifices were not for the descent of some illusory god, but to nourish the nest. The primal fighting spirit in these people's bloodlines was precisely the source of nutrition most needed by the young nest, the purest nutrients. Their blood and souls would be devoured by the nest, transformed into catalysts for the larvae's growth, causing them to explosively evolve at a certain point, transforming from hatched beings into complete beings, and when the nest completed its evolution, the first to be abandoned were these loyal believers. The Snowsworn would ultimately become sacrifices for their own faith. They would be drained alive, their forms twisted, their consciousness reassembled, ultimately transforming into a mindless army of insect corpses, driven by the Mother Nest, becoming the first blood tide to invade the North. Tragically, they believed they were guiding a miracle. Their corpses, their combat skills, their fighting spirit would all be instantly reclaimed and recreated by the Mother Nest, ultimately being transformed into mindless insect corpse-killing machines. A cold sweat broke out on Lewis's back as he thought of this. If all this was merely madness, what followed was a nightmare in itself. The Witch of Despair had ordered the now sworn leader, Hero, to gather all the warriors, likely for one last, massive attack. To transform all the now sworn into an army of insect corpses in one fell swoop. And their fighting spirit would become the blade of calamity. Even more terrifying was that those elite now sworn possessed an ancient and terrifying fighting technique, bloodline boiling, which activated bloodline fury by burning blood, granting terrifying bursts of combat power for a short period. Lewis's heart tightened. If the insect corpses can inherit this ability, it means that these insect corpses not only possess fighting spirit and physical skills, but can also activate bloodline fury in battle, and undoubtedly maintain this enhanced state by devouring living people. That would no longer be a simple infection, but an evolutionary war with learning and predation capabilities. If the North were to truly fall into such a catastrophe, it would not merely become a battlefield, but would completely spiral out of control, becoming a filthy land ruled by the mother nest. Moreover, the Witch of Despair might have a deeper purpose. After piecing together all the information, Lewis couldn't help but shudder. It was a shiver rising from the bottom of his heart, as if witnessing an irreversible destruction quietly taking shape in the darkness. And while he was immersed in the terrifying deduction, he heard a slight movement beside him. Lewis, it was Sif who had woken up. She was still curled up in his arms, her silver white hair scattered on her chest, her eyes still somewhat hazy from just waking up. But she could tell at a glance that he was abnormal. "You don't look well. Did something happen?" She raised her hand and gently grasped his fingertips, as if trying to grasp the unease in his heart. Lewis blinked, his expression momentarily blank. Then he shook his head, forcing a smile. "It's nothing. I've just been a little tired lately." Sif looked at him for 2 seconds, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded. "Then you should rest more too. Don't try to shoulder everything alone." She buried her head back into his chest, her voice almost inaudible. "You're not a god, he responded softly, but didn't explain further. This matter was too complicated, too serious. He didn't even know where to begin. More importantly, even if he spoke, it wouldn't solve the problem. Right now, these terrifying realities were the objective conditions laid out before him. He had to solve them. He had to stop them. But the time left for him was running out. Even so, he couldn't skip his daily cultivation. His battle aura was almost at a bottleneck. With no progress for several days. And magic cultivation, which should have been his most focused time each day, was now plagued by distracting thoughts during meditation. "Sigh, my mind is still in turmoil," Lewis murmured, frowning slightly. He shook his head, pausing his cultivation, suppressing the remaining fatigue in his chest, and got up to wash and change. The moment the water splashed on his face, its coolness was penetrating, and it slightly brought back some energy. The breakfast room was quiet as usual. Emily hadn't gotten up yet, perhaps still resting due to illness. Sif was already sitting at the table, sipping her porridge. She didn't ask any questions, only glancing at him before silently pushing a bowl of warm porridge in front of him. "You're eating too little," Sif said softly. He replied as cheerfully as possible, to reassure him. After breakfast, Lewis got up and put on his cloak. "I'm going to find Mike to confirm the defense deployment." Chapter 208 Pre-Battle Preparations. After breakfast, Lewis summoned Mike, and the two of them climbed to the highest tower of the castle to overlook the snowfields and defenses of the entire Red Tide territory. Mike patted the windowsill, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Following the management tests you proposed last time, the defensive facilities in various locations, especially the Tulau cluster, are now almost entirely complete." He pointed downwards and continued, "First, the 2 newly built Tulau and Red Tide, and 5 in other surrounding territories, are all finished. Although they can't match the facilities and living environment of this old building, they're more than sufficient as warehouses or refuges. These Tulau prioritize practicality, equipped with closed gates to withstand large-scale attacks or severe cold. The walls are rammed earth structures, 4 meters thick, with the inner layer lined with dark gray stone bricks we brought from our side." Mike raised his chin, his tone slightly arrogant. "Even a battering ram wouldn't be able to break through for 10 days or half a month. Moreover, the design includes sealing mechanisms. Once the enemy breaks through the outer perimeter, we can seal off the passageways immediately. Let alone the Snowsworn, even a person would be trapped like a dead rat once inside." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the numerous defensive outposts in the distance. Now, the entire Red Tide territory is an impregnable defensive line. Lewis nodded in agreement. Then he turned and asked, "What about the surrounding traps and defenses? Are they all set up?" Mike immediately straightened his back, his expression serious. "They're all set up according to your standards. The logs, pits, and slopes are all interconnected." He pointed towards the mountain path and explained one by one. First, the reverse slope. We transformed the original mountain path into a zigzag gentle slope. This not only slows down the enemy's charge, but also allows us to ambush them at each corner, creating crossfire. Second, the log traps, spiked logs were pre-placed at the top of each slope. Once the mechanism is triggered, gravity will smash them down on the enemy, causing immense damage during a concentrated charge. Third, the pit traps. We also dug many hidden pits using the terrain. In battle, these can further hinder the enemy's advance. Even heavily armored soldiers have to proceed cautiously. Once the enemy steps into the Red Tide territory's mountain path, it's like they're jumping into a trap themselves. Mike's expression was filled with undisguised pride. Lewis nodded slightly, his tone affirmative. "Very good, you've done a good job." Mike pointed into the distance, where a row of metal pillars buried along the mountainside could be vaguely seen. Those things make a sound with any vibration, and even if the snow covers the top, it won't hinder detection. Even a pack of wolves stepping on them will trigger an alarm, and the more people come, the clearer the alert becomes. Lewis nodded slightly. They're like remote ears, saving soldiers from patrolling all day, saving manpower, and reacting faster. Then he turned around, looking thoughtfully at the mountain road. "I'm thinking, could we build a modular iron plate wall, inlaid with diagonally braced wood? In a critical moment, it can be pushed out from the slots, sealing off the main road in one go." Mike's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but clap his hands. "Iron plates and diagonally braced wood? That could stop a cavalry charge. Sir, this idea is genius." Lewis didn't stop, continuing to present his idea. "Not only that, but also add a pair of simple flamethrower devices on both sides. Once activated, the firewall rises to block others." Mike paused, his expression hesitant. "Sir, this design is indeed impeccable, but this is peacetime. Using iron plates, alchemical flamethrowers, and massive amounts of fuel, the cost is simply too high. Even the Snowsworn wouldn't go to such lengths." "It's not them," Lewis said in a low voice. "War is coming. Not just the Snowsworn, not just bandits, but a war you've never seen before." Seeing Lewis's seriousness, Mike was speechless for a moment. Although he couldn't imagine what the war would look like, he knew his lord wouldn't speak without evidence. So he nodded solemnly, his expression changing from his previous ease. "Understood, my lord. If there really is a great war, I will make the most thorough preparations. No matter who comes, we will defend Red Tide territory." Lewis calmly said, "It's not just preparing for Red Tide territory, it's all the territories under my command. No, it should be the entire Snowpeak County. I will do everything in my power to protect and save them." Mike was speechless for a moment, feeling as if the young lord before him was bathed in the morning sun, shining brightly on this icy land. His praise wasn't exaggerated, rather, a deep respect welled up from the bottom of his heart. This person was like a rising sun, radiating an unstoppable light, enough to dispel the long, dark night of Snowpeak County. After bidding farewell to Mike, Lewis mounted his horse and headed straight for the night training grounds outside Red Tide City. The morning mist hadn't yet dissipated, but the training grounds were already sweltering. Several squads of Red Tide Knights, clad in specially made black and silver armor, were conducting a flamethrower coordinated combat drill. The main flamethrower operator, positioned at the core of the formation, shouldered a heavy alchemical flamethrower, continuously spewing blazing flames to create a frontal fire blockade. The secondary flamethrower operators on both sides moved nimbly, covering the flanks with crossfire to prevent the insectoids from breaking through from the edges. Further out, the spearmen and sword and shield knights advanced in tandem, intercepting any stragglers, their defenses layered and perfectly coordinated. Scorching flames surged and roared across the firing range, their light illuminating the knights' solemn faces. On the high platform, the tactician roared hoarsely, "Change formation. Cover positions." Continuing the firewall, quick, Lewis stood on the platform, his gaze sharp as he watched the entire process. The battle formation was operating much more smoothly than before, but the atmosphere remained tense. This was far from enough. The shock of the battle against the brood had not yet subsided. Although it was a complete victory, the ferocity of the insect corpses had left a deep impression. Now, it had become both pressure and motivation for everyone. After all, even the slightest delay could lead to another disaster. Lambert strode over, still radiating heat, his armor still on, and beads of sweat still damp at his temples. He stopped at the front of the platform, clasped his hands in a salute, and said, "My lord." Lewis nodded slightly. "Has there been any progress in tactical coordination?" "Much better than before," Lambert replied in a deep voice. "The fire-breathing group and the sword formation group can now complete the alternation of 3 firewalls, and the sealing efficiency has nearly doubled compared to last month." He paused slightly, his expression growing increasingly grave. "But it's still not fast enough. If we encounter a sudden attack from the insectoid corpses, and any group is even half a beat slower, we might not be able to seal the breach." Lewis was silent for a moment, mentally rehearsing the upcoming battle. Then he slowly began, "Immediately strengthen the firewall system training. All flamethrower teams, from alternating rhythm and coverage angles to fuel switching and command response, need comprehensive optimization. I want you to be able to instantly complete a triple blockade, even in chaos or during a charge, leaving no gaps for the insect corpses." Lambert nodded and immediately reported, "Yes. We have reset the alternating rhythm of the fire line, with each flamethrower team implementing a rotation mechanism of 3 seconds of spraying, 1 second of angle adjustment, and 3 seconds of follow-up. The flame direction is segmented and adjusted by unified commands from the centerline commander, with each segment having its own dedicated fire zone to ensure no blind spots. Although we are still refining the process, the rotation rhythm is gradually taking shape. With this training, we can achieve a truly unextinguishable firewall." Lewis nodded slightly upon hearing this. To achieve this in such a short time is already quite good." Then Lewis looked around, at the still burning fire line and the knights shuttling back and forth on the training ground, and suddenly asked, "How many knights are there in the Crimson Tide territory now?" Lambert immediately stepped forward and answered, "Currently, we have 4 extraordinary knights, 123 elite knights, 232 regular knights, and 467 apprentice knights." He paused briefly, then added, "Most of them were brought by Miss Emily as part of her dowry, and the rest are support knights from the Calvin family. In addition, there are local lads trained by our Red Tide, and some free knights attracted with generous terms, swearing allegiance to you." Lewis was slightly taken aback, lowering his head in thought. He hadn't expected to have unknowingly amassed such a force. Although half of it was obtained by selling his body in exchange for Emily's services, the sheer numbers on paper already placed him firmly among the top 20 armies of the Northern warlords. If one added other weapons like magic explosive bombs and flamethrowers, along with a daily intelligence system, perhaps his actual combat strength had quietly risen to the top 10 in the North. But facing the impending crisis, Lewis didn't know if this fighting force was enough. He needed to be stronger. Lewis then spoke calmly, "A new batch of night growth agents has been completed. You can collect them from Hilco." He paused, his tone becoming clear and calm. "Based on their recent training performance and aura bottlenecks, prioritize distributing them to those with the most potential and closest to a breakthrough. Don't waste a single drop." Lambert nodded in agreement, a rare relaxed smile appearing on his face. "Excellent. With this, we can at least produce another batch of high-ranking knights." But Lewis's gaze did not relax. Instead, it deepened. He stared at the distant wall of fire, his voice low. "War is approaching. We must push her strength to its limit before it truly arrives." Lambert was slightly taken aback. He didn't know what the Lord meant by war. Was it the remnants of the Snouse War? The lurking rebels of the North? Or that terrifying mother nest? The image of that night filled with slime and spores, rampant parasites, and his comrades mutated into monsters flashed through his mind, a chill running down his spine. Perhaps Lewis was referring to that. But he didn't ask any more questions. He knew that if Lewis said war is imminent, it must be true. Lambert straightened his back, his voice crisp and deep. "Understood, sir. I will prepare with all my might." Chapter 209 Mage vs. Insect Corpse. The winds of the north are never gentle. They carry a merciless sharpness the moment they brush against your cheek. The Mage Forest Worm Corpse investigation team has been traversing this icy plain for nearly 2 months. But it seems to be a journey utterly futile. Another day of fruitless labor. Someone squatted on the ground, letting out a low sigh after a long while. "I'm starting to wonder, is there only one mother nest? Are we just going around in circles, doing nothing? The voice sounded exhausted to the point of numbness. Another mage chimed in, what you said isn't without merit. Bumping around like headless flies like this isn't going to work, no one objected. The atmosphere within the mage team was beginning to feel somewhat gloomy. Archmage Flora stood on high, her expression calm, yet concealing a weariness she herself was unaware of. I don't believe there's only one mother nest. Flora's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear. But indeed, we shouldn't keep searching like this. Hold on for a few more days. If we still find nothing, we'll go back and change our strategy. Her tone wasn't like an order, but more like a helpless compromise. Even the mage who had complained finally fell silent. Everyone knew it wasn't anyone's fault, just bad luck. And time, resources, and morale all have their limits, and it wasn't until 2 days later that they finally encountered something unusual. Look, over there, the scout at the front reminded them with a short magical message, his voice carrying a hint of uncertain tension. They looked in the direction. The snow at the edge of the forest was being trampled by a heavy troop of footsteps. It was a marching army, a vast and mighty force traversing the shallow valleys of the forest, their flags tattered, their armor incomplete, but their numbers were enormous, like a snow tide surging from the heart of the icy plains, often numbering in the hundreds, even close to 1,000. It was the Snowsworn, the rough and fierce avengers of the north. They were clad in animal skins or rags, their skin etched with totems. Some wielded giant axes, others rode on the backs of wolves. Where are they going? Someone asked, but no one could answer. The entire mage corps halted almost simultaneously. They weren't unfamiliar with the Snowsworn, but those were usually small patrols of a few individuals, or at most a few dozen. This was the first time they'd seen thousands marching across the northern ice plains in full gear. Another war is brewing. Flora's eyes darkened slightly. She disliked war and didn't want to get involved. The Magelin was neutral and wouldn't intervene in the political conflicts between the Empire and the tribes. They only dealt with magical crises and disasters. But just then, Dylan, who had been silent all along, stepped forward. I have a feeling, he continued, his tone calm yet certain, they are connected to the mother nest. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like an icy blade in the cold wind, piercing straight into everyone's nerves. Are you sure? Flora turned around. I'm not sure, Dylan said, closing his eyes. It's just my gut feeling. The group stopped and glanced at each other. Dylan's premonitions were never wrong. Even the slightest thought, once he voiced it, had to be taken seriously. Flora took a deep breath, watching the Snowsworn group recede into the distance. Since there are no other clues, let's follow them and see. Maintain formation, activate stealth and barrier spells, everyone suppress magic fluctuations, no one is allowed to be exposed. So they quietly followed the eerily orderly Snowsworn group, traversing the rolling tundra, finally stopping at a desolate place. It was a closed, narrow canyon, like a remnant of a rift in the sky. Snow piled up within, the wind swirling and whispering between the walls, like ancient taboos being murmured. At the bottom of the valley, Snowsworn could be seen gathering in large numbers, arranged in a twisted yet orderly formation, as if performing some kind of ritual. They knelt, prayed, and roared, the priests wearing masks made of animal bones and gray iron, as if welcoming the arrival of some god. The mages couldn't see them standing in the distant cave, and they had cast numerous concealment spells. This doesn't seem like an ordinary gathering. Flora frowned, ordering someone to record this strange phenomenon. The crowd discussed and speculated about what they were doing. Then, the silent Dylan slowly stood up and walked to the edge of the cave entrance. Let me see, he said. Dylan extended his right hand, his 5 fingers lightly tracing lines in the air. Magical lines rippled like water, slowly unfolding from his fingertips, weaving into an invisible mental network. That was his proud sensory spell, sensory, mental resonance threads. His consciousness pierced the barrier, following the flow of air into the magical vortex at the bottom of the valley. But the next second, he suddenly knelt on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, as if something indescribable had pierced his mental barrier. Dylan, a mage exclaimed, rushing to support him. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Dylan's voice was hoarse, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his teeth clenched tightly, even his magic was trembling and chaotic. For a full half-minute, only his rapid breathing and the low-frequency rumble of his magical resonance filled the air. Finally, he slowly loosened his clenched fist, his eyes refocusing, as if he had just escaped some kind of mental purgatory. It's the mother nest, without a doubt, and it's 100 times stronger than the remains we encountered last time. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with difficulty, his voice low and trembling. The cave was deathly silent. Although the other mages hadn't personally sensed it, none of them questioned it. They all knew that Dylan's perception was beyond the reach of ordinary mages. It was precisely because of this talent for perception that he had been able to join the ranks of archmages before the age of 30. Flora, however, frowned. Although she was also an archmage, she wasn't skilled in perception. After Dylan suffered the backlash, she also tried to focus her senses to perceive the evil lurking at the bottom of the valley. She could only vaguely sense that somewhere at the bottom of the valley, malice was surging, like a rotting tumor growing deep within flesh and blood. Each mental contact felt like a dull knife slicing across the edge of consciousness, bringing a chill. That's not a power the Snowsworn can control, she whispered, gazing at the array at the bottom of the valley. Everyone turned to look at her. No matter how ferocious they are, they're still just mortals. Even with their numbers and organization, they couldn't possibly control this kind of ritual. Flora analyzed emotionlessly. So, the one truly presiding over this ceremony is the one hidden behind them, the magic manipulator. As her voice fell, an indescribable chill instantly filled the entire cave. But it didn't come from the bottom of the valley. It came from behind. Don't move, Dylan whispered, almost instinctively raising his staff, but his fingers trembled. There were no footsteps, no signs of magical fluctuations. It was as if they had emerged from the silence itself. 3 figures had silently appeared before the cave entrance. They stood in a line, blocking all escape routes. The 3 were shrouded in gray-black cloaks, their faces concealed by hoods, yet they couldn't hide the nauseating, strange aura emanating from them. How is this possible? A young mage exclaimed in a low voice. They had clearly set up 5 layers of concealment, even using a silence barrier. The entire cave seemed to have been wiped from the world. The other party had managed to silently circle around to their backs, and there wasn't just one. These people, no, they used to be human, but they weren't anymore. They stood there, not intimidating with their aura, but with a strange feeling that their very existence shouldn't exist. It made the human spirit instinctively repel, tremble, and shake. These are insect corpses. The young mage Aaron's voice was dry, his throat almost choked. They're completely different from the ones in the report. I can't move. They had come to investigate the insect corpses, and had prepared themselves mentally for this, but seeing these 3 living insect corpses facing them made these battle-hardened mages tremble uncontrollably. Standing on the far left was a person wearing old knight's armor. The silver breastplate was covered in rust, the cloak tattered, but it was still clear that he had once been a noble knight. On the right stood a Snowsworn warrior, tall and still clad in his ice beast pelt. His tattoos seemed to have been corroded by some black substance, turning into twisted, writhing veins that spread upwards to his neck and finally into his eye sockets. The old man standing in the center wore a tattered blue-gray robe, its hem torn and stained with blood. As the fabric fluttered, the original patterns were still clearly visible. One glance was enough to tell this man had once been extraordinary. Flora froze, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Lake, Uncle Master, she murmured, her voice trembling, almost a lament rather than a greeting. The younger members of the Mage Corps looked up, speechless with astonishment. Lake? That Lake? You mean, the chief attendant of Archmage Jurgen Loken? Wait, wasn't that a big shot from 100 years ago? Is he still alive? No, he's not alive. Dylan's voice was as deep as the undercurrent beneath the ice. He's become an insect corpse, the kind that still retains its mind. A young red-haired female mage turned pale, as if her last layer of security had been ripped away. We've been investigating all along, aren't we? We're looking for clues about Archmage Jurgen, and him, and Lord Loken. Dylan closed her eyes. No one dared to answer the question, but the answer was already obvious. Since Lake had become an insect corpse, then the master he had served all his life was probably not in good shape either. Flora gritted her teeth and stepped forward, trying to make one last attempt. Archmage Lake. If you can still hear me, I am Flora, a mage from the Mage Forest. We've met before. Lake did not respond, nor did he hesitate. The human face, obscured by a translucent insect membrane, stretched from the jaw to the cheekbone, the pupils gleaming with a deathly gray light. He raised his right hand. With a single movement, the balance of the entire canyon shattered instantly. Gravity collapse field. Space seemed to be gripped and tightened by some unseen giant claw. A gray-white vortex with a radius of tens of meters appeared in midair, collapsing violently towards the cave where the mage group was located. A series of cracking sounds exploded in the air. The defensive barrier was collapsing. I can't hear the echo of spells, sensing spells, all broken. My magic field collapsed. Several young mages screamed, discovering in horror that they couldn't cast any spells at all. Even the most basic shield spells and teleportation spells seemed to have their circuits cut off, incantations condensed in their throats, magical energy lifeless in their palms. They were as if they had been suddenly thrown into a vacuum, losing not only the space to breathe but also all their senses as mages. Damn it! This is a high-level domain spell of the spatial gravity system. It's comparable to a forbidden spell, Flora roared, her protective barrier erupting with scorching white flames, but it was only trembling and on the verge of collapse. He's not an insect puppet. He retains his complete spellcasting ability and memories. Lake isn't insane. His body has been completely taken over. She tried to mobilize her counter-magic power, chanting in a deep voice, Ice Seal, Frost Vortex. The air suddenly cooled down, the surrounding moisture was forcibly frozen, and a dozen ice blades formed a ring, releasing a reverse-rotating storm of cold air from around her. The freezing magic formed a blue-white vortex several meters in diameter in midair, cutting through the air, dispersing the pressure, and forcibly creating a breathing space in the collapse field. Boom! Frost and gravity collided and intertwined, the space twisting and turning like melting wax. Defensive formation, deploy. Almost the instant Flora and Lake clashed, the mages behind them reacted swiftly, drawing their staves and enchanted crystals. Barrier, multiple protection, a series of magical shields unfurled before them like ripples on water, overlapping and intersecting to form a standard defensive grid. They were not inexperienced novices. These were seasoned battle mages who had weathered countless magical calamities, their teamwork seamless, each move imbued with calm judgment and practical experience. But then, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. A figure darted out like a black shadow tearing through the air. It was the insect-corrupted knight, his form still human, yet he moved like a beast, limbs on the ground, his crimson pupils reflecting magical light. He practically slid across the ground as he charged forward, his speed so great that he instantly broke through 3 wind elemental shields. Dodge. Too late. The next second, the wind barrier shattered like paper, exploding with a piercing sonic boom. Before a middle-aged mage in the front row could utter a second syllable, a claw pierced his chest, killing him instantly. He possesses at least extraordinary power. Don't fight him head-on. Hold him back. Boom. Meanwhile, on the other side, a zombie warrior, his skin still bearing the tattoos of the Snow-sworn tribe, strode forward. He seemed completely unfazed by the magical bombardment, letting lava balls explode on his shoulders and ice spears pierce his chest, still stepping into the formation. Stop him. Rock spike barrier. The ground bulged, thick rock spikes erupting from the earth, sealing off the path. However, the zombie warrior simply lowered his shoulder and charged forward. Bang! He slammed his shoulder into the base of the barrier like a warhammer. The spell array roared and shattered, the entire rock spike crumbling like paper. He smashed the rock barrier with his body. A gap instantly appeared in the formation. The mages on both sides were thrown over by the impact. The support group at the rear was forced to interrupt their chanting. The spell array exploded due to the feedback, and 3 people were thrown sideways in the flames. Retreat. The back row spread out and reform. Switch to containment. Quick. The situation suddenly became critical. Although the mage group was experienced, they had never encountered a complete insect corpse combat body head-on. This was not a mindless walking corpse, but a killing weapon with tactical intent and suppressive power. And just as the mage group's formation was on the verge of collapse, a transparent blue light net suddenly appeared in the air, like a battlefield radar projected from the mental world. Attack path sensing map. Deploy. Dylan stood on the high rock platform, his figure thin but as straight as a stake. His pupils glowed with pale golden magic patterns, and mental fluctuations spread out like ripples, quickly connecting with Flora and the 3 battle mages. Lady Flora, 10 meters to the right front, spatial gravity point convergence. A pale blue semi-transparent view instantly appeared before her eyes, like an additional tactical divine sense, predicting the spell projection a second in advance. Flora's eyes sharpened. She slammed her right foot onto the ice, spinning sideways like a whirlwind to narrowly avoid the high-pressure shockwave thrown by Lake. The next second, another insectoid warrior suddenly pounced from the flank. Dylan gritted his teeth, severing his connection with a mage and forcefully pushing the man out of the attack's trajectory, while he himself bore the brunt of the shockwave. The impact on his mental layer felt like needles piercing his brain, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. "Don't get distracted," he growled, his voice hoarse. He raised his right hand again, his magic burning intensely, triggering the second spell. Disruptive wave. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to resound with an invisible din. The insectoid warrior's movements froze, as if some invisible nerve had been severed, slowing his reaction by 0.5 seconds. It was in that 0.5 seconds that the third mage managed to escape, surviving almost right on the edge of the claws. Flora also took the opportunity to catch her breath, refocusing her magic, and plunged her right hand into the ice, instantly spreading out an ice array. Frost domain, release. The magic circle hummed, and silvery frost swept across the cliff face. Moisture in the air condensed into snowflakes, crystalline ice patterns appeared on the ground, and the temperature instantly plummeted below -50 degrees Celsius. Terrain freeze. Countless ice spikes cracked from the cliff face, piercing straight out of the earth's veins, forcing the insect corpses to retreat. Ice spear bombardment. More than 10 beams of light condensed, and ice spears fell like stars, aimed directly at Lake's throat and heart. Frost Realm Chain. Her most proficient combination of powerful control spells, combining offense and defense, instantly locking onto the enemy. But at this moment, Lake's expression was indifferent, his hand slightly clenched. Gravity crushing spell. Boom. The earth suddenly sank, the ice instantly shattered, and the entire ice domain exploded from the inside like cracked glass. Flora's spell seemed to be shattered by an invisible hammer, collapsing before it could even freeze. Trajectory twist. The high-speed ice spears suddenly twisted their trajectories just before reaching their target, forcibly bent by the invisible trajectory in space, all grazing past him. Pressure shockwave. A deafening roar seemed to descend from the sky. The air was compressed and locked. Flora tried to raise her hand to raise a shield, but the surrounding space was as tight as an iron clamp, instantly blocking the transmission of magic. Crack. She heard the sound of her shoulder bone breaking, and the next moment she was slammed onto the ice by the pressure, spitting out blood, her right arm completely numb. In the instant she fell, she only saw the thin figure on the high rock platform swaying violently. It was Dylan. The ringing in her ears spread throughout the world. The sensory network was shattered, and magic flowed from her veins like blood. He staggered back a step, as if the world was spinning. Finally, his exhausted body crashed to the ground, his eyes open, but no longer focused. Forced retreat, Flora ordered, and during the excruciating pain, blood trickling from the corner of her lips, a frost magic circle suddenly unfolded. She brandished her tattered staff, casting ice wall, fog barrier, and ice blast in one fluid motion, sealing off the cliff entrance along the retreat route. Thick fog billowed, and layers of ice walls rose and fell, shattering with each tremor, attempting to block the enemy's advance. Wind mages roared, unleashing waves of gale force winds, disrupting the insectoid warrior's vision. The insectoid warriors pressed forward relentlessly, showing no fear. They surged forward like a tidal wave, waging a brutal hunt through blood and snow. To secure a sliver of hope, 5 mages stepped forward to cover the rear. Explosion, lava trap, and lightning strike exploded in succession, shattering the mountainside and collapsing rock layers. It devoured the enemy, and it also devoured their last figures. One was torn apart by the insect corpses, 2 were pierced by giant claws, and the rest were pushed into the valley by the impact, leaving no trace of their bodies. Flora struggled to her feet and lunged towards the unconscious Dylan in the snow, trying to drag him back with her shield, but in the next moment, she was struck by a heavy blow from Lake's pressure slam. Boom. Space seemed to collapse instantly, compressed into a giant hammer that crashed down. She was slammed hard into the ice, her ribs shattered, her magical energy surging wildly within her, and she nearly fainted. "Take him away," Flora coughed up blood and roared. The 7 survivors gritted their teeth, struggling on the verge of their magical energy collapsing. And together they lifted Dylan and dragged Flora to break through the encirclement. Amidst the flying snow, fire and explosions intertwined behind them. In the end, less than a quarter of the entire mage group escaped alive. On the other side, before the Snow Oath Keeper's altar, the cold snow fell silently, and the air seemed to freeze. On the high platform, the despairing witch, clad in a jet-black robe, stood silently. Her figure was slender, her fingers pale as withered branches, yet they traced elegant and eerie arcs in the air, as if she were manipulating puppets. He, and a few kittens actually managed to crawl out from the edge of the sacrificial altar. Her voice was like the shattering of ice bells, or the chirping of insects emerging from rotting flesh, sending chills down one's spine. "So be it," she murmured, a gentle yet hollow smile playing on her lips. "Today is a day to remember." She slowly turned, her robe trailing on the ground, like ink spilled over the still warm blood. Blood flowed silently along her path, like a red carpet leading to the abyss. And beneath her feet, within the slumbering layers of black rock, something enormous and strange slowly awoke. The giant cocoon covering the stone bones began to throb, its writhing sound like waves crashing on the shore, reverberating throughout the entire high ground. Thick, viscous cracks opened from the core, and thousands of insect eggs bubbled and burst in the blood plasma, releasing a putrid stench. Below the platform, the somewhat disordered cheers of thousands of snow-sworn warriors were exhilarating. He would personally set the stage for this grand chaos, long planned for years. I feel sick. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210: The End of the Mother Nest. The night was as heavy as congealed ink, the mountain swallowed by a blood mist, leaving only a towering stone altar atop steps piled with bones. Thousands of snow-sworn stood there, clad in tattered armor or robes adorned with bone ornaments. Their chests were etched with countless totems, like self-inflicted wounds, bearing the weight of piety and madness. They knelt in orderly rows before the altar, heads bowed. Elderly veterans, tears welling in their eyes, murmured with trembling lips, "Today is the festival of the gods' return. We've finally waited for it." The young warriors, their eyes bloodshot, shouted, "The blood debt will be repaid. Our wrath will cleanse the earth." It was as if they were not participating in a sacrifice, but embarking on a sacred journey of vengeance. Some even raised the severed heads of imperial prisoners, smearing the drops of blood on their foreheads, shouting, "The food of the ancient gods is ready." At the climax of this frenzied prayer, the air suddenly froze, and a suppressed chill surged up the stone altar like an undercurrent. He appeared. A half-mask, woven from silver and black, concealed half his face, the other side revealing an ice sculpture under the moonlight, cold and ruthless. Long hair cascaded down like night mist, swaying slightly in the wind, like a whisper from the abyss. Blood and snow formed a carpet, his toes lightly treading upon it, leaving no trace, as if even the earth dared not touch his presence. On the altar, all was silent. Everyone bowed simultaneously, like believers welcoming a god, their voices trembling as they chanted his title. High Priest, Apostle of the Cold Abyss, Divine Messenger. The Witch of Despair did not respond, but slowly walked into the center of the altar, standing on the black array about to crack, closing her eyes, savoring the moment. At that very moment, a deep rumble came from the depths of the earth. Like a heartbeat, like gnawing, like a ruptured shell. The entire altar trembled slightly, as if the world beneath its feet was awakening. This massive and malicious writhing force emanated from the earth. The sealed mother hive, finally impatient, began to writhe and pound against its shell, awaiting its emergence. Feeling the rhythm beneath her feet, the Witch of Despair slowly opened her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips. She merely raised a hand, and in that instant, all fell silent. The man's voice was deep and gentle, like a fireplace burning in the dead of winter, yet chilling to the bone. "You once knelt before the iron boots of the Empire, watching your loved ones hang by noose, watching flames devour your snowy homeland, gnawing on flesh and blood in the melting snow, just to survive. They called you barbarians, they called you sinful blood, but you never forgot." He opened his eyes, his gaze like a frosty blade sweeping across the valley. "But you never gave up your revenge, for you are the people of the Snow Kingdom, the bloodline of the Abyss, the avengers of fate." As his words fell, the Snow-sworn trembled with excitement, their breaths rapid, yet they remained kneeling, not daring to interrupt. The Witch of Despair opened her arms, as if to embrace the entire north. "From this day forward, we will no longer beg for mercy, nor plead for fate. We will awaken the ancient gods with our blood, and power with our incantations. From this day forward, snow will no longer be pure white. It will be stained red with vengeance. His voice rose higher and higher, like thunder piercing the silence, soaring to the heavens. The Empire will kneel at the edge of hell, watching you return to the north, rebuild the Snow Kingdom, and ignite the final flames of the Frost Abyss. Silence lingered for several breaths after the witch's words, as if the heavens and earth held their breath. But the next moment, a wave of shouts erupted. Frost Abyss. Immortal, avenge the ancient gods. Dedicate yourselves to the Snow Kingdom. It was a raucous cry, a mixture of weeping, roaring, and prayer, sweeping across the entire Snow Valley. Thousands of Snow Oath Tickers knelt simultaneously, hands raised high, the snow soaked with blood and tears. Young warriors struck their chests with battle axes, their eyes bloodshot, as if they had heard the call of their ancestors. The elderly sorcerer, his hands trembling, raised his bone staff, repeatedly invoking ancient divine pronouncements, sobbing uncontrollably. The Snow Oath followers, like pilgrims driven to madness, their tears, blood, screams, and anguish intertwined into a terrifying sense of holiness. It was as if they could truly see an unseen deity watching over them from afar. They believed it wholeheartedly. On the high platform, the black-robed witch silently observed the scene before her. She neither spoke nor moved. The snow wind swept through her silver-black hair, as if time stood still at her feet. Beneath her half-covered face, a slight smile played on her lips. But it wasn't gentle, it was more like sarcasm. "Tisk, what fine children, but, if you're going to act, you have to play it right," she murmured to herself, a chilling mockery in her voice. The Witch of Despair slowly raised her hands, like a saint receiving worship, her black robes fluttering in the snow wind. And the thousands below erupted once more in a deafening roar, shaking the heavens, as if even the mountains trembled. At that very moment, thump, a deep, muffled sound, like the tolling of a bell, came from the depths of the altar beneath his feet. The bloodstone floor tiles trembled slightly, and visible cracks silently meandered. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't the sound of rock cracking, it was more like the slow awakening and beating of some enormous heart deep within the earth. A wet, undulating sound came from the depths of the earth, like a giant beast covered in mud turning over, or like thousands of insect eggs hatching simultaneously, colliding and tearing at each other. The Snow Oath Tickers below the altar were completely unaware, believing that the tremors were the ancient god responding to their prayers. They cheered even more frantically, some even kneeling on the ground and wailing, "It's a god. The ancient god heard us, grant me revenge. I will burn every stone of the empire, the god has come. The mother goddess has answered." The shouts were like sparks falling into dry tinder, instantly igniting the fervor of the entire altar. 10,000 people cheered, shouted, and wept, the kneeling warriors striking the stone slabs with their heads, praying for a miracle to descend. But slowly, something began to go wrong. Thump, 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 thump. A strange rhythmic vibration emanated from the depths of the earth. It wasn't a divine response, but the throbbing of hunger. The cocoon began to throb violently, bursting open from its cracks to release countless eggs. Blood-red tentacles emerged, slowly coiling around the stone bones and magic array, churning like a tide. Blood mist began to seep from the cracks in the ground, the air becoming damp and warm, as if one had fallen into the cavity of some living being. At this moment, the clamor abruptly ceased. The crowd seemed to have lost its voice. Some opened their mouths wide, wanting to continue cheering, but only managed to exhale a trembling breath. Some unconsciously took a step back, quietly pulling at the arm of their companion, an unseen fear appearing in their eyes. Something's wrong," an older Snow Oath sworn murmured, his lips barely moving. Then, an indescribable cry echoed from the earth. Not just one cry, but 1,000, 10,000 cries merging together. The sound was like countless infants crying simultaneously in the darkness, or like the final sobs of swallowed souls before death. Below its waist, it gradually disintegrated into flowing, flesh ovaries and incubation organs. From the abyss constructed of flesh and blood, viscous eggs spurted forth and twisted tentacles, endlessly producing offspring. The not yet fully formed insect corpses rolled and struggled in blood and mucus, emitting sticky hissing cries like infants. The entire surface of the nest was covered with human faces, mostly those of former sacrifices. Supporting all of this were dozens of thick, segmented tentacles that snaked upwards from the ground, digging deep into the earth like spider legs, chewing and taking root between flesh and rock. On the altar, the Witch of Despair silently gazed up at the colossal, fleshy statue that had risen from the ground, as if looking at a work of art that had finally been completed. Truly perfect, The man's voice was almost distorted with tenderness, devoid of any human pity, only cold ecstasy. More elegant and efficient than the previous 2 generations, possessing a complete and independent personality and decision-making ability. It no longer needs my constant feeding, it is no longer a tool, but an ally, even a future god. This is its culmination of many years of effort, the unique and complete form of the mother nest, the end mother nest. The first and second generation mother nests? Compared to this complete form, they are like primitive men. It is not only stronger, but also possesses a personality like core, capable of self-learning, mimicry induction, and spreading mental pollution, all heaven-defying abilities. The snow oath tickers who were just shouting God's arrival and blood sacrifice below are now frozen in place. Although they are all veterans, such a bizarre thing is clearly beyond their comprehension. The crowd begins to retreat, no longer excitedly pushing, but instinctively avoiding, some falling and others screaming in the chaos. This is not right. This is not an ancient god. This is not the form of our sacrifices. A young warrior kneels on the ground, holding a spear, but his whole body trembles like a child who has been stripped naked. Another old man's lips trembled as he struggled to recite the ancient prayer, but no words came out, only broken groans. The first to react was their leader, Hero. Unlike the others, he wasn't crushed by fear. Instead, he stiffened abruptly, like a wild beast finally realizing its cage. "What is this?" he murmured, his eyes wide, pupils trembling violently, looking back at the eerie mother nest. Then at the witch draped in black veil on the platform. A fury surged from his chest like a blizzard, and he roared, "You lied to me. You lied to all of us. This isn't a god. Not an ancient god of the abyss. This is a monster. A calamity. Why was I so easily bewitched by you for so long?" He had once been the most steadfast spark of faith, the symbol leading his people to kneel before the god, the one who had personally lit the first torch of sacrifice. Now, his voice tore through the heavens and earth, proving his own folly. He had finally awoke from the beautiful dream woven by the witch's illusion. But it was all too late. The witch of despair merely smiled, as if she had heard something utterly ridiculous. Her lips curved into a smile, like a loving mother watching her rebellious child struggle. "It's been so long since I've heard anyone call me that loudly," she snapped her fingers lightly and murmured, "Then, bestow your blessing. Begin." The next instant, the whole world seemed to hold its breath. Crack, a twisted, wet, crisp sound rang out, the sound of some forbidden creature slowly opening. Following this was a nauseating sound, like a tearing eardrum. Dozens of spiraling slits of flesh slowly opened in the abdomen of the nest. Each one resembled a mouth yearning for milk, or blooming, grotesque flower. The membranes writhed and rolled, dripping thick spore fluid. Petal-like chambers trembled slowly in the black spore fluid, a stench assaulting the senses. It was a mixture of blood, rotting embryos, and fermenting spores, so intense it was almost intoxicating. It moved, a believer murmured incoherently, staring at the enormous fleshy flower, as if sleepwalking. Before more people could question it, a thin, translucent mist slowly drifted out from the depths of the cracks. It wasn't ordinary mist, but a viscous insect mist. It swirled and drifted in the air like flowing water, each wisp seemingly possessing some kind of consciousness, undisturbed by the wind, winding around the platform like a snake, slowly spreading across the sky. "How strange, it's talking to me, I hear it calling me," someone murmured, their eyes unfocused. The mist began to sink, slowly covering the entire altar plaza, silently descending upon the heads, shoulders, and breaths of every believer. They failed to notice that within the seemingly harmless mist lurked countless tiny corpse worms. Each corpse worm was smaller than a grain of rice, completely transparent, its internal organs faintly visible, like a newly born worm embryo, floating, crawling, and lurking within the mist. They silently attached themselves to people's skin, nail folds, ear canals, and nasal cavities. At first, no one notices, until the first scream rang out. It's crawling in my eye," a now-sworn roared, his head thrown back, frantically scratching his eye socket, blood gushing out, as if he wanted to gouge his entire eyeball out. But terrifyingly, he suddenly stopped. His body was still convulsing, but his expression returned to calm, as peaceful as a baby's, his eyes empty. The next moment, on the ground, beside the steps, under the stone pillars, people began to tremble, convulse, and vomit. Dizzy, slept all day, there should be more later. Chapter 211 Insect Corpse Legion. Hero sensed something was wrong immediately. As the fog began to spread, he frowned sharply, recognizing it instantly as neither a tactical smokescreen nor an illusion. The thread-like objects floating in the fog, intertwined like spider eggs, swayed slowly like an uncut umbilical cord. They were living things. Retreat. Everyone. Evacuate the canyon, he roared, a guttural scream. Hero abruptly drew his dagger, slashing his palm, blood gushing forth. He used the pain to maintain his consciousness, but this resolve lasted only a few seconds, far from enough. The soldiers around him, pale and dazed, swayed as if drunk. Some knelt, clutching their chests, blood flowing from their mouths and noses, their hands clutching their heads as if trying to expel something from their minds. Then, one by one, they slowly rose. Rip, some joints twisted at inhuman angles, some chests still heaving, but their faces showed no fear, no pain, not even any expression. Their pupils were white, their lips cracked, and something seemed to writhe beneath their skin, the new neural pathways created by the corpse worms after their parasitism. The old, the children, the mothers, the warriors, without exception. They stood up, no longer looking at each other, no longer speaking, but like shells under some command, slowly gathering and lining up, row after row, like stone pillars rising from the tide. Watching all this, Hero felt as if something was choking him, his throat dry, unable to utter a sound. How could it have become like this? He had said, "We can win the final battle, as long as the ancient god, the witch is an ally, she is useful to us." Because of his words, his people had become like puppets manipulated by strings. And every word he had spoken was now like a sharp blade, stabbing into his heart. I was wrong, he murmured. I shouldn't have let you hear me, I shouldn't have. The weaker the creature, the faster it would be turned into a corpse, while the stronger it was, the more it could fight against a corpse worms. Hero held on for a full half hour, at one point trying to forcefully expel the parasites. He used a short knife to cut open the blood vessels in his thigh, draining a sticky fluid mixed with spores, containing a few unhatched worm eggs, which he crushed through gritted teeth. But soon, new worm threads probed into the wound. This caused his fighting spirit to become disordered, his dantian to become turbid, and his consciousness to begin to waver. And just then, he heard that voice. "Child, are you tired?" It was a voice that did not belong to reality, gentle as if a comforting voice had emerged from the depths of childhood memories, with a soothing feeling as if a hand had been stroking his forehead. But he knew that it was not his mother's voice. It was the mother nest. "No," Hero whispered, tears finally falling from the corners of his eyes. Those were not tears of revenge, not tears of defeat, but tears of true fear, loneliness, and regret. "I shouldn't have trusted her. I shouldn't have." He collapsed to his knees, the mist surging around him like a tide, seeping into his wounds, eardrums, and eye sockets. He struggled, his fingernails digging into the ground, his back arched like a cheetah, his body convulsing violently, yet he couldn't escape the tentacles that clung to his soul. "Mother," he murmured, his voice like the cry of a dying bird. In the final moment of his collapsing consciousness, he seemed to see a vision. Many years ago, his mother lay in a pool of blood, reaching out and smiling at him. But this time, that face was that of the mother nest. This caused Hero to let out a blood-curdling roar, a cursed wail. And in that instant, his vocal cords snapped completely, his throat pierced by the worms, and he could no longer utter a sound. Then, he fell silent. The corpse worms burrowed into every crevice of his body, controlling his nerves, erasing his memories. Hero, the last leader of the Snowsworn, sank into the mist. This was the scene the desperate witch had always dreamed of. Below, the mother nest had been fully infused with mist. A war machine, constantly writhing and bulging. Surrounding it were thousands of Snowsworn warriors, now her puppets. He simply loved this creation too much. He had begun preparing for it 5 or 6 years ago. Using illusion and mind control techniques, he subtly rewrote Hero's will in countless dreams, gradually leading that once ruthless and cold-blooded powerhouse into the abyss of faith in the resurrection of the ancient gods. He wasn't in a hurry, he would take his time. He loved seeing a warrior with unwavering will struggle, crumble, and rebuild between faith and madness, like sculpting a gemstone. And the Snowsworn? A group of believers driven by hatred, more effective than any catalyst. He gave them dreams, hope, and the promise of gods. He incited them to hunt knights and nobles, to offer sacrifices, to provide the bloodline fuel needed for the mother nest's growth. Each sacrifice was a growth potion he injected into the mother nest. The mother nest had failed, collapsed, gone berserk, and even nearly devoured itself countless times. But he had nurtured it with the meticulous care of a rare flower, repeatedly testing every bloodline and structure until it could stably grow into its complete form. Now, all of this had finally come to fruition. Within this colossal nest, the insect mist had been brewing for 3 years, its concentration high enough to instantly erode the entire camp. Even someone as strong as a hero could only withstand it for half an hour. Thousands of snow oath warriors fell one after another within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The corpse worms within their bodies had taken over their nervous systems, reconstructed their muscles, and covered them with insectoid spines. Their combat skills, their fighting spirit, their instincts, all were extracted, purified, and stored within their bodies, while memories and life itself, useless things, had been completely annihilated. They were no longer human. They were killing machines completely detached from individual will, extensions of the mother nest's nervous system, his most perfect tools. Of course, the insect mist could only be released this once. He had accumulated it for 3 years, enough only to cover the Snow Oath warrior camp, but it was enough. With just this one battle, he possessed an army of insectoid corpses, transformed from thousands of Snousworn, imbued with battle aura and unafraid of death. But that wasn't all. He had already buried dozens of first-generation and second-generation mother hives throughout the Northern Territory. Those incubation nodes also fully awakened tonight. Countless lurkers, infected, and insect mist vesicles activated simultaneously, opening like a nightmare's rift across the entire Northern Territory. From this night onward, the fate of the Northern Territory would no longer be in the hands of humanity. Even the entire empire, the entire world, would be plunged into chaos. And all of this was merely the necessary path to that door. His ultimate goal lay beyond the deeper darkness, beyond coordinates incomprehensible to ordinary people. It was an ultimate return. At this moment, the high platform was empty. The Snousworn officials, guards, and messenger knights patrolling the camp had all been replaced by corpse insects without anyone noticing. Their appearances remained unchanged, but behind their pupils was now emptiness, controlled only by the hive's mental chains. The Witch of Despair gently waved her hand. As if sensing a summons, the hive hummed softly, its vesicles bursting, and countless insect corpses slowly opened their cold, gleaming eyes. This undead legion silently assembled in the night, marching towards Frostspear City. They would crush it, destroy everything, trample order, and turn the north into a breeding ground of blood and insects. And he only needed to stand quietly at the end of the platform, arms outstretched, embracing the world. "This is just the beginning," he said. Chapter 212 The Arrival of the Insect Corpses. October 9th, Red Tide Territory. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, yet the air above Red Tide Territory was quieter than usual. There was no bustling market noise, no children's laughter, no rumbling of carriages. Only one family after another, dragging their luggage and carrying infants on their backs, silently entered the few earthen buildings. "Go in, this is the Lord's arrangement," a gray-haired old woman murmured, as if reciting a divine oracle. "The great Lord Louis will not harm us." No one refused, no one complained. Even though the earthen buildings were cramped and crowded, they still lined up in an orderly fashion to enter. Because it was Louis's order. They clearly remembered that more than a year ago, they were huddled in the icy wind and mud, sleeping in cracked tents, eating porridge mixed with grass roots and bone fragments. Back then, children froze to death every night, and adults silently dug graves at dawn. It was Louis who lit fireplaces in the snowstorm, brought medicine during the plague, and built granaries by hand during the war. Because of him, they had enough to eat, firewood, and clothes. Tents became brick houses, hot springs appeared on cold nights, wheat fields grew at the foot of the mountain, and new irrigation canals were dug on the mountain. Roads were repaired, warehouses were sealed, and the infirmary was manned. These were not miracles obtained through prayer. They were given by him. They were realities brought about by Louis Calvin. So today, when he personally ordered, "Enter the earthen building, do not go out," and cooperate completely, everyone felt as if they had heard the whispers of a god. They did not hesitate, they did not question, they simply spoke words of faith in Louis. "The great Lord will not harm us, we are his people, his commands are divine pronouncements." Food, water, and necessities were prepared in the earthen building, distributed according to the number of people, in an orderly manner. Several boxes of firewood and simple lamps were piled in the corner, as if preparations for a long period of closure had been anticipated long ago. "It's just for a while, it will be over soon," a boy said to his sister with a smile. But no one knew exactly how long it would be. Meanwhile, inside Red Tide City, near the city walls, simple yet sturdy camps had already been erected in the open fields. The main tent stood in the center, surrounded by sentry posts and torches. Red Tide Knights stood in neat ranks, their armor gleaming, their banners fluttering silently. No horns were sounded, no mobilization oaths were uttered. Because they didn't know who the enemy was. But they knew who had given the order, Louis Calvin. He hadn't explained much, nor revealed the reasons. Through Louis's repeated actions, they had been instilled with the fundamental belief, even if we cannot see the whole picture, we must choose to obey Lord Louis. So when the order was given, they did not waver, only their resolve tightened around their swords. The entire Red Tide seemed to enter a silent ritual. Everyone believed that a storm was about to break. But their faith was ready to face anything. Soon, the morning of October 10th arrived. Before the dawn broke, the camps were silent, only a thin mist hung low, and a chill seeped into the bones. The moment Louis opened his eyes, his intuition was already sounding alarm bells. Today was the day of the prophecy. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat up almost reflexively, raising his hand to summon his personal interface, the Daily Intelligence System. A semi-transparent blue-white interface hovered in the air, humming softly, as lines of text rapidly loaded and froze. Daily Intelligence Update Complete 1. The Witch of Despair has awakened the endless mother nest. The insect mist released by the mother nest completely covered the Snow Oath Army's main formation last night, and over 6,000 Snow Oath warriors have been transformed into a legion of mindless insect corpses. They will begin their advance northward, starting with the destruction of Frost Spear City, attempting to drag the North and even the entire world into chaos too. The Witch of Despair has activated the Mother Nest in Azure Rock Rift. The Mother Nest is expected to reach the outer edge of Crimson Tide territory within 3 hours. If the defenses fall, the insect corpses will affect all local residents and Knights 3. The Mother Nest in Frost Ice Valley has also been awakened, and the insect corpses will attack Crimson Cloud territory, White Fox territory, and Cliffless territory. 4. The Witch of Despair has scattered 23 nest embryos in the north, 12 of which have been activated. There are mysterious mental links between the nests. Louis read through the entries one by one, his gaze lingering on the first line on the screen. The Witch of Despair has awakened the end nest, and the insect mist released by the nest has completely covered the Snowsworn Army's main formation last night. An uncontrollable chill rose in his heart. 6,000. Not 60, not 600. A full 6,000 Snowsworn, already a dangerous enemy of the entire North. And now, they have become insect corpses. Undying bodies, still retaining their fighting spirit and skills, that instinctive killing intent honed in blood and snow. Add to that their contagiousness and swarming nature. This is simply an invincible zombie army. In an instant, images flashed through Louis's mind, churning insect mist, the mother nest standing guard, insect corpses scurrying through the mist, their skin decaying yet moving with lightning speed, smashing stone walls with a punch, shattering shields with a sword, even cleaved in two, still writhing forward. Worse still, the source of all this, the mother nest of the end, the name itself needs no explanation. It was not merely an enlarged version of an ordinary mother nest, but the final form, the ultimate structure of the entire system. He suddenly recalled the vague prophecy in the Daily Intelligence System: the evil nurtured by the Snowsworn is stirring, this crisis will sweep across the entire North this winter. So, this was the evil. That evil had already taken root in the blood and faith of the Snowsworn, needing no sacrifice, they themselves were the sacrifice. Now, it was up to Duke Edmund to deal with it. Louis exhaled softly, his eyes regaining their composure. It wasn't that he was unwilling to contribute, he knew very well that the military force he had spent 2 years building would crumble at the first touch against the Insect Corps army. Crimson Tide territory was the foundation he had painstakingly built up, and it couldn't be lost. Forget expansion and support, just holding on to Snow Peak County and sheltering tens of thousands of people in this chaotic world was a victory in itself. If he could stabilize Snow Peak County, at least this land wouldn't fall into chaos first. Perhaps he couldn't confront the End Mother Nest head-on, but if the Daily Intelligence System provided useful information that could determine the battlefield, he would seize it. He would help in any way he could. Not only for the Empire, but also for himself. If the Northern Territory fell, his territory would not remain unscathed. Then his gaze fell on the second piece of intelligence. The Witch of Despair had activated the Mother Nest in Azure Rock Rift, and the Mother Nest was expected to arrive at the outer edge of Crimson Tide territory within 3 hours. This news instantly made his pupils shrink slightly. This time it wasn't the distant Frost Spear City, nor the frozen valley, but the land beneath his feet. Crimson Tide territory, his base. Azure Rock Rift, that geological fault near the eastern edge of Crimson Tide. He had sent people to investigate, but nothing unusual had been found. He never expected that such a silent, deserted area would harbor a Mother Nest, and one that would be a combat unit arriving at the outer edge of the Crimson Tide within 3 hours. Much closer than I anticipated, Lewis's brow finally furrowed. This wasn't fear, but extreme vigilance. He wasn't unprepared. He had already implemented various defensive measures around the Crimson Tide territory. And with his knightly strength, dealing with a Mother Nest was no problem at all. If it followed its predetermined path, he should be able to intercept it beforehand. He was prepared, but he couldn't afford to be careless. The insect corpses were no ordinary enemies. They felt no pain and had no possibility of retreat. He knew that if he couldn't eliminate them all at once, the tide would turn instantly. Lewis continued scrolling down to the third piece of intelligence. The Mother Nest in Frost Ice Valley had also been awakened and would sweep through Crimson Cloud territory, White Fox territory, and Cliffless territory. These 3 territories near Frost Ice Valley were all within his Snow Peak County. And Crimson Cloud territory was the fiefdom of his half-brother, Varys. It's truly one crisis after another, he sighed, rubbing his temples. He couldn't ignore the situation there, not out of familial affection, but out of responsibility and a sense of order. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave right now. He had to stabilize the Crimson Tide first, and suppress the movements of the Azure Rock Mother Nest as soon as possible. As for Crimson Cloud, White Fox, and Wuaya, Lewis could only hope that they could hold out for a few more hours until he resolved the crisis here, and then he could lead his troops over. He gently swiped his finger, and the interface continued to unfold. As of now, a total of 23 Mother Nests had been confirmed to have revived. Even with Lewis's composure, he frowned at this moment. A single Mother Nest, without any warning, was enough to devour an entire prefecture. But now, the intelligence report stated, 23. Even disregarding the end Mother Nest, this number alone was enough to crush the entire Northern Territory into a wasteland. This was not a local crisis, but a systemic collapse. Hopefully, Duke Edmund's warning will truly alert those lords. His tone was low. His tone was somber. Months ago, when Duke Edmund destroyed the first Mother Nest, he had sensed something was wrong and ordered the lords to prepare in advance. Unfortunately, not everyone was willing to heed the prophecy's command. If they weren't prepared, their territories would be plunged into utter ruin in a very short time, potentially dragging down the entire Northern Territory. The intelligence system continued to update. Lewis reviewed it all, but compared to the first 3 pieces of information, they weren't very important to him. Not useless, but currently insignificant. He silently noted this information down in his notebook. He might need it in the future, but not now. Right now, there was only one important thing. In 3 hours, the eastern part of the Crimson Tide territory would experience its first true attack by the insectoid corpses. Chapter 213 Trap. The moment he stepped out of the tent, a cold wind and fine snow brushed his face, carrying the icy chill unique to late autumn in the north. Lewis tilted his head slightly, glancing at the gray sky. Less than 3 hours, several contingency plans flashed through his mind. The defensive perimeter was complete, all kinds of traps were ready, the fuel and magic explosive bombs for preheating had also been transported out, just waiting to be ignited before battle. Everything was as planned, so he was not flustered. Lewis turned to Lambert and ordered, "Notify all knights to assemble immediately. I have something to say." In less than a quarter of an hour, an entire order of knights stood in formation on the open ground east of the Red Tide camp. Lewis stood on the makeshift platform, his gaze sweeping over the knights he had personally trained. He spoke, his voice not loud but each word resounding. "According to reliable intelligence, a mother hive has fully awakened in the Azure Rock Rift. The insect corpses will arrive at the border of the Red Tide territory within 3 hours." These few words were like thunderclaps striking the battlefield. A tremor ran through the crowd, murmurs of surprise and instinctive gripping of weapons rising and falling. Many knights paled, They had heard the term mother nest before, and many had even participated in its siege, knowing its true meaning. It wasn't just an enemy, it was calamity itself, a force not to be underestimated even though their lord had defeated it twice. But Lewis didn't let them dwell on it. His voice rang out firmly, "I know what you're thinking. But you needn't be afraid. Because we are ready. We have prepared all our offensive measures, just waiting for him to fall into our trap. And behind you are the people of the Crimson Tide territory, your families, your friends, the homes you built with your own hands. With every step you take, the entire Crimson Tide is behind you, there is no turning back. Only victory." He took a deep breath, his tone is steady as a mountain, "but this is not a death match. We have fire, traps, and contingency plans, every one of you has trained, you've practiced. This isn't a battle to the death. It's not about dying, it's about winning. Winning a victory that belongs to us, to the Crimson Tide. Let those behind us see that even the mother nest, if it dares to step half a step into the Crimson Tide, we can turn it to ashes." His right hand shot up, his fist clenched like a sword, his voice booming, "In this battle, we don't seek miracles. We only believe in the human heart. We only believe in the raging fire. We only believe in the swords in our hands. All of you, prepare to meet the enemy. Crimson Tide Knights. Prepare to meet the enemy." At first, there was a deathly silence. The north wind howled, stirring up dust and battle flags across the open field. But no one moved. Everyone seemed to be processing the intelligence they had just heard. Suddenly, a metallic clang broke the silence. It was an older, elite knight who slowly drew his sword, the blade gleaming with a faint red aura in the sunlight, like an ignited spark. Then, a second, a third, click, click, click. Rows of knights drew their swords, some gripping blades, others lances, their eyes burning with fervor as they watched the figure on the platform. "Even if it's the mother nest, as long as it's in the direction our Lord points, we'll charge. He won't let us die in vain. We've defeated them twice, and we'll defeat them a third time, and we'll keep defeating them." Lambert stood quietly to one side, nodding silently as he watched the scene unfold. He had led these knights in training in the arena, guiding them again and again to swing their swords, charge, fall, and rise again. He had seen their doubts, their wavering, their bloodshed, their perseverance. But now they were like blades drawn from their sheaths, their fighting spirit surging. Not one of them retreated. Not because they weren't afraid of the mother nest, but because the man standing on the platform was Lewis. Their lord, their son. The man who had led them to victory time and again. Now he said, "We are ready," and they believed him. They believed every word he spoke, every decision he made, and even if the abyss lay ahead, they were willing to leap with him. These knights, forged in iron and fire, had silently etched this belief into their very bones. The fierce wind rose again, and the battle banners fluttered loudly. The knights knelt on one knee, plunging their weapons heavily into the ground, responding to their lord with a pre-battle oath, "Fight for the Crimson Tide. Fight for Lord Lewis." 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the morning breeze still lingered at the edge of the valley, buzz, the cold iron resonator began to vibrate. It was a sound like metal tearing through the air, deep yet piercing, like the tolling of a death knell, carrying an oppressive force from the depths of the earth. Lewis abruptly turned his head, his gaze shooting like an arrow towards the mountain path. This was not a small probing attack. He listened for only a moment and made his judgment. A massive mass of insect corpses was approaching. The rapid vibrations and incessant buzzing indicated that this enemy force was extremely numerous and moving at an incredible speed, with pressure simultaneously pressing down on the surface and underground. Lambert said beside him, "Both the main and secondary paths are resonating, and the scale is larger than expected." "I know," Lewis said calmly. "This is the mother hive testing the waters, and also, giving us an opportunity." Before the buzzing had even subsided, the entire Red Tide camp was already in motion. "The insect corpses are coming," a knight exclaimed. "Perfect timing," another old knight sneered, pressing down on his visor. None of the knights hesitated, they had already been ignited by the previous speech, and hearing this tremor was like a raging fire drawn to dry tinder. Some mounted their horses, some picked up flamethrowers, and some ran towards the detonation ropes at the edge of the pit. There were no screams, no panic, only action. "Switch all plans to combat mode," Lewis ordered, his words clearly reaching everyone's ears. "The first line must not retreat, the second line must not panic, and the third line must prepare reinforcements." On the other side, at the northern entrance of the Red Tide Valley, The army of insect corpses slowly poured in through the narrow valley entrance. Their bodies were twisted and frenzied, their skin cracked and peeling, their bones protruding from their skin like sharp blades. In their eyes, mouths, and ears, purplish-black mycelial veins pulsated, as if some kind of life was struggling and hatching within them. Born from the deep, warm bed of the mother nest, they had shed human reason, yet retained a terrifying fighting instinct. These insect corpses themselves had no thought, but their actions were not purely blind charges. The mother nest of the Azure Rock Rift, its gradually awakening deep will, had begun to intervene and command in a primitive yet ruthless way. It was learning, it was adjusting. It was gradually becoming a true war machine. It knew how to scout, how to flank, and how to analyze the prey's reactions. Thus, the insect corpse army did not choose to attack the main road head-on, but instead stealthily cut in from the northern valley, its clear objective being to strike directly at the southeastern flank of the Crimson Tide territory. It was a seemingly weak no-man's land, and what guided their advance were merely a few light cavalrymen harassing and fleeing through the forest. Sensing no movement at the front, the mother nest avoided battle and retreated. It had smelled a weakness, so he ordered the insectoid corpses to advance faster, confident and arrogant, as if he could already see the decaying city ruins and mountains of corpses on the scorched earth. Little did he know, this was the first deadly trap laid by Lewis. In the south of Red Tide City, on the upper floors of a defensive earthen building, layers upon layers of people crowded around the only small window. That small window was now the only eye on the 3 floors of the earthen building that could glimpse the battle. At first, people scrambled to see, some carrying stools, some carrying children, and some even carrying dry rations, intending to hold out until the very end. Cries, shoving, and curses mingled together in a cacophony. Finally, the city management chief couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "Are you watching a battle or going to market? Making such a racket, the enemy will laugh their heads off." He looked around, his gaze shifting to a tall, thin young man. "Rock? You always spout tavern stories, saying your ancestors were bards? Now use them. Look, we're listening." The young man hesitated, then straightened his back. "All right." He pushed through the crowd, stood by the window, adjusted his cloak, like a storyteller on stage. But just as he was about to speak, a series of rumbling sounds came from the distant mountains, as if the earth was trembling violently. Rock's heart tightened. He leaned out and saw, amidst billowing smoke, waves of insect corpses surging in like a flood. Their limbs were twisted, neither human nor ghost, like a nightmare awakening in the darkness. Even from a distance, they were clearly visible. These monsters were recklessly rushing into the valley. A commotion arose among the people behind him. Tell us. Tell us. What happened?" Rock swallowed hard, forcing a calm smile. "Don't panic, everyone. Look at this surging tide of monsters. It's a brilliant plan by Lord Crimson Tide, luring them into a trap." His heart pounded. How would I know about Lord Lewis's plan? I'm just making this up to keep things under control. But unexpectedly, his lie came true the next moment. Boom! On the mountain top, the dormant mechanism suddenly exploded, and giant wooden spikes, carrying irresistible force, roared down the slope. They crashed to the ground, instantly crushing the front rows of insect corpses, blood and severed limbs splattering everywhere, the sound terrifying as if a mountain god were descending to punish them. Rock's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, but his mouth raced as he shouted, "Did you hear that? This is the first deadly trap set by the Master, the rolling log trap, divine punishment from heaven." Roar! The people cheered, and someone yelled, "Well done!" Before the words were even finished, the ground suddenly caved in, one side of the earthen wall collapsed, and black oil gushed out, rising like infernal flames, burning the insect corpses in front of them alive. Rock waved his hand. "Now look at the second trap, the pit has collapsed." Boom! Rock swallowed hard, and just as he caught his breath, a red light suddenly appeared on both sides of the window. Accompanied by a rusty mechanical roar, the flamethrower roared and spat out orange-red tongues of fire writhing like venomous snakes, instantly weaving a fiery barrier at the mouth of the valley. The insect corpses struggled before the wall of fire, their cries shrill and piercing. Boom! Boom! The iron plate fell, and the flamethrower extended from the walls on both sides, like the open mouth of a war dragon, sweeping across with flames. Finally, the third layer of firewall. Flamethrowers on both sides activated, demonic flames sweeping across, incinerating corpses and extinguishing the enemy's courage. "The Moab Purgatory has opened," Rock roared, That's the wrath of the earth's fire, the heart of the crimson tide, the embodiment of our people's fury. Dozens of lightweight magic explosive bombs rained down from the sky, landing with pinpoint accuracy between the inferno and the valley floor. The powerful shockwaves instantly tore everything apart. Boom, 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 boom. The moment each bomb exploded, the air seemed to be ripped apart. Flames and smoke billowed up, and shards of bone and insect corpse fluids rained down like blood, shimmering in the night sky like a crimson starry night. In just 5 minutes, the first wave of the insect army's vanguard was almost completely annihilated. Rock stared wide-eyed, frozen at the window, watching this shocking scene in disbelief. The violent shockwaves from the immense power seemed to rip the very air from the entire valley. He could feel the heat and oppression in the air, and the aftershocks of the explosion made him involuntarily raise his voice again. That's a magic explosion bomb. The fire weapon personally chosen by the Lord. Specifically designed to deal with these monsters. Their remains have been completely crushed under this sea of fire. The onlookers had forgotten their initial panic, their eyes filled with indescribable horror and shock. Even immortal monsters could never escape. This is the true power of the Crimson Tide. Rock's voice was hoarse, yet still full of pride and passion. He looked at the clamoring crowd, a smile playing on his lips. We have won this battle. These few words, like a morning bell, instantly struck the hearts of everyone present. The crowd was silent for 3 seconds, then long live Lord Lewis, someone shouted first, and then, as if a haystack had been set ablaze, the entire earthen building erupted in chaos. Men shouted, women cried, and children waved their fists. Every face was filled with excitement and fervor. My mother was right. Only the Crimson Tide Lord is the true hero who protects us. God's blessing? No. It's Lord Lewis who protects us. I've been feeling uneasy these past 2 days, but now, I feel like even if it's hell outside, we're not afraid. Lord Lewis is like a general who descended from the heavens. My son is only a year old, and the first word I want to teach him is Lord Lewis. People chattered, all expressing their admiration and gratitude. An elderly woman with gray hair, leaning on her cane, choked back tears as she said, with this Lord here, our lives have been worthwhile. Others jumped up and down excitedly. Do you remember? We used to live by scavenging for dry grass roots in the snow. Now we can live in a mud building, and someone comes to protect us. It's not just good luck, it's that we've followed the right person. Rock was pushed and shoved by the crowd, some people stuffing steamed buns into his hands, others stuffing dried fruit into his hands. A little girl tied a bunch of dried flowers to his arm, grinning, "Thank you for telling us all this. You talk like a hero from a play." Rock was both amused and exasperated. Then you should thank Lord Lewis, not me. I'm just a storyteller. The cheers of the people were deafening, almost shaking the brick walls of the earthen city. But Lewis, standing at the edge of the battlefield, showed no joy. His gaze passed over the sea of fire and thick smoke, over the charred remains of the insect corpses, and landed on the still burning forest valley in the distance. The wind was subtly changing direction. He smelled the stench of rotting hatchlings, an aura 100 times worse than the insect corpses, spreading from the valley. It's not over yet, Lewis murmured, his eyes sharp as blades. That mother nest, the main body hasn't moved yet. Just as he finished speaking, deep within the muddy, snow-covered forest of the valley, a huge sack was writhing. It had been half submerged, but now it slowly raised its body. The mother nest sensed a threat. It had initially thought this small territory called Red Tide was merely an isolated outpost, easily breached by low-level insect slaves and assault species. But now, it had to admit it was a tough nut to crack. The valley torn apart by flames proved one thing: to conquer Red Tide, it had to mobilize its entire force. The mother nest's thinking was slow, but not without logic. In its not yet fully evolved brain, a simple and brutal strategy was born: swallow it. Swallow the entire Red Tide in one gulp. And so it moved. A forest valley began to collapse, trees were knocked away, and snow melted into putrid liquid. A massive insect sack slowly crawled out from the ground, its back covered with mottled, dark brown bony plates and festering raw flesh. Dozens of tentacles spread out from the sack like vines, scraping against the remaining snow and scorched earth, making a wet, splattering sound. Even more terrifying, translucent insect corpses continuously dripped from the holes on its body. Like undeveloped fetuses, they slid out of the mother nest's shell, landed, convulsed, and then immediately surged forward. Group after group, swarm after swarm. These insect corpses were unlike the previous orderly army. They were more like a degenerate flood, their numbers staggering, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake, as if even the air itself was being corroded. Rock watched the massive figure slowly approach along the main mountain path, his throat tightening, unable to utter a single word. Firewalls, rolling logs, and a series of traps erupted, the prearranged defenses exploding like pre-triggered mechanisms. But those deadly attacks, so effective against ordinary insect corpses, were now utterly ineffective against the mother nest. The thick exoskeleton withstood the flames, the logs couldn't penetrate the layer of soft flesh and bone plates, and the healing tissue visibly writhed, regenerated, and sealed itself. This, Rock swallowed hard, managing to squeeze out a sentence. A rather large monster is coming. Everyone turned to look at him. But he paused, then casually raised his voice. But everything is within the Lord's expectations. Don't panic. The moment he uttered those words, even he himself felt unsure of his own words. Chapter 214. The Lord tossed a sun. Rock watched the colossal creature writhe in the mountain path, its flesh churning and its corpses cascading down like a tide. His lips trembled, a chill running through him. He glanced furtively at Lewis above, trying to discern even the slightest hint of panic or hesitation on the Lord's face. But what he saw was a smile. "You've come," Lewis said, a slow smile playing on his lips. "I'm not afraid of you coming out, I'm afraid of you hiding and refusing to come out. Now that you've emerged, things are much simpler." He raised his hand and waved it decisively. His voice wasn't loud, but it pierced the wind and snow through the command flag, reaching the eyes of every squad on the defensive line. "Heavy magic explosive bomb. Prepare." "Yes, sir," the distant night squad responded in unison. The artillerymen, already positioned behind the earthen walls on the mountainside, quickly sprang into action. The heavy tripods clattered to the ground, as solid as rock. Then, a large, black magic explosive bomb was lifted into the loading slot, its outer shell gleaming with a cold, eerie light. That was Hilco's proudest invention. And now he stood by the fourth-floor window of the main earthen castle, elbows propped on the windowsill, watching the colossal body of the mother nest slowly crawl out of the valley. It was a terrifying monstrosity, a massive mass of rotting flesh, insect shells, and venomous glands stitched together, slime and insect corpses constantly gushing from its body, the entire mountain path seeming to be covered by a moving plague. Yet Hilco showed no fear. Instead, he laughed, his eyes flashing wildly, muttering, "Only such an opponent is worthy of my magic explosion bomb. Today, let me see your true power." On the high ground, Lewis watched the mother nest's movement intently, judging the wind direction, terrain, elevation difference, and enemy density. He mentally calculated, raised his right hand, slowly bringing his fingers together like a knife, pointing directly at the still writhing, bulging core sac in the mother nest's chest and abdomen. "Fire." As Lewis's voice fell, the knight pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The magic blasting projectile roared, spewing out a violently trembling ball of blue-white blazing light. The tripod tilted back abruptly, the heavy recoil sending snow flying and the ground trembling slightly. Unlike traditional magic blasts, this magic blast was a massive energy condensation, emitting a chilling, scorching low rumble as it flew, like a bolt of lightning falling from the sky. The mother nest sensed it. Not through its eyes, it lacked true vision. It was instinct, a perception etched deep within its primal genes, only activated in the final moments before death. At that moment, it froze. Its massive arthropod body trembled slightly in the snow, all its tentacles stilled, even the parasitic corpses seemed to freeze as if sensing the mutation in its master brain. The ball of blazing light falling from the sky was silent, yet more oppressive than a storm, more destructive than a volcano. A strange emotion welled up within its will. Not anger, not alertness, not predatory hunger, but fear. True terror. It couldn't understand what it was, couldn't name it, couldn't even find a reference point in its instincts. It only knew that if it didn't escape, this thing would make it disappear. But it was too late. In the midst of its chaotic hesitation, the flames arrived. Boom! The explosion instantly engulfed the mountain path. Within a core diameter of about 50 meters, the surface rocks melted into flowing crimson magma in the high temperature. All the insect corpses, whether weak or enhanced, didn't even have time to utter a wail before being directly vaporized, leaving not even a trace. Outside the epicenter, the high-temperature shockwave swept across the 80-meter-high hillside with a force of scorching flames. The airwaves crushed down like a giant burning wall, throwing and engulfing insect corpses, soil, and broken rocks. Those insect swarms that Orin destroyed at the epicenter also burst into flames in the airwaves, their bodies charred, writhing, and collapsing, emitting a series of cracking sounds. And the massive mother nest, its sensory system struggled to analyze the ball of light and flame that descended from the sky. Yet, it could only detect countless fragmented signals within its neural pathways: intense heat, distortion, alienation, and lethality. Its carapace ultimately couldn't withstand the ultimate firepower, a fusion of alchemy and magical energy. The heart sac between its chest and abdomen was precisely struck. In the intense heat, it swelled, its internal organs burst, its insect venom boiled, and black smoke rose like a poisonous cloud above the valley. Multiple deep cracks appeared on its outer shell, and its tentacles were torn apart and scattered by the shock wave, like broken branches. Those supposedly irreplaceable, enhanced insect corpses lost their last defense under this onslaught. Their bone armor melted, their venom sacs exploded, and there was no possibility of reconstruction. The flames hadn't yet died down. In the scorched pit, only a burning remnant remained, struggling, trembling, and disintegrating between the flames and the cold snow. This was civilization's condemnation of savagery. It utterly failed to comprehend the malice of humanity's infinite evolution. A few minutes later, at the edge of the scorched pit, the flames still raged, and the mountain wind, carrying scorching heat and black smoke, howled through the mountain path. The mother nest was gone, leaving only a charred remains, collapsing and disintegrating on the ground, like sins burned away and turning to dust, carried away by the wind. Hilko stood on the high platform of the earthen castle, the wind whipping his disheveled hair, the firelight reflecting flickering flames in his eyes. "Ah, this is art," he murmured, almost dedicating an aria to his own designed magic explosive bomb. Precise, violent, utter purification, perfect. Perfect enough to make one weep, but at the very moment of the explosion, the entire earthen building shuddered violently. Not a tremor, but a shock wave erupting from the ground, a thunderous roar like a mountain. The wooden planks on the walls groaned, dust flew from the window frames, oil lamps hanging from the beams swayed violently, and some people lost their footing, screaming and crouching down. Rock was leaning over a window, ready to shout "Stay calm," when the next second, boom, the tremor intensified abruptly, a thunderous explosion booming from outside the mountain, as if the air itself had been ignited. At that moment, it felt as if the earth had been punched hard from the sky. He felt as if his soul had been ripped out, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his backside aching, but he paid no heed to the pain. For he had seen it. He had witnessed the sun-like demonic bomb descend from the sky, landing above the heart sac of the mother nest, and then exploding. It wasn't an explosion, it was the arrival of apocalypse. The mother nest, like a massive lump of flesh thrown into purgatory, rapidly decayed, disintegrated, and burned to charcoal in the flames. Boiling larvae and burning tissue exploded together, black smoke billowing like a venomous dragon emerging from the abyss, rising towards the sky. The entire valley seemed to have been crushed by a giant's punch. The terrain was instantly reshaped, flames surged, craters overflowed, and tentacles scattered. Rock stared blankly, his eyes glazed over, his mouth agape, but no word came out. Only one thought remained in his mind: the sun had fallen. Rock finally couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering, the sun burned that giant monster to death." "What? What sun?" The crowd stirred. "What did you say? The monster is really dead. Speak clearly. Speak clearly now." Someone pulled him up from the ground, and he sat up abruptly like a startled pigeon, his eyes wide, panting, shouting word by word, "It's true. The Lord threw down a sun. It crashed down from the sky. It burned that mountain-sized monster to ashes in one go." He was so excited that he was incoherent. It howled, struggled, rolled down the mountain in flames, and then poof, it exploded. "Do you understand? It turned to ashes." He waved his arms, like a madman, or a prophet witnessing a miracle. "I saw its shell crack. Its tentacles broke off. Its larvae exploded out. The whole mountain path was burning. That wasn't fire, it was the wrath of the gods. Believe me, the Lord, He is the master of the sun." Inside the earthen building, after a brief silence, something was ignited. With a boom, cheers erupted like a flood. "The sun. The sun. Our Lord has thrown a sun. We're saved. The sun has returned to the red tide." The crowd shouted, knelt, yelled, and wept excitedly, as if the flames had burned into their hearts. They couldn't see the battlefield, they could only piece together the terrifying yet sacred blow in their minds through the words of their temporary commentator, Rock. But they knew one thing: they had won the battle. They had survived. Their lord had truly thrown down a son. On the other side, Lewis stood on the high ground, his expression calm as still water. A cold wind, carrying the scorched earth smell of the explosion, blew from the depths of the valley, ruffling his cloak. Black smoke still swirled in the sky, refusing to dissipate. He didn't look at the charred remains. The boiling insect scum, the twisted shells, the shattered tentacles, they were meaningless to him. What truly mattered was, the mother nest's heart sac had been completely incinerated in the flames. He slowly raised a hand, his index and middle fingers joined together, and drew forward. Begin clearing the area. His tone was low, but the knights around him immediately sprang into action. They emerged from the snow, clad in fireproof, cold iron armor, flamethrowers slung over their shoulders, their nozzles whirring softly. Orange-red demonic flames, brimming with suppressed fury, erupted from the long tubes, trailing tongues of fire that surged forth like fiery serpents leaping from their vents, lunging at the remaining insect carcasses on both sides of the hillside. Those deformed creatures, wounded but not yet dead, still clinging to life, barely managed to writhe and struggled before being engulfed by the blazing inferno. The flames rapidly seeped into their bodies through their shells and joints, the flames churning beneath their armor as they twisted, convulsed, and then exploded into charred chunks of flesh and tar. The snow, lit by the flames, billowed with mist and the stench of burning, the mud mingling with insect carcasses and melting snow, gradually being scorched into a desolate battlefield. Lewis watched silently, finally letting out a slow exhale. He rarely showed his emotions in battle, especially in front of the knights. But at this moment, he did feel a genuine sense of relief. They had preserved Crimson Tide territory. The most stubborn cancer, the mother nest, had been eradicated in one fell swoop. It didn't even have the chance to retaliate before collapsing in the flames. The threat to Snow Peak County had been halved in an instant. What did this mean? It meant that his most important foundation was secure. It meant that he could now free up more troops and resources to rescue the other territories of Snow Peak County. The erupting cheers even coming from the distant earthen castle behind him made him smile. Chapter 215 The End Mother Nest heads south. Not everyone is as fortunate as Red Tide territory, with a calm, decisive lord like Lewis, who also possesses an intelligence network. Take, for example, the Earl of Grant's Ironwall territory in the north. This territory is situated at a crucial crossroads between Red Tide and Snowfall County, a landscape of icy plains and forests, crisscrossed by numerous thoroughfares. It forms the first line of defense protecting the heart of the north, where the Grant family has long been established, ruling hereditarily. Militarily, the Grant family commands a formidable elite legion, the Frozen Blood Legion. This is a veteran force renowned for its mountain warfare tactics, clad in heavy ice-scale armor. Disciplined and vastly organized, they conduct annual winter training exercises around frozen lakes, reportedly maintaining their formation even in the face of extreme cold and storms. Their defensive center is the formidable rock-embedded fortress. It is not merely a castle, but a colossal fortress embedded entirely in the mountainside, fused with a rock strata. A poet once exaggeratedly wrote, "If rock-embedded fortress falls, the north is lost." They call themselves the Wall of the North. For years, they had resisted the northern barbarians and the Cold Lands monsters, never truly falling. This was the glory that the children of the Grant family had been instilled with since childhood, and the source of all their confidence. And all of this had built a stable prosperity. The fortress was well ordered, with clear distinctions between agriculture and commerce, and granaries, foundries, schools, and stables were all complete. Even during the snowy season, they could organize temple fairs, hunting competitions, and military parades. Compared to other territories still struggling to prepare for famine in the dead of winter, their people were almost living in peace. Until, on October 10th, the Grant family was brightly decorated. In the main hall of the rock-embedded fortress, the family banner hung between the high pillars with reliefs, its silver and dark blue totems fluttering in the firelight. The fire in the hearth was burning brightly, even igniting the winter everburner, which was usually only lit for celebrations or weddings. Today was the coming-of-age ceremony of the Grant family's youngest grandson, Elton. The 16-year-old boy walked firmly up the steps and received an ancient short sword from his father. That was a family heirloom, forged on the northern frontier, a symbol of responsibility and legacy. He raised the short sword high, his voice still carrying a youthful naivete, yet unable to conceal his pride. I, Elton Grant, swear before my kin today that I will use this sword to defend the family's honor, to protect the dignity of the North, until my last drop of blood. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Clan members raised their cups in unison, elders smiling and praising. This is truly a sign of the Grant family. Meanwhile, outside the main castle, several scout units had lost contact in the snowstorm. The city outside the castle was peaceful. Villagers were busy with their final preparations for winter. Some were stringing dried fish together and storing them in the cellar. Others were carrying worn-out boots to the leather workers' shops, where vendors sold salted snow radishes and cured meat dumplings. At the blacksmith's shop on the street corner, the anvil clanged as an old blacksmith, sweating profusely, forged the arm of a crossbow for snowfield use. He muttered to his apprentice as he hammered, "This year is strange, the snow is half a month late, and wolves are scarce, but we can expect a good new year." In the academy north of the city, a group of students were loudly reciting the records of the iron-blooded empire with their teacher. It was a textbook compiled by the empire, mostly praising the central order and the achievements of conquest. Inside the small temple west of the city, an old woman with a full head of white hair knelt before an incense table, trembling as she lit an old copper oil lamp. She murmured, "Last night in my dream, the snow god wept." Several young men, devout followers of the Imperial Orthodox Church, shook their heads with laughter. The old lady's just spouting those old god tales again. Who believes in the snow god these days? Everyone believes in the dragon ancestors' divine grace. Yeah, the Grant family's doing a good job. What's there to be afraid of? Their laughter mingled with the children's voices and the clanging of hammers in the snow, weaving a peaceful picture enveloped by time. Suddenly, dark clouds surged across the entire Grant Earl's territory, like a black tide rolling back, and a cold wind swept down from the north, carrying the putrid stench of a foreign land. The sky seemed to be obscured by something enormous. The sunlight dimmed instantly, as if the end of the world had arrived prematurely. A scout knight hurriedly rode out of the south gate, but before he could even leave the city, he reined in his horse at a bend in the mountain path. He saw the wall, a wall made of a mixture of corpses and insect nest resin, over 10 meters high, blocking the entire mountain path. Fragments of armor, severed limbs, and skulls still clung to the skeletal shell, resin seeping out as if slowly breathing. It was a living city of corpses. The messenger's Adam's apple bobbed as he murmured, "Corpses, a city built of corpses." The next moment, the ant-hive nest emerged from the mist. It slowly advanced along the main mountain path, dragging a tunnel of insect shells several miles long, every inch teeming with unhatched larval sacs. Boiling liquid dripped from its enormous abdominal cavity, melting the snow into black mud and releasing a thick, bloody red mist. The vanguard consisted of hordes of ordinary insect corpses. These grotesque, mutated creatures were clad in human armor fragments, their limbs twisted, their eye sockets hollow, their mouths split to their ears, constantly spewing out scorching, highly toxic gastric juices that could corrode metal and rock from a distance. A troop of insect corpses charged to the outpost at the foot of the mountain, the soldiers firing their bows in preparation for battle, but before they could fire 3 volleys, the city walls collapsed under the scorching gastric juices. The shadowy figures plunged into the city, screams, wails, and the sounds of tearing flesh mingling into a bloody symphony. Some raised their swords to resist, only to have their spines snapped by the swarming insects that had crept in from behind. Others tried to escape, only to find the mountain paths already surrounded by the insects. Death was the only way out. A young girl hid in a pile of firewood, covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. She saw the insects dragging her mother's corpse past, the body reduced to half a face, still muttering, "Help me, start a fire and cook." A young father tried to block an insect climbing onto the windowsill with his machete, but the insect ripped him open at the neck with a single claw. Blood splattered on his son's face behind him. The little boy collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably, immediately spotted by the insect. The entire outpost fortress fell completely in less than 15 minutes. Next came the villages. The insects that escaped the fortress rushed into the villages below at breakneck speed, smashing houses, setting cowsheds ablaze, and the wailing of the bell tower becoming a final lament. Some mothers fled into the forest with their children, but there they encountered even more insect carcasses. On the frosty ground, blood-stained shattered patterns, recording the final struggles of life. Meanwhile, in the upper levels of the rock-embedded castle, the Grant family's banquet was in full swing. Inside the opulent banquet hall, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air, silver cups clinked, and the fireplace burned brightly. Young Elton, draped in a silver-trimmed cloak, proudly raised his cup to toast his relatives. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted outside the banquet hall. It wasn't thunder, but the resonance of the insect swarm crashing against the mountain walls and protective ramparts, like the beating of war drums. Then came a second, a third, growing closer and deeper. The banquet hall door was flung open, and a knight captain staggered in, half his armor melted away, blood flowing from the gaps. His face contorted in terror. He growled, "Enemy attack! Monsters are coming!" A commotion erupted. The Earl abruptly rose, his expression shifting from rage to cold. He immediately ordered, "Close the inner fortress. Assemble the frozen blood legion. Follow me to the walls to meet the enemy." But it was all too late. Through the back window of the banquet hall, the distant mountain path seemed to have collapsed. Amidst the surging insect swarm, Earl Grant saw the End's nest for the first time. It was a terrifying colossus, its upper body resembling the Virgin Mary with outstretched arms, its face a composite of countless tormented human faces, its eyes tightly closed yet tears streaming like blood, hatching swarms of writhing insects. Below its waist were swollen, twisted, flesh ovaries and incubation chambers, constantly spewing forth tentacles and offspring. The aura was death itself, mingled with the wailing of infants, blurring one's senses. The Earl stood frozen, staring at the colossal monster of fallen motherhood, suddenly realizing this was not a battle, but the end of the world. A black tide had rolled in from the city's weakly fortified southern slopes, breaching watchtowers, collapsing mountain gates, and destroying the inner city's access bridges, sweeping in like an apocalyptic tsunami. His eyes widened, and he seemed to hear the warning from Duke Edmund's messenger months earlier: the insect corpses are not to be underestimated, they retain their fighting instincts from life and cannot die. Once the infection begins, it will spread exponentially from hundreds to tens of thousands. At the time, Earl Grant had dismissed it with disdain. He finished reading the Duke of Snowpeak County's warning letter, smiled faintly, and casually tossed it into the fireplace. "The Duke is old, he loves to exaggerate," he said to his advisors. "My Grant family has guarded the North for a century. Would we fear a few alien insects?" But only now did he understand that what the letter said was not a false alarm. It was a real calamity. On the morning of the second day before Rock Castle was about to fall, he finally roared and donned his armor, his silver armor covering his body and his frost-patterned cloak fluttering in the wind. Holding the family sword, he summoned the Frozen Blood Legion for a final counterattack. However, the insect swarm was not a savage charge, it was rhythmic, strategic, and aided by the intelligence of the mother nest. The knights were routed, the main city was besieged, and the various refuge fortresses were losing contact. Message hawks fell from the sky, their scrolls charred black. The once proud Grant line, like tiles covered in thick snow, crumbled at the slightest touch. Even more bizarrely, some captured nobles, knights, and warriors with battle ore were not executed on the spot. They were taken to the mother nest of the End. Their altars made of insect bones and shrouded in thick fog exuded a corrupt and seductive aura. A figure slowly rose from the insect swarm. He wore a blood-red dress, his long hair flowing like burning silk, but his voice was a hoarse, deep male voice, as if hundreds of souls were murmuring in unison. He smiled and ordered the insect corpses to seal the prisoners into cocoons one by one. These cocoons writhed and trembled, and after several hours, they burst open, from which crawled new insect corpses. Their armor was still intact, their faces were vaguely recognizable, and they even possessed combat skills. As if the deceased had been replicated, Earl Grant led his army in a bloody battle, and together with several extraordinary knights beside him, they slew many insect corpses, vowing to defend the remaining inner city to the death. But in the dead of night, he heard terrified screams behind him. Turning around, he saw his personal guards kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. A fissure appeared in the swarm of insects. From it, two figures slowly emerged, his grandson and his second son. They wore tattered knightly armor, their steps were slow and stiff, their eyes were empty and lifeless, and deep insect mouths split open in their chins. From their throats came hoarse but familiar voices. "Grandpa, we have returned." The Earl was struck dumb, staggered back a step, and his fingers gripping his sword trembled violently. "No, it wasn't you. You shouldn't have." The grandson still managed to squeeze out the mimicking syllables, glory, forever, shut up. Earl Grant roared and charged forward, his longsword slashing down, only to be overwhelmed by the swarm of insects that surged forth in the next instant. He struggled and roared, hacking and slashing incessantly, but ultimately exhausted and captured. The Red Witch approached slowly, squinting at him as if admiring a piece of jade waiting to be carved. A fine specimen, the former wall of the north. Now nothing but a malleable shell. Insect threads climbed up the Earl's body like a tide, slowly entwining him into a gigantic cocoon. Finally, a new insect corpse was born. Its back was covered in tattered armor, and the emblem of the Grant family still hung on its chest, but its face was twisted, and its eyes were empty. The ant hive hummed in the darkness. The insect swarm began again, treading on snow and blood, slowly heading south. Chapter 216 The End of Pal. 2 months before the mother nest appeared, Pal Calvin's frontier finally saw a turning point. This was, of course, the result of his elder brother Sultan Calvin's secret arrangements. To salvage his younger brother's reputation in the north and prevent him from becoming a laughingstock, Sultan quietly dispatched an elite force, bringing winter provisions, leather goods, and simple stone fortifications. He also appointed several strict veteran knights and experienced frontier officers as an advisory group to assist Pal in rebuilding the camp. To outsiders, Pal seemed to have suddenly turned on his luck and was finally back on track. Within 2 months, watchtowers were erected along the river, and crude but practical observation towers were built between mountain passes. The camp, reclaimed from the wetlands, also began to resemble a castle. The hearths and food storage areas were clearly defined, patrols began to be stationed at fixed points, and even a small hunting competition was held, slightly raising morale. Parr sat on the makeshift wooden balcony of the main building, watching the smoke rise and fall from the chimneys of his territory, and finally a long-lost smile appeared on his face. "I am not a loser," he murmured to himself, gripping his quill pen and unfolding the parchment scroll. He planned to draft a battle report to send back to his father in the southeast. Though the extreme cold of the north is fierce, I, Parr, have never retreated. The territory is now on the verge of self-sufficiency, the watchtowers are secure, and expansion is in sight. Father, rest assured, the blood of the Calvin family will not cool in the snow. As he wrote, he imagined returning to the family one day, clad in golden armor, the snow still glistening, stepping into the Calvin family's banquet hall. On either side of the long table, his brothers all rose, their gazes filled with astonishment. His usually taciturn father also put down his wineglass, staring at him, a rare emotion flickering in his eyes. You actually survived, and succeeded," his father murmured, his voice low and hoarse. He didn't answer, but simply spread the battle reports on the table, like scattering a handful of glorious chips. He saw Louis, his lucky half-brother, kneeling at his feet and whispering, "I'm sorry, I'm not worthy to be the son-in-law of the governor of the north. Please take over my wife and this north, brother Pal." Emily stood beside him, shedding her haughtiness, dressed in plain clothes, and bent down to hug his legs, tears welling in her eyes. "Please let me stay by your side, even as a maid, it would be fine. I once looked down on you, but now I understand, the true strong man, is you." He imagined himself gently helping her up, a kingly smile on his lips. "You don't have to be a maid, I will give you a better position." Outside the city, millions of refugees chanted his name, songs echoed throughout the north, and knights tattooed his name on their shoulder armor. He even imagined his father raising a glass at the family banquet in winter and announcing, "From this day forward, Pal Calvin will be the heir of the Calvin family." In this way, all the past failures, humiliations, and ridicule would be overturned and shattered, becoming stepping stones for his ascent. Recent successes led Pal to believe that this northern reversal was only a matter of time, and that he was already on the verge of a fateful reversal. However, he was unaware that before he could even take his first step, a second-generation mother hive had already quietly appeared in the northern part of his territory. Black mist had spread from the forest, and the tentacles of insect corpses pierced the night, crawling towards the edge of his territory. The more dazzling the fantasy, the more brutal the destruction of reality. October 10th, Pal's territory. From dawn, the sky hung low like iron, heavy with clouds, without a ray of sunlight. Unbeknownst to anyone, a new second-generation mother hive was slowly descending at the edge of the mountains. Its body was covered in insect shells and black metallic tissues, dragging out arthropod organs, like a giant shadow emerging from the apocalypse. The advance force of insect corpses spread like a black tide, leaving only ruins and scorched earth in its wake. Dead fish and rotting waterfowl floated on the river, and wild dogs along the banks began to frantically attack their own kind as they fled. The mountain pass outpost had long since lost contact, and birds in the sky fled south in panic. In the dense forest, a mist of insects silently spread, as if the world were being shrouded in some indescribable miasma. Par remained immersed in his triumphant sense of victory, a feeling of triumph finally achieved, until his mount suddenly neighed and reared up. A sentry stumbled towards him, covered in blood, his chest caved in, his eyes rolled back, a mangled corpse. He collapsed before Par, then convulsed and rose to his feet, his long, tongue-like legs spitting out as he lunged at Par. "Protect the Lord!" The guard swiftly decapitated the man and hacked him to pieces. Though unharmed, Par was ashen-faced and nearly fell from his horse. What is this?" he stammered, his eyes filled with terror. The guards exchanged glances, all sensing an ominous impending doom. And just minutes later, the full crisis descended. Pal hastily ordered the mobilization of all his forces. 300 heavily armored soldiers left behind by Sultan, along with dozens of Oran knights, lined up around the camp, intending to hold off the enemy. But they couldn't hold out for even a few minutes. Giant insect corpses came crashing down like mountains, leaping out of the fog and tearing apart the breastplates of the frontline soldiers. Several giant insect corpses took hold of the defensive line, sweeping across like straw men being toppled. Streams of slime rained down from the air, igniting the soldiers' bodies, and the aura barrier crumbled like paper. Pal stood in horror at the rear, watching helplessly as the camp turned into a living hell. The castles he had personally designed collapsed in flames and thick smoke. The newly erected sentry posts became pillars for the insect corpses to cling to. Familiar knights cried out as they fell into the thick fog, dragged away by the insect legs. He even saw the giant insect corpse, pieced together from dozens of corpses and writhing like a centipede, crushed down from the mountain pass, its surface covered with the faces of knights from his territory. Pal, his face deathly pale, turned and ran, even kicking away the knights who tried to stop him, screaming, "Quick! Prepare the horses. I'm leaving. To Red Tide territory for reinforcements, immediately. I must go myself. No, I am of Calvin blood, I cannot die here. You hold them off." In the chaos, he discarded his armor, leading a dozen or so guards on horseback out of the valley behind the camp, abandoning the soldiers and officials who were still resisting. At that moment, he had no time to consider honor, duty, or command. Only one thought remained in his mind: life. I must live. This calamity is beyond my control. Pal was forcibly escorted by his men to break through the encirclement, fleeing all the way. His face was covered in ash, his cloak charred black, he was utterly disheveled. Behind him was the inferno of the completely collapsed camp, and ahead lay a snowfield shrouded in thick fog and filled with a constant chirping of insects. He dared not look back until a familiar figure rushed out from the firelight. That was his guardian knight, the knight who had protected him since childhood, now a worm-like corpse, his eyes vacant, his face writhing with worm-like threads, lunging to bite a knight. "Kill him! Kill him!" Pal screamed, frantically drawing his sword, only to drop it a few seconds later and scramble onto his horse to escape. After fleeing for hours, they briefly rested in a makeshift cave behind them, preparing to break out westward, only to be met with even greater despair. Scouts brought back news: most of the breakout points had fallen. Worse still, a familiar-looking horde of worm-like corpses was approaching the cave. Pal looked into the distance and recognized their faces. His captain of the guard, the loyal subject who had shielded him from arrows in the cold night, now wore tattered armor, worms wriggling in his eye sockets. The steward sent by Sultan, who had taught him etiquette in his youth, now moved forward in a grotesque, twisted manner, his mouth torn open. And the knightly order he had boasted about countless times, their emblems now covered in blood. Their faces were contorted, their mouths seemingly still calling out Lord Pal, but it was all false repetition and echo. Pal collapsed to the ground, muttering, "No, it can't be. They shouldn't have done this." No matter what he thought, the reality was that he was quickly surrounded. He tried to escape, but was impaled by insect stings, pinned to the stone wall of the fortress ruins. He struggled desperately, blood gushing out, his face pale, but he didn't die immediately. In his dying moments, he grinned, his eyes filled with madness and curses. "Lewis, I'm waiting for you. Let's see how long you can last." I shouldn't have come to the north. I shouldn't have listened to them. Damn old man, brother, and you, Lewis. Why is everything right? His dying eyes were filled with resentment. But no one heard, no one saw. Pal died in anger and despair, swallowing his last mouthful of blood in agony. His body was carried to the mother nest and rewoven, the body dismantled, the spine hollowed out, the will erased, leaving only the fighting instinct. Finally, he became a corpse among the swarming insects. A knight clad in armor, yet his mouth split open to his ears, his entrails crawling with spore webs, a vanguard on the battlefield. Pal's territory fell in a mere half-day. The surface was devoured by the insect corpses, leaving only broken flags and decaying steam. Soon, as if hearing some kind of summoning, the mother nest began to writhe southward. Its size exploded again, its skeleton denser, its spore mist thicker, and the swarm beneath it surged like a tide, moving even faster than before. Its direction was directly toward the next key stronghold, Prosperous City. Guided by the Witch of Despair, the End Mother Nest finally tore through the northern blockade, leading a massive army of insect corpses with its twisted and enormous body, crashing southward from the depths of the icy plains, its target the Empire's northern stronghold, Prosperous City. And it wasn't just one mother nest. Accompanying the End Mother Nest were 23 first-generation and second-generation mother nests slumbering beneath the northern border. Like collapsed trees or inverted cocoons, they awakened one after another along their path, carrying their specialized nests, parasitic systems, and swarm will, forming a devastating impact that swept across the entire north. This was an undeclared war, a cataclysmic massacre. Wherever they passed, insect corpses flooded human settlements like a tidal wave, and insect eggs, parasites, and contaminated tentacles spread rapidly like a plague. Oil, poison, earthen walls, arrow towers, methods that had proven effective in the battles against the Snow-Sworn were almost ineffective against this completely unfamiliar and overwhelming collective intelligence. Only the fiefdoms of great nobles above the rank of Earl, thanks to their ancestral accumulation, were able to put up a brief resistance. Most of the fiefdoms of small and medium-sized nobles were extinguished in the insect swarm like paper beacons. Many lords didn't even have time to send a letter for help before their entire territory, all their people, manors, and watchtowers were wiped out within days. In just a few days, the map of the north was marked with patches of lost contact, lost light, and lost defenses. The nobles' postal system was severed, the original communication network collapsed piecemeal, and the concept of a borderline ceased to exist in practical tactics. All of this was only the prologue. October 11th, before dawn. In the highest command room of the main castle, Duke Edmund, draped in a heavy black and gold-trimmed cloak, held a parchment scroll of intelligence. Unfolded in his hand was the fifth urgent intelligence message, the most weighty and definitive so far. The edges of the parchment were stained with dark brown bloodstains, and the ink blurred slightly in the wind. It was the handwriting of Earl Grant, a powerful figure in the North known for his composure, decisiveness, and illustrious military exploits. In the entire North, if only military strength was considered, Earl Grant would definitely rank among the top 5, practically his right-hand man. The letter reported that the insect swarm had swept south, the mother nest had awakened, and noble fiefdoms along the way were falling one after another, resulting in the annihilation of the entire army, with only a few survivors. What was bound to happen, has finally happened, he murmured. He had anticipated this calamity, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He thought it would take at least 2 or 3 years. And it had come with such ferocity and scope. Not just one mother nest, but 23 first and second generation mother nests appearing simultaneously across the north. The insect swarm had breached multiple fiefdoms at the same time, and the northern lord's defenses crumbled like fragile ice. One noble fiefdom after another fell silent. He frowned, but his face, etched with the resolve of time and war, showed no panic, no fear. It was the calm honed by years of military service. This wasn't the first time he had faced a natural disaster, nor the first time he had watched his friends and men perish in the snow. In comparison, the panicked noble messengers and the lord's delegations begging for reinforcements sounded particularly jarring. He did not send reinforcements. It wasn't that he wouldn't help, but that it was pointless. All the fiefdoms that can still resist will hold out, those that can't, have already sunk. After saying this, he simply extinguished the markers on the tactical map one by one. Then, he ordered Frostspear City to be completely sealed off, with a cold iron legion taking control of the city gates. War Fortress mode activated, the entire city switched to war preparedness, granaries locked, weapons unsealed. This war fortress would seal itself off, becoming the last shield of the North. At the same time, he ordered his trusted knight commander, carrying his seal and sealed documents, to head straight for the capital, to send the emperor a highest-level plea for help. He knew this was no longer just a disaster for the North, this was a conspiracy against the entire empire, even against all of human civilization. Frostspear City would become the final chain, firmly locking the mother nest to the North. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Rescue. Snow and wind poured into the shattered watchtower, the stench of blood and spores mingling into a nauseating stench. Varys Calvin stood on the crumbling watchtower, staring at the colossal figure slowly emerging from the mist and snow in the distance. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, but he found his fingers trembling slightly. Even as a high-ranking knight, he couldn't control the heavy, unsettling suffocation in his chest. It was the Mother Hive. It was larger and more bizarre than he had imagined. Like a fallen tree trunk, or the spine of some creature that shouldn't exist, it dragged a writhing river of insect corpses across the icy plains. Varys gritted his teeth and glanced down at his territory. This small valley was something he had painstakingly built up over a year. He remembered every stone path, every house, every name of his people. He had sweated and bled for this land, personally inspecting the joints of the stone walls at night, and pulling log carts with his people during the day. Now, perhaps it would all be destroyed. He couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. Even if the mother nest didn't attack me first, it's my turn now. The two territories closer to Frost Valley than his had already fallen. The intelligence his scout knights brought back consisted only of vague screams and flames. They couldn't even find complete corpses, and they had only held out for half a day. The mother nest didn't even bother to waste time completely devouring them, and hurriedly moved on to the next prey. "Can I outlast them?" he murmured, his eyes somewhat vacant. Varys knew very well that what he had faced before was only the vanguard. Those black-shelled, immortal insect corpses were merely the mother nest's appetizer. And he had already lost nearly a third of his knights to clear them out, and that was only after Lewis's warning, knowing their weaknesses. Now that the terrifying mother nest had come in person, could he withstand it? At the edge of his vision, a massive shadow appeared like a sunken ship in the fog. It dragged countless writhing tentacles, and wherever it passed, the snow turned into a spore-filled swamp, the forest groaned, and the earth seemed to tremble. Upon seeing the actual structure, he almost dropped to his sword and fled south. But then, he remembered the letter Lewis had written. That letter, written in extremely concise language, yet one he had read word for word 3 times. "Your location is the next target of the mother nest. After I handle this, I will send reinforcements. The longer you hold out, the more people you can save." He had a fleeting urge to laugh when he saw the phrase "I will arrive." That kid actually thought about saving people? Actively facing this kind of enemy? Who did he think he was? But he also understood that only Lewis would truly dare to say "I will arrive" when the mother nest was pressing in. Willis turned back to look at the dilapidated but still standing stone wall. Retreat? Of course he could retreat. The knight was still there, the warhorse was still there, and even a flanking escape route was prepared. He could guarantee his survival. But the thought of his people still hiding in the cellars, by the warehouses, and beneath the broken walls, the look in their eyes as they looked at him, the people he had personally protected for a year, made it impossible for him to turn away. He didn't want to turn away either. Let's hold on a little longer," he said. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Just a few more hours, just a few more hours." Flames rose from the command tower behind him, and he swung his sword forcefully. It was a signal, and also a vow. "Everyone to the defensive positions. Don't let these beasts set foot in Crimson Cloud." Even if it meant death, he would use this blood-stained snowfield to clear a path for reinforcements. The main body of the mother nest finally drew near. The mountain of corpses, like a living mountain of calamity, dragged hundreds of writhing limbs, slowly emerging from the thick fog and snowstorm. The swarm of insect corpses followed closely behind, surging into the valley like a black tide. The snowfield beneath their feet turned into a spore-filled swamp, and the air was filled with a stench of decay and death. The soldiers on the city walls were deathly pale, some gripping their weapons yet trembling uncontrollably. Varus Calvin, clad in blood-red armor, charged into battle, raising his longsword and roaring, "Unbreakable lines! The enemy cannot set foot in Crimson Cloud." Morale surged for a moment, but quickly succumbed to deeper despair. He had witnessed a horrific sight firsthand. He saw the abyssal behemoth, like the maw of hell, seemingly capable of devouring all courage and hope. He was speechless for a moment. Even as an elite knight, a lord, a guardian of Crimson Cloud, he wavered. Varus forced himself not to look at the valley dwellers hiding in the ruins and cellars behind him, not to hear the children's cries. He forced himself to believe, just hold on a little longer, just a little longer, but he knew this time, rescue might truly be impossible. When the mother nest suddenly swung a limb as thick as a city wall, ripping away the entire western defensive line, soldiers were hurled into the air like sandbags. The entire fortification collapsed with a deafening roar, and his resolve crumbled along with it. Willis murmured, "I'm sorry, everyone." He was about to order a full retreat. Just then, whoosh, a piercing shriek tore through the air from the horizon. A shell trailing a fiery tail streaked across the night sky, its speed and force like a meteor crashing into the mortal realm. Boom! In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to shatter. A massive explosion erupted on the front of the mother nest, flames billowing into waves hundreds of feet high, the scorching shockwave crushing everything in its path. Insect corpses were instantly incinerated or flung into the air, the surrounding air seemingly sucked out, creating a vacuum of oppressive pressure. The mother nest, that colossal creature that had just been pressing in like the Grim Reaper. It let out a scream, low and distorted, like the roar of the entire abyss beneath the earth. Its front exploded, exposing a large expanse of scarlet viscera and writhing sacs. Amidst the spray of blood and flesh, the several-ton behemoth began to retreat. Instead of moving slowly, it shrank and retreated in terror, like a wild beast whose nerves had been set on fire. Varus's mouth gaped open, almost big enough to fit his fist inside without him noticing. He couldn't speak, only staring at the burning thing amidst the embers and black smoke. "What is this?" he murmured, his voice carried on the wind. He wasn't the only one stunned. The knights around him all stopped moving, staring at the fire and the fleeing, mythically terrifying, yet repelled mother nest. Almost forgetting to breathe. This horrible thing had once crushed a territory in an instant, a calamity they considered almost insurmountable. But now, it was afraid of the terrifying explosion. It's him." A young knight was the first to react, trembling as he said, "It's Lord Lewis, he's here." On the hillside, the wind swirled the snow, and a blood-red battle banner with a gold sun emblem rose high. That was the banner of the Crimson Tide territory. A golden sun rose amidst the flames and iron fire, as if to dispel the darkness and despair. War horses neighed, hooves kicked up dust, and a young commander leaped from his horse, landing like an eagle, his heavy armor robes fluttering in the wind. He removed his helmet, his black hair reflecting the firelight, his eyes sharp as blades, his voice steady as a hammer striking a drum. "Fire attack team advance. Flamethrower formation 2. Target, densely packed insect corpses." He was, of course, Lewis Calvin. In Willis's eyes, at this moment, Lewis was no longer human, but a god descended to earth. He came with flames and rage, to fight for the dragon ancestor, to fight for despair. Boom! Another heavy magic explosive bomb roared from the portable launcher, piercing the night sky, accurately striking the open chest of the mother nest. The shattered core exploded completely amidst the fire and roar, as if struck by heavenly lightning, black blood and spore mist surging forth, insect shells shattering into pieces. The mother hive emitted a distorted wail, half its body collapsed, and dozens of limbs convulsed and fell. It tried to escape, to retreat, but was suppressed by the flames and unable to move. First row of flamethrowers. Advance 3 steps. Burn the bodies infested with insect spores. Whoosh! With Lewis's command, dozens of flamethrower squad knights simultaneously ignited their nozzles, and fire scales spewed scorching pillars of fire into the night, weaving a hellish curtain of flame that incinerated the remaining insect corpses in swathes. Those howling and struggling insect corpses exploded, twisted, and turned to ash in the high temperature. This mother hive was relatively advanced in evolution, so it hadn't died after being hit by 2 magic explosion bombs. It shook painfully, trying to open its mouth to release insect mist, but was hit in the head by a 3rd magic explosion bomb. With a bang, Its skull exploded, collapsing onto the scorched earth like a rotting fruit, unable to move. The entire battlefield was silent for 3 breaths. Dead, Willis murmured, his voice filled with disbelief. Just like that? This terrifying mother hive was utterly destroyed in the sea of fire and explosions. The embers still burned, and a faint smell of blood lingered among the scorched earth. Varus stood on the crumbling city wall, his hair singed by sparks, his face covered in soot and scratches, looking as if he had crawled out of a pile of corpses. He gasped for breath, wiping the blood and grime from his face, and watched the fire attack team neatly retreat, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Just then, a heavily armored warhorse stepped into the ruins, its familiar red and gold cloak billowing in the wind. Lewis, Varus rushed to meet it. Lewis dismounted, glancing at Varus a few times as he unfastened his gloves. His tone was calm, but tinged with weariness and concern. You've done well to hold on this long. Varus's tense nerves relaxed. And he shook his head with a wry smile. I almost couldn't hold on. If you'd been a few minutes later, I really would have had to run away. Well, I'm not too late. Lewis patted his shoulder. How are your men? What are the casualties? More than 20 knights are dead, and there are 70 wounded, both lightly and seriously. The militia losses are even worse, you can see that. Lewis nodded, his eyes not blaming, but listening attentively. He said in a low voice, you didn't lose the city, and you saved quite a few people. This battle wasn't shameful. After saying that, he looked at the charred pile of insect corpses in the distance, then turned back to Varus and said, I'll leave 2 groups of flamethrowers and a medic for you. Your men should rest first and clear out the remaining insect corpses. I'll also have the logistics department put you on a waiting list for supplies, and try to get some back. Lewis continued, I have to hurry to other parts of Snowpeak County. The defenses of those nobles in the north are about to collapse. We need to plug the gaps before the swarm spreads. Varus nodded, asking no further questions. At that moment, Varus suddenly realized that he and Lewis were no longer from the same world. Even though they were both upper lords, he was a baron, while Lewis was only a viscount. After arriving in the north, he hadn't been without jealousy. He felt that Lewis was luckier than him, having arrived in the north earlier and thus having so many opportunities to rise. But now, he only felt admiration, gratitude, and relief. Relief that when choosing his territory, he had gritted his teeth and chosen one next to Red Tide territory. Relief that he had the audacity to humbly beg for help from Lewis. Varus looked at the still burning corpse of the mother nest, and once again raised his sword, stained with dust and blood, as if responding to the departing battle banner. Chapter 218 Lord Lewis has arrived. The night wind was like a knife, embers of fire still lingered on the snow, and the remnants of Crimson Cloud territory still flickered in the distance. Lewis mounted his horse, not glancing back at the ruins that had just been purified by the firelight and soaked by the rain of corpses. The knights behind him were silent, their eyes still reflecting the deep red mushroom flame that had burst forth when the mother nest exploded. Next, he murmured, as if to himself, devoid of any emotion. Dozens of riders trudged through the snow, advancing southeast along the mountain ridge. The knights were silent, only the sound of their horses' hooves on the snow like heavy war drums, pressing down on everyone's hearts. From Black Pine Ridge to Cold Deer Plain, all 7 beacon towers have been destroyed. A scout knight galloped up, his brow furrowed. The entire Gwen family was wiped out. The sigils of Heller and Twinburg were torn from their watchtowers, and their bodies were nowhere to be found. What about Green Hill Fortress? The entire territory was cleared out by the insect corpses within 3 hours. The mother nest was built directly in the city center, but the main hive has since been moved, and its location is unknown. These were all territories near the outskirts of Snowpeak County. Lewis remained silent for a long time, a topographical map of Snowpeak County unfolding before him. Those chasms and snow-covered forests he had once considered natural barriers were now crumbling one by one. The frequency of the insect corpses crossing the rifts increased, ceaselessly, day and night. Lewis did not rush. He raised his head and looked at everyone. From now on, the Crimson Tide Legion enters targeted rescue mode. His tone was calm, as if he were not facing an insect swarm devouring the north, but a complex chess game. Priority to the first category, strategic hubs. Regimes possessing road nodes, control of mountain passes, and fortress locations must be preserved. He pointed out 3 core nodes, Glacier Canyon, Twilight Ridge Pass, and Azure Rock Rift. Second category, loyal lords. These people participated in the revitalization fund, accepted Crimson Tide's armament allocation, and cooperated with our plans. They trust me, and I cannot betray them. Names such as Yorn Harvey and Lady Grant were highlighted, and an adjutant beside him quietly took notes. The third category, controllable forces. Some newly rich and minor nobles have weak resources, but are capable of integration. If they can be saved, they will become part of the future Red Tide system. He looked at the southeast corner of the map, where a string of weak but not yet fallen territories were clustered. Finally, the non-cooperative. Nobles who disobey orders, attempt to break away from command, or retreat without authorization. Mark their survival chances, but do not actively rescue them. His tone was flat, as if he were not discussing human lives, but rather a resource allocation. The Red Tide's forces are limited, and our stockpile of magic explosive bombs is insufficient. We are not gods. We cannot save everyone. What I need to do is ensure that this land still exists after the war, that the people can still survive. With a plan finalized, Lewis's team began to tirelessly move from place to place. Everyone to the cellar, and don't make a sound. Jorn Harvey grabbed the child who was about to cry, glaring at him menacingly. His lips almost touching his ear as he whispered, "Shut up if you don't want to die." The child nodded, sobbing, while Jorn was barely able to control himself. He felt like he was submerged in ice water, his fingertips stiffened so much he couldn't grip his sword, his chest heaving violently, almost unable to breathe. A crackling sound came from outside, whether it was insect corpses gnawing at the door or someone finally giving in to their naivety. A scream suddenly came from afar, then was abruptly drowned out. It sounded like hell had opened its mouth. Jorn covered his mouth, leaning heavily against the wall. He had once been the pride of the capital's aristocratic circles, the wealthiest nobleman's son. He rode with a golden saddle, his sword hilt inlaid with jewels, and every time he appeared, noble ladies would fight over him. Now, he was hiding in a musty cellar, his hair still wet, his armor tattered like a beggar's. What am I even doing this for? He muttered through gritted teeth, wishing he could travel back in time and slap his past self who had volunteered to go to the north to prove myself wasn't being a lazy, good-for-nothing noble in the capital better. He had thought it would be a job of watching a few refugees cause trouble and distributing food to his people, but since arriving in the north, he had been met with one crisis after another. First, the Snow-sworn rebels nearly drove him mad, then the famine of winter nearly froze half the population of his territory to death. And now, the insect plague had arrived, completely different from the gilding-his resume in the north he had imagined. Yorn glanced at the collapsed cellar ceiling above him. The squeaks of the insect corpses outside were so close, as if they could crawl in at any moment. He then looked at the woman huddled in the corner. She had been with him since the capital, her face pale and her body weak. "If reinforcements don't come soon, we're all going to die," he murmured. This was the first time he had seriously considered the thought, maybe this is the end for me. He really wanted to cry, knowing the chances of someone coming to rescue him were extremely slim, even though a vague figure lingered in his mind. But just then, a deafening explosion came from afar, like a volcanic eruption, like a thunderous roar. The entire cellar trembled slightly. The hissing of the insect corpses suddenly weakened. Yorn's eyes widened, his body stiffening. Then, the next second, he scrambled to the cellar entrance like a madman, peering through the cracks at the sky outside. In the firelight, the golden Crimson Tide sun flag slowly rose on the hillside in the distance. Boom! A towering pillar of fire rose from the east, flames swirling like an angry dragon, engulfing the besieged insect corpses. Then, the second and third explosive bombs landed precisely, thick smoke and flames cutting the entire besieged city into several blazing rings of fire. "That's a magic explosion bomb. It's the Crimson Tide army." "The Crimson Tide's red flag," someone exclaimed. Yorn stared intently at the figure emerging from the flames. Clad in a red and black battle robe, his black hair burning like snow in the firelight, he wielded a longsword, arriving amidst wind, snow, and raging flames. "It's the boss. It's Lord Lewis." Yorn, overjoyed, rushed out of the cellar, scrambling forward and grabbing Lewis's leg. "Boss. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Do you remember when we were training in the capital as kids, and you pushed me into a cesspool to skip class? I knew you weren't a bad guy." "Wah!" Lewis's eye twitched, and he kicked him away without hesitation. "Calm down, you smell too bad. I have other territories to rescue. You take your people and the remaining knights and retreat immediately towards Red Tide territory. If you're any later, You'll have to rely on me to save you a second time. Jorn covered his face, falling back a meter after being kicked. Getting up, he was even more moved. Why, boss, you're still so handsome. I'm so, go, Lewis shouted, and the entire fire-breathing squad quickly changed formation, clearing the remaining insect corpses on the east side, while he himself led the knights towards the next firelight. Watching the departing figure, Jorn suddenly gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice, "Listen up. We're going back to Red Tide. Anyone who falls behind on the way, I'll personally chop them down, from today onwards. Jorn Harvey, will follow our leader wholeheartedly. Anyone who says anything bad about Lewis, I'll be the first to charge at them and fight to the death. Go." The next stop was Notburg. When the Red Tide banner rose atop the mountain, what Lewis saw was not a welcoming procession of knights, but a ruin charred black by the insect swarm. Stone walls had collapsed, battle flags were burned, and the wind and snow swirled the spore mist in the air thick with the smell of burnt wood mixed with blood. It's hard to believe this was once a complete Notburg territory, Lambert murmured. Lewis remained silent, simply raising his hand. Fire squad, begin clearing. Flamethrower teams, advance by sector, watch out for spore clusters. The instant the order was given, flames pierced the thick fog, the flamethrowers roaring as they ignited swarms of insect corpses into charred remains. The magic bombardment team immediately followed with a second wave of explosive cleansing, the horde of corpses disintegrating, tumbling, and wailing in the flames, like a chasm of hell. 20 minutes later, the battlefield fell silent. Survivors found, someone shouted. From a hidden cellar passage at the rear of the fortress, a dozen knights, covered in blood and with tattered armor, were brought out. Their faces were deathly pale, their eyes vacant, like souls dragged back from purgatory. Lewis stepped forward. One of the men saw him and murmured, It's Lord Crimson Tide, Lord Calvin, are we still alive?" Lewis didn't answer. He looked at the knight and asked, "What happened in Not?" The knight staggered and knelt down, trembling. "Lord Edward fled the city before the mother nest approached. We were left behind. We couldn't hold the west gate. Many brothers are dead." Another man gritted his teeth and added, "He escaped through the tunnels with his guards in gold, but was blocked at the valley entrance by the insect corpses. He couldn't even save his cloak. We tried to hold the cellar. We held out for 3 days, on dry biscuits and snow water, until you arrived." Hearing this, Lewis finally spoke. "Is Edward dead?" The man nodded. "I saw him surrounded by insect corpses, a dignified extraordinary knight, torn to pieces." Lewis was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping between them. "You are willing to stay?" "We swear to serve the Crimson Tide with a sword." The leading knight slowly drew his sword and held it up with both hands. Immediately, all the surviving knights knelt, the firelight illuminating their charred and wounded bodies, but also their unwavering loyalty for surviving death. "Very good," Lewis nodded. "From this day forward, you are the Red Tide Knights, under Lambert's command." He turned to the flamethrower squad and ordered, "Clear all the remains of the insect corpses, completely burn down the west wing war nest, and block the mother nest's return path." Then, mounting his warhorse, he coldly said, "Prepare to turn towards Grant Castle, and depart at night." Grant Castle was located in a deep canyon further north in the north, remote, barren, and almost forgotten. The insect corpses were few, but enough to torment this small fiefdom to the brink of collapse. Amidst the ruins, Lady Grant stood atop a half-broken castle tower, gazing at the small tide of insect corpses winding its way out of the forest, her lips already bleeding from biting them. Her armor was covered in scratches, and blood-stained strips of cloth wrapped around her body. She looked more like a wounded refugee than a noble woman. "Reinforcements are unlikely to come," she whispered to herself. She had written 3 letters pleading for help, using up all her seals and credits, but they had vanished without a trace. Not even a bird had returned. Half of her soldiers were dead, and the city's medicine and food supplies were only enough for 3 days. Even a dozen or so insect corpses felt like a countdown to death with each night raid. She wasn't unaware of her status. The Grant family had been in decline for years, one of the nominal minor nobles in the empire's ranks. In the eyes of the higher nobles, she wasn't even a worth rescuing target. So when she stood before the last stone wall, her broken longsword in hand, she was already prepared. If that thing really broke through, she would personally set fire to the granaries and library, then perish with the enemy. But at that moment, the sound of hooves came from the other side of the mountain. The wind carried the scent of fire, followed by billowing dust and the crisp, deadly sound of bugles. She froze. The next instant, the golden sun flag, symbolizing the crimson tide, rose in the fierce wind. Louis Calvin, leading dozens of fire attack knights and tactical command troops, appeared directly before her. "Madam," he dismounted, his tone calm and solemn, "I will send men to clear out the remaining insect corpses. Your soldiers will retreat first. Go to Red Tide territory, I will arrange unified resettlement for you." She stared at him, momentarily speechless. Tears suddenly streamed down her face as she stared intently at him, her voice trembling. "You really came. Even us, you saved us." She covered her mouth, almost bursting into tears. Louis merely nodded slightly, his tone still calm. "Those who are still alive go to Red Tide territory first. Leave the rest to me." As Louis continued his rescue efforts, the sky over Snow Peak County finally saw a brief respite from the darkness. But as Louis stood on a high hill, gazing into the distance, no relief filled his heart. The wind swept across the plains, carrying the scorched earth and the stench of blood. They had been fighting continuously for 6 days, traversing, fighting, and marching rapidly from Red Cloud Ridge, rescuing one crumbling fiefdom after another. The road grew colder and colder, the scenery more desolate. Several once renowned noble estates were now nothing but broken snow-sculpted towers and tattered family crests hanging in midair, torn apart by insect carcasses. Louis dismounted and stepped into the ruined castle, his torch sweeping through the shadows. The floorboards were collapsed, the walls charred, the corpses long since dried, and the ovaries of the insect carcasses stood like swollen mushrooms in the halls. He remained silent for a moment, only ordering his men to collect the family crests, then setting the entire ruin ablaze. "Let it become a true tombstone," he said. In another camp, the southern settlers were already weeping uncontrollably. "You saved us. We thought the entire North was finished. From this day forward, the Crimson Tide banner is our royal banner." They knelt in the mud and snow, their robes stained with blood and mud, yet they showed no restraint, clutching Louis's clothes as if grasping at a straw, repeating their vows. They had once been nobles, possessing pride, power, and a self-centered vision. But now, they were merely survivors of a catastrophe. And this man, this young lord who had emerged from blood and fire, came riding through the snow while the entire empire fell silent. He led his fire-breathing squads through the night, he carried every plea for help, he disregarded origins and costs, bringing hope of survival to one fiefdom after another. For the next 10 days, Louis's banner seemed tirelessly traversing every snow-covered valley and ravine of Snow Peak County. He personally charged into battle, traversing icy cliffs and through withered forests teeming with insect corpses, leading the Crimson Tide Knights and fire attack squads to tear one besieged city after another back from the spores and hordes of corpses. Whenever the Crimson Tide's golden sun banner rose, it was like a ray of light bursting forth from the sky. Sometimes, it was survivors hiding underground who heard the Crimson Tide's horn and crawled out of their sealed cellars, weeping. Sometimes, it was a boy lying in the snow who saw Louis wielding a sword to slay the insects, his eyes filled with longing. Sometimes, hundreds of soldiers would kneel in unison before the ruins, raising their swords and swearing an oath to him. "From this day forward, we are willing to serve the Red Tide. We are willing to fight for you, for our Lord." Of course, more often than not, he would only see empty ruins. Chapter 219 Return. When Louis rode his warhorse across the southern section of the snow ridge and saw the Crimson Tide banners fluttering in the cold wind ahead, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. 17 days. He had led his flamethrower squad and knights through the snowstorm for a full 17 days. Starting from Crimson Cloud territory, he rescued Varus, then he went to the northwest border of Snow Peak County to blockade the Mother Nest Rift. Along the way, he severed 7 insect swarm passages and established 9 temporary firing outposts. He deployed magic explosive bombs overnight and artificially reinforced mountain passes. He personally led 5 charges and orchestrated more than 10 strategic rescues. Now, he had finally managed to keep them out, although the insect carcasses were still active day and night. A fire blockade network from the western ridge to the tundra had been established, and Louis had deployed flamethrower units and night garrisons at various fortresses and natural terrains. From the turbulent currents, a border fire line that was defensible, retrenchable, and maneuverable had been initially outlined. On the Iron-Cast Pass, the Crimson Tide banners fluttered in the wind. Fire-breathing knights and regular knights patrolled in shifts, with sentry posts every few hundred meters, equipped with oil cans, magic bombs, and vibration sensors. Northwest Canyon blockade complete. The fourth fire dike at Snow Rift Hill is complete. The insectoid corpses haven't breached the main line for the past 3 days, the adjutant reported one by one, and Lewis simply nodded. Finally, it looks like a defensive line, he murmured to himself, his voice so low it was almost carried away by the wind. In recent days, dark circles had appeared under his eyes. Yet he maintained a calm and composed expression. He wore a cloak, his armor already scarred and charred, his hair wet with snow and plastered to his cheeks, making him look more like a seasoned general than the young nobleman who had once been questioned. We've only temporarily held off the first wave. The real disaster hasn't even begun yet, and it was precisely for this reason that he had to go back and see. Red Tide Territory is currently the only central hub of the entire Snow Peak Army capable of normally managing food supplies, provisions, and combat readiness. If this window of opportunity isn't used for deployment, coordination, and defense, then the next insect swarm breakthrough will not only result in the annihilation of a single family, but the collapse of the entire defensive line. Return to Red Tide Territory. After saying this, the cavalry began to adjust their marching direction. On the highlands of the southern border of Red Tide Territory, rows of temporary dwellings undulated like waves in the cold wind, stretching as far as the eye could see. These were civilians and nobles who had escaped with their lives after their homes were torn apart by the mother nest. Their clothes were tattered, their faces pale, some leading children, some supporting the elderly, some helping sick family members, some carrying still warm urns of ashes, kneeling at the temporary passage set up by the Red Tide Army, awaiting a registration form. When they heard his ear, a low murmur of commotion erupted from the crowd. It wasn't the legendary general, nor the high-ranking nobleman, but Louis Calvin, who had saved them. Riding slowly along the central avenue between the tents. He wore no fine clothes, his armor still stained with blood, he had no entourage, only his flamethrower squad and support soldiers. Yet, this very figure brought tears to the eyes of countless people. It was him who saved us, he pulled me from the ruins. If my brother had arrived 3 days earlier, perhaps, Lord Louis. Lord Crimson Tide, a child broke free from his mother's embrace, running towards him. An elderly noblewoman wept bitterly, kneeling in the snow, sobbing uncontrollably. Louis rode slowly between the tents, looking at those weary yet hopeful eyes. Thank you, really, thank you. A woman, trembling, stood by the roadside, holding her child's hand, head bowed, her voice hoarse. If it weren't for you, my little daughter would have, she didn't finish, only wiping away her tears. Louis slowly dismounted, knelt down, and personally patted the little girl's head, a gentle smile on his lips. This is not your place of exile, Louis smiled, but a new beginning. His words were calm as water, yet as warming as a flame, touching everyone's hearts. At that moment, someone in the forest of tents shouted, "Long live Red Tide! Long live Lord Louis!" Then came a chorus of responses, cries and shouts mingling with the wind and snow, as if the entire refugee camp had come alive. The temporary noble camp was personally ordered to be built before his departure. Along with various policies, tents were divided into sections and numbered, and the subjects were registered according to their place of origin. Each person was provided with porridge and charcoal, and greenhouses and simple wooden huts were set up. Orphans were cared for in a concentrated manner, soldiers guided patrols, and soldiers were assigned to the noble district as guardians. What was expected to be a muddy, hungry, and strife-filled exile turned into a different experience. When the porridge was cooked, the simple huts were erected, and the Red Tide campfire blazed. Many refugees finally realized that this place was even better than their former fiefdom. He actually prepared food in advance. He even set aside a small hut for my elderly mother to rest in. My God, we never dreamed of this. Behind this orderly miracle was the abundant harvest of Red Tide Territory this year, the supplies he had ordered to be transported through the Calvin family's merchant guild. After learning of the impending disaster, and the post-war relocation plan he had personally prepared in advance. Leaving the refugees, Louis entered the Red Tide main castle. He had been traveling for more than 10 days. The battlefields built of blood and fire had never made him bow his head, but now, as the quarters of the Red Tide castle came into view, exhaustion finally surged into his heart like a tide. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, before he could even take off his cloak, he heard hurried footsteps like wind chimes approaching. "Louis, you're finally back." The first was Emily, wearing a snow-white shawl, her eyes red-rimmed, yet still maintaining the elegant demeanor of a noble lady. However, Her hands trembled slightly as she rushed into his arms. The latter was Sif, her short, silvery white hair still tinged with gray. She stood to the side, frowning, and coldly said, "So you finally decided to come back," before she could finish. She also lowered her head and hugged him, turning her face away so he wouldn't see her eyes welling up with tears. "I've only been gone a few days, and you two seem like you've lost your souls," Louis chuckled, pulling them both into his arms. This warmth seemed to melt away the dust of his journey. "More than 10 days, Emily pouted, tilting her head back, her eyes filled with undisguised longing. "You promised to reply in 3 days, but we could only hear about you from the wounded soldiers, and you were on the front lines, personally charging into battle." Sif gritted her teeth and punched him lightly. "Don't you know what the word Lord means?" I know. Louis smiled helplessly, ruffling their hair. "If you had seen those people on that battlefield, you would understand." He wanted to say something more, but then he saw the weariness on their faces, the pressure of maintaining order from within the red tide. Even outside the battlefield, they had never truly been safe. He sighed and led them inside. After they sat down, Emily took out a stack of documents of varying thickness and placed them on the table. "This is our administrative list for this period: the expansion of the refugee camp, food rationing, verification of noble status, and supplies sent by some southern families. Red Tide's reserves are indeed tight, but at this rate, we can last another 2 months." Her speech was steady, and the confidence of a future duchess was evident. Sif then pulled out several neatly folded letters. "These are the letters I dealt with from several noble families, large and small, in the south, especially that Viscount Martin. He originally wanted to form cliques and take advantage of the situation, but I had the knights cut off his head." Louis looked at the two figures, each with their own unique charm, and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. On the battlefield, he had forged a defensive line with flames, but within this territory, it was they who used their wisdom to maintain order behind the walls. "You two," Louis said softly, his voice like a small fire quietly kindling in the cold night, "are my true source of confidence." As soon as he finished speaking, Emily gently raised her chin, her eyes crinkling with laughter, making no attempt to hide her joy, as if accepting a reward that was both natural and precious. "I always have," she replied softly. Sif, however, seemed caught off guard by these words, her ears turning bright red, her gaze shifting uncertainly. Finally, she gave a soft hum and turned to pour tea. "HMPH, don't you find it cheesy to say such things?" Louis chuckled, about to tease her further. Then, Emily suddenly became serious, taking out a series of unopened, wax-sealed letters from her sleeve. "These are letters Father just sent," she said hesitantly. "It doesn't seem good." Louis took the letters, his fingers pausing slightly. They were handwritten letters from the governor of the north, the Iron Wall of the Empire, Duke Edmund. The heavy wax seal, the hasty handwriting, every detail indicated that this was no ordinary letter. Emily looked at him, silent, and simply pressed the letter into his palm. Louis took a deep breath, then sat down, one arm around Emily, the other gently tearing open the seal. The handwriting was still strong and powerful, yet it revealed an undeniable weariness. The letter wasn't lengthy, but every sentence weighed heavily on his heart. The Duke of Edmund didn't use many emotional words. Instead, he assessed the entire Snowpeak County operation and its results with an extremely calm tone. Clearly, he already had a good grasp of Louis's command and effectiveness, as if Emily had told him. Even the stern governor couldn't hide a hint of pride in his letter. "You defended Snowpeak County, one of the few counties in the north still capable of allocating provisions, accommodating refugees, and supplying troops. I am proud of you, not only because you are my son-in-law, but because you have accomplished what most nobles could not." However, the tone shifted subtly in the latter half of the letter. While the wording remained calm, a sense of gravity crept in. The entire western defense line of the north had fallen, most counties were silent, and the city lights had gone out overnight. The imperial reinforcements, the Dragonblood Legion, were already on their way to the north. As long as Frostspear City held out, the Empire would have a chance to rebuild the northern defense line. The last sentence sounded like an order, or perhaps a trust. "Take care of Emily." Louis quietly finished reading the letter, folded the parchment, and gently placed it on the table beside him. His expression remained largely unchanged, his eyes steady and calm, as if the letter contained nothing more than a routine military intelligence report. Duke Edmund's letter was skillfully crafted, calm and composed, its words well supported, affirming Snow Peak County's steadfast defense while mentioning that Imperial support was being mobilized, but what he failed to convey was the true extent of the North's collapse and impending doom. Lewis, however, already knew, possessing a more comprehensive intelligence network than anyone else, the Daily Intelligence System. He saw a truth even deeper than Edmund. The North's population was less than a fifth of its former size. Of the once glorious 27 counties, only 6 maintained a semblance of autonomy. The majority had fallen to the Motherhound, transformed into a desolate wasteland of corpses on the pale snowfields. Even many once illustrious families, the Rowan, Crest, and Grant, had been silently erased from history, their fates unknown. And now, the shadow of the Motherhound loomed heavily around Frostspear. It was the last heart of the North. Fortunately, Duke Edmund was no ordinary man. Before the cataclysm truly arrived, he had initiated a wartime preparation for the entire city of Frostspear. 17 magically infused fortresses, deployed by the Cold Iron Legion to every pass throughout the city, fortified with steel and forged with unwavering will, stubbornly withstood the overwhelming onslaught of the Mother Nest. Even more remarkably, they fought with remarkable resilience. The Cold Iron Legion, holding their ground against the Snowsworn, gradually discerned the Mother Nest's rhythm and dismantled its swarm attack structure. Now, the Cold Iron Legion of that city is engaged in a high-intensity tug-of-war with the insectoids, suffering heavy losses but remaining steadfast. However, time is wearing down everyone. They may not be able to hold out for more than a few months. The real turning point lies in the south. The Empire's strongest legion, the Dragonblood Legion, has set out. This behemoth, whose lowest-ranking knights are all high-ranking knights, boasts 2 commanders who are among the Empire's elite. One is his elder brother, Gaius Calvin, the other is the current Emperor's nephew, the noble and sharp royal blade, Arthur Guerin. Both were peak-level knights. Once they arrived on the battlefield, along with Duke Edmund, a surprise attack might truly shatter the mother of the end. Lewis rested one hand on his forehead, deep in thought. His gaze was fixed on the map on the table, yet it seemed as if he could see through the pages to every crumbling snow wall in the north. Just then, a touch as light as a breeze landed on his shoulder. He turned his head and met Emily's slightly reddened eyes. Her fingertips gently pressed against his shoulder, trying to read something from his face, yet she dared not get too close, afraid that a single wrong word would cause this weary young lord to collapse completely. "Father, is he worried?" she asked. Lewis smiled. "Of course your father is worried, he just won't say it. But he's strong, so strong that people think he's never afraid, just like you," Sif added, looking at him with a complex expression. "I'm not as strong as you all say," he said softly. "It's just that I'm more afraid of failure than of being afraid of anything." He looked out the window, towards the outskirts of Red Tide City, where distant campfires twinkled like stars, illuminating the tents of the civilians and nobles who had just escaped. "Those people are still waiting for food, waiting for their homes to be rebuilt," Lewis muttered to himself. "But I don't even know when the next snow will come. You can't control the weather, but you've restored order," Emily said softly. "You're not a god, but you've saved them," Sif added. At that moment, the heavy winter night seemed to be gently dispelled by the 2 women. Chapter 220 Military Power. The day after Lewis returned, the clouds hung heavy over Red Tide Fortress, as if the entire north held its breath. Lewis donned his military robes and bid farewell to his 2 wives in the room. Emily gently straightened his clothes, but her eyes held unspoken worry. Sif didn't speak, only holding his hand for a moment before letting go. But time was of the essence, and the comforts of home couldn't hold him back. Lewis walked out of the room, his steps resolute. Every second of delay meant the fall of new territories and the birth of new insect corpses. The meeting hall of Red Tide Territory Castle. This was where they had met months ago, but the atmosphere was completely different now. The long table on both sides of the hall was filled with nobles from all walks of life. Some looked haggard, some had shifty eyes, and many more were silent and dejected. Some of them had been personally rescued by Lewis from the insect swarm, while others had desperately fled to Red Tide before their own fortresses fell. No one spoke in the hall, only the wind blew in through the cracks in the windows, bringing the chill of late winter to Red Tide territory. Lewis stood before the head of the table, offering no pleasantries or small talk, but simply surveying the crowd with a calm yet icy gaze. The nobles either bowed their heads or stole glances at him, their faces grave, as if they had already sensed this would not be a lukewarm discussion. Louis paused for a moment, then raised his hand, pointing to the enormous map of the North at the center of the long table. You all should know the current state of the North. His voice was not loud, but each word sank into the hearts of the crowd. The entire Western Front has fallen. House Gwen, House Heller, many of you once called them the pillars of the North, and now, his gaze swept across the land, and some instinctively looked away. Their territories have been seized by the Endhive, becoming breeding grounds for insect corpses. Family members are either dead or have become insect corpses. Louis's voice was unhurried, yet it was like a chisel cut into stone, carrying an unbearable chill. And Prosperous City is being besieged. He stretched out his hand and placed a crimson stone chess piece on the map of the North, pressing it heavily on the location of Prosperous City. The piece was surrounded by countless black lines, concentric circles upon concentric circles, dense as a spider web, like a noose slowly tightening. I know you don't have many troops left, and it's impossible for you to fight the insectoids, so if the Crimson Tide falls, he paused slightly, none of us will survive. No shelter, no supplies, no rear. Your families will abandon their cities in panic like the Knot family, unable to escape. Your offspring will be disemboweled by the insectoids in the mountains, crying. Your family crests will be nailed to the resin walls of the mother nest, becoming the nest of the next wave of insectoids. His tone was devoid of any exaggeration, but it was precisely this calmness that made the undeniable truth palpable. You all know that the insect corpses are neither bandits nor rebels. They won't negotiate, they won't offer ransom, and they won't recognize your lineage. If Snow Peak County is completely destroyed, you won't even receive a noble's dignified death. A young viscount trembled upon hearing this, nearly knocking over his water glass. Another veteran nobleman gripped his cane tightly, his face ashen, yet he forced himself to remain calm and straighten his back. Several other family heads exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complex emotions and fear. Some resented, some regretted, and some wanted to say something, but upon seeing the row of Crimson Tide knights silently arrayed behind the main seat, they swallowed their words. The air seemed to freeze. I know you don't have many troops left. But I also know that, whether you like it or not, you can't hold your territory with this little force, he said, his tone suddenly turning serious. But rely on the Crimson Tide Knights to come to your aid alone? We only have one direction to provide aid, only one supply system, and limited physical strength and energy. We can't save everyone at the same time, unless, he slowly walked to the table, his hand landing on the map. From this day forward, your troops will be under my unified command. These words, like a blade, pierced the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone sat up in shock, their expressions varied. From this moment on, the knights under your command will no longer be someone's soldiers, but the defense line of Snow Peak County. I want your troops to guard passes, hold strategic positions, and participate in mobile support, becoming part of the Crimson Tide defense system. Only in this way can we have a chance to hold out and wait for Imperial reinforcements. As Louis finished speaking, the hall fell into a suffocating silence. Before the Crimson Tide's long table, faces appeared even paler under the projection of the red flag. Some clenched their fists slightly, some glanced around instinctively, seeking allies, but no one spoke. It wasn't that they didn't understand what Louis meant. They simply refused to face the reality. They had nowhere to retreat. If you still wish to retain any lordly dignity, then return to your ruined territories, Louis said emotionlessly. I won't stop you, but I won't send a single soldier to rescue you a second time. He slowly stepped back, clearing the map's position. Now choose. Will you hand over your forces to me to rebuild a true defense line, or keep them, to be buried with your names in the swarm of insects? These words struck everyone's hearts like a hammer blow. The first to rise was John Harvey. Without hesitation or delay, he stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and presented the insignia of military authority with both hands, saying in a deep voice, I, John Harvey, am willing to submit all the remaining forces of my territory to the unified command of the Red Tide Command. His voice was exceptionally clear in the silence. Immediately, Lady Grant rose. Her movements were slow, yet resolute. She carefully removed her family crest, adorned with silver thread, and handed it to her attendant, who presented it to her. My territory is broken, but my family survives. I understand that the Red Tide is our last line of defense. We will no longer act on our own. She bowed her head slightly, as if bidding farewell to a bygone era, or perhaps welcoming a new order. Then Roland Sirius nodded slowly, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen further. He spoke not, but simply removed the ring engraved with Sirius's emblem from his hand and placed it on the table. It was a symbol of power belonging to an old era, which he had now relinquished with his own hands. Several minor nobles exchanged glances. Some hesitated, some showed signs of struggle, but ultimately, under the cold gaze of the Red-Tide Knights, they rose one by one, handing over their family crests representing the right to command the private armies. "You have made a wise choice," Lewis said calmly. "From now on, all fortresses, natural passes, and village strongholds will be under the unified deployment and troop allocation of the Red-Tide Command. Your troops will be incorporated into the war zone system for rotation and frontline support." He raised his hand, and a series of defensive deployment maps unfolded on the long table. On them, black lines outlined the mountain terrain, yellow sun symbols marked the areas already under control, and blue indicated the next key areas for deployment. The Glacier Canyon will be established as the northern blocking position, defended by Red-Tide heavy cavalry. The Snow Forest Valley, a key supply route, will be incorporated into the minor noble forces and jointly garrisoned by Red-Tide Inspectorate personnel. The supply depots and material supply points in various locations will no longer be managed by you individually, but will be jointly controlled by the Red-Tide Treasury and the Quartermaster Department. At the same time, I will send knight commanders and inspectors to each household to ensure the implementation of these orders. No one voiced any objection. The arrogance of the old nobles had quietly died within this fortress. No bloodshed, no weapons, just a troop mobilization order and a silent meeting were enough to overthrow and rebuild the entire old Snow Peak system. They once held the power of life and death in their hands, once took pride in their family honor, and scorned all emerging forces. But now, their city was burned, their people were devoured, their knightly ranks were shattered, and their centuries-old medals and battle flags were discarded. And their fate was in the hands of the young man sitting at the end of the Crimson Tide table. On this night destined to be remembered, a new and Cold War order was born from the fortress. With Crimson Tide as its heart, it dominated resource allocation, coordinated the mobilization of combat forces, and directed the issuance of orders. With Lewis as its tool, it integrated administrative dispatch, tactical execution, and psychological control, permeating the military-political unity into every garrison camp and every valley outpost. But this was not merely for war. Lewis stood by the high window of the fortress, overlooking the continuous flames of the entire Crimson Tide garrison camp, his eyes showing no arrogance, only a faint certainty and a certain, understated ambition. His goal for this meeting was never merely to defend Zufang County. Zufang County must be defended, he murmured to himself, but if all we do is defend it, it would be a waste. What he wanted to do was, before the flames of war had died down, instill the Red Tide's order into every fleeing knightly force. Not just unified troop deployment, not just the establishment of defensive lines, but the thorough infusion of the Red Tide's ideals: stability, efficiency, obedience to orders, avoiding aristocratic cliques, emphasizing coordination and systematic warfare, into the very marrow of these noble knights. He wanted them to know what systematic warfare meant. He wanted their knights and officers to learn to obey command on the battlefield, instead of waiting for their patriarchs to issue orders. When the war ended, these families would become unfamiliar and vulnerable, while their soldiers, their heirs, their descendants, would be more accustomed to surviving within the Red Tide system, even inseparable from it. At that time, without any political struggle, without overthrowing anyone, the future of Zufang County for the next few decades would already be set. A slight smile played on his lips, a smile not belonging to a young lord still struggling in the quagmire of war, but more like that of a chess player who had already foreseen victory. Not just to win, but to make them remember who led them to victory. This wasn't pride, but a rare, genuine joy belonging to Lewis. In days of utter chaos, carnage, and a constant stream of bad news, being able to calmly and clearly set up his own chessboard gave him an indescribable satisfaction. South of Red Tide Fortress, a quiet room in the sanatorium. Morning light streamed through the half-open window, casting a soft glow on the grayish-white stone floor. The air carried a slightly bitter aroma of brewing herbs. Flora sat leaning against a bed, thickly wrapped in animal hides and blankets, her lower body bound in layers of snow-white bandages. Her right arm was completely numb, secured to her chest with slings, only her left hand could still move slightly. She gently scooped up a mouthful of porridge, swallowed slowly, her expression still revealing a hint of weakness. But she kept her back straight, showing no sign of distress to outsiders. "Lord Lewis has arrived," a servant announced softly from outside the door. Before she could reply, the door opened gently. Louis Calvin entered through the snow, wearing a black cloak, his leather armor and badges still draped over his shoulders, and snow clinging to his boots, as if he had just stepped in from the cold wind. His eyes were steady, his robes impeccable, only a hint of weariness in his eyes betrayed his long journey. "I apologize for disturbing your rest," he said, nodding slightly, his voice gentle and restrained. Flora looked up, a slight smile appearing on her weary face. "You've come at the right time. This old man must thank you," she said softly. "You don't need to," Louis said, standing by the bed, his tone polite and sincere. "Red tide only did its duty. It's fortunate that we were able to save you." Flora shook her head, a serious look rising in her eyes. "It wasn't luck, it was a life-saving grace. If your night squad hadn't arrived in time, we'd probably be buried under the snow and ice by now. You saved us. Louis, I owe you my life." She paused for a moment, then, as if feeling it wasn't enough, changed her words again. "No, we all owe you." At that moment, her eyes were devoid of any wariness as she looked at Louis, filled only with heartfelt gratitude and respect after enduring such a devastating blow. Louis lowered his head slightly, not interrupting, but simply walked to her bedside and glanced at the notebook she had placed beside the couch. It was covered with dense lines and annotations, the structure of the mother nest cocoon, the trajectory of magical fluctuations, patterns of broken silk threads, and a few blurry, strange runes. "I know this is a mess," Flora said softly, "but I'm afraid I might faint one day and forget everything, so I'll write down as much as I can." Louis nodded slightly. "Very valuable. More meaningful than many complete reports." Flora glanced at him, seemingly surprised that he would take the young lord seriously, something she had expected from him. She suddenly smiled. "The mage forest has received the request for help I left behind. A stronger group of mages is on their way and will contact the governor's mansion directly. This is good news for the entire north," Louis replied softly, his tone lighter. Flora leaned back on the cushion, looking at him, and suddenly said, "You're a special young man. To be able to defend a territory like this amidst such great turmoil, I really didn't expect it." She looked at him without any suspicion or wariness, only pure admiration. "Perhaps, it truly is the North's good fortune." Louis smiled slightly, but said nothing more, simply folding the sketch of the mother nest and carefully putting it into the inner pocket of his cloak. He stood up and nodded to her. "Please rest assured. I've already given instructions on healing and protection. Crimson Tide will do its utmost to take care of you." Reaching the door, he paused, then added softly, "Flora, Crimson Tide will not forget everything you brought back, nor will it forget the price you paid." Louis closed the door, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. He didn't turn back, only letting out a soft breath. Successfully gained favor. He wasn't here for sentimentality. He was a knight, but not the kind who charged on moral high ground. He came today to lay the groundwork. Flora was still alive, which meant the gates of the mage forest were still open. Crimson Tide saved her, she had to repay a favor. And that was the favor he wanted. And even if it was for personal gain, it would be good if more archmages could be summoned to support the North. Understanding the magical structure of the mother nest would be a surefire profit. More combat power means a higher chance of victory. The sooner we deal with the thing, the sooner the Northern Territory will have winter to endure. Chapter 221 The Battle Outside Frosthalberd City. Snow fell heavily, as if the entire northern lands had been frozen into a silent coffin. Yet, the slumbering Frostspear city had awakened. Boom, with a muffled thud like a pounding heart, the frost flame reactor at the city's heart operated at maximum efficiency, spewing forth beams of energy like icy blue lightning. It lowered the temperature to its lowest point, and icy vein patterns meandered from the reactor's core, spreading throughout the city like blood vessels. 17 magical fortresses activated in turn, the icy crystal runes within the Earth's veins igniting, and soaring icy blue runes intertwined in the air, weaving layers of icy mist barriers to block the invasion of the insect spores. Frostspear City's defensive array also launched its attack. Catapults, load frost crystal magic bombs. Coordinates, Mother Nest Cluster 2, fire. A series of booming sounds echoed as over 10 frost crystal giant catapults trembled and unleashed their power across the snow. The magic bombs, imbued with frosty energy, streaked across the battlefield like meteors, crashing into the densely packed lines of insect corpses and the mother nest. Hiss, several unfinished, Ordinary mother nests were blasted apart, their eggs and offspring instantly frozen in the extreme cold, transforming into blooming ice blue petals, like the judgment of death. The densely packed insect corpses also collapsed in the shock wave, like a wheat field being swept away by a blade, layer upon layer. Victory seemed to be slightly closer at this moment. But only for a moment. That is, in the distance, above the snowfield, the air began to distort, and the magic crystal screen fluctuated violently. As if the curtain of distorted space-time had been torn open, a colossal creature slowly emerged from the snow mist. The mother nest of the end had appeared. It was a twisted being, like a statue of a goddess, its entire body stitched together from writhing insect flesh and a humanoid form. Its arms were raised high, as if bestowing grace, but in reality, releasing death. With each step it took, the earth was stained the color of rotting flesh. With each writhing movement, tentacles spewed forth a milky white, poisonous mist of insecticidal gas, spreading towards the sky. Ugh, what is that smell? Quick, put on your helmets. Everyone, put on your sealed silver masks. The knights pulled down their helmet visors, yet they still felt a mental disturbance. After all, the End Mother's nest wasn't releasing simple poison gas. It was releasing corrosive spores with mental-inducing fluctuations. The battlefield was in chaos, yet the insect corpses continued to advance relentlessly. Some emerged from beneath the snow, some surged through the mist, and many more, like waves, surged from the foot of the End Mother's nest, like sacrifices erupting from an altar of an evil god. Meanwhile, on the outer battlefield, on the icy plains not yet completely swallowed by the insect fog, a sudden blizzard raged as a heavily armored legion advanced slowly like a mountain, clearing away the surrounding threats. Boom, boom, boom. This was the marching of the Cold Iron Legion. Heavy and orderly, it seemed to force the rhythm of the entire battlefield into their ironclad rules. They were known as the strongest shield of the North, each member at least among the elite knights, clad in blue-silver heavy armor, their steps as steady as ice. The epaulets on their shoulders representing their unshakable elite status in the Imperial Army. Pale blue battle ore flowed through the gaps in their armor, like a dark current slowly surging beneath a winter glacier, steady, deadly, and unshakable. At the foot of an icy slope, hundreds of insect corpses swarmed in, their screams rising and falling, the vanguard even leaping to the top, preparing to dive. Not a single member of the Cold Iron Legion retreated. Shield formation ahead, arc formation to meet the enemy, reserves, all draw your magic bursting spears, aim for the eye sockets. The commander's voice was as calm as a bell cast from cold iron. The knights silently obeyed the command. Their semicircular shields, like cratering rocks on an ice field, snapped shut into a wave-like shield wall. Simultaneously, their heavy spears rose in unison, a flash of blue light. Frostfire pierce, boom. The entire row of spears, fueled by their battle aura, transformed into a torrent of icy energy, piercing through the swarm of insects. The frontline insect corpses were instantly pierced, the splattered blood freezing into icicles before it even hit the ground. 3 seconds later, the insect corpses on the hilltop were cleared. But this was merely a warm-up. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed from the eastern side of the battlefield. A massive Tier 2 mother hive forcefully broke through the encirclement, its ferocious insect legs shattering the ice shell, its incubation sac bulging and swelling on its back, ready to release a new swarm of offspring. Target confirmed, a Tier 2 incubation mother hive, Squads 13-15, flank and pincer attack, Sling Group 6, load frost crystal burst. Vice Commander Lick swiftly gave the orders. In mere seconds, the 3 squads slit open gaps on either side of the mother nest like sharp blades, their auras flashing across the snow, accurately slicing down the guardian insect corpses surrounding the nest. Simultaneously, the catapult team launched 3 white-blue spheres of frost crystal magic bombs, precisely striking the mother nest's back. Boom! The mother nest let out a piercing roar, the hatching sac froze instantly, bursting open to release countless unformed insect embryos. The next moment, the extraordinary knight Alton, already atop its back, slammed his sword down. Ice spine shatter, the sword strike shattered even the mother nest's central nervous system. The mother nest collapsed, frost flames erupting, its body slowly falling like a collapsing altar. The entire hunt, from identification to execution, took only 57 seconds. The young knight gazed at the frozen, cracked remains of the mother nest, took a deep breath, only to be kicked awake by another veteran. Don't be distracted. This is the 6th mother nest we've killed. We are Cold Iron. We will not retreat. Blood can freeze, bones can break, but without the Duke's order, we cannot retreat. Each resounding oath was like a nail, firmly anchoring this 1,000-strong legion to the icy plains. They were utterly exhausted, their fighting spirit depleted, their bodies already covered in wounds. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the cold Iron Legion, having just crushed a mother nest in the blizzard, had not yet caught their breath when they heard a strange tremor on the right flank of the battle line. Footsteps, heavy and unpredictable, like ghosts traversing the snowfield. What is that? The young knight had just turned his head when a blur of motion leaped out of the snow mist. Enemy attack! Dozens of black figures burst forth from the snow, swarming through the frost like locusts. They were insect corpses, but not ordinary insect corpses. Their figures were even taller, their fighting spirit faintly surging within their decaying flesh, retaining remnants of their former combat skills and will. These were the former elites of the Snowsworn, the most ferocious undead in the north. Leading the charge was a war corpse clad in cracked snow armor. His eyes were empty, a sorrowful smile almost inappropriate for an insect-like corpse gracing his face. His massive axe dragged on the ground, its blade still stained with undried blood. Hero, an old knight recognized the familiar yet eerie figure. The leader of the Snowsworn, the nightmare of countless northern nobles. But now, he was no longer human. His face still bore the sorrowful smile of his dying moments, as if mourning the annihilation he had brought upon the Snowsworn. Yet, that smile, beneath the empty pupils of this insect-like corpse, exuded a chilling aura of death. The next moment, he swung his massive axe and charged into the knightly ranks. Stop him! 3 elite knights simultaneously met him, their shields forming a mountain. However, a loud boom echoed. A single axe cleaved 3 heavy shields, sending the knight and his armor crashing into the snow, blood splattering everywhere. The 4th knight attempted a flank counterattack, but was swiftly deflected by Hero. He was sent flying high into the air, then pinned to an icy stone pillar by a broken sword from a zombie knight. They can even fight in formation, Vice Commander Lix exclaimed in horror. These zombies weren't just ordinary berserkers, they were elite Snow Oath knights who had retained all their combat skills, teamwork, and killing intent from their previous lives. And that wasn't all. They're devouring corpses. One of the zombies crouched down, sucking the blood of the knight he had just killed into the living sac on its chest. The pale blue membrane pulsated like a heartbeat, releasing a powerful aura. Bloodline boiling, corpse transformation version, recovers aura by devouring living flesh, increasing combat power instead of decreasing it. This is simply an anti-knight demonic weapon. Retreat. Retreat now, Lix roared, but the high-ranking insect corpses moved like ghosts through the night, their speed and strength far exceeding those of their rank, leaving screams in their wake. The snow was stained deep black with blood, and in just 10 breaths, a gaping hole had been torn in the battle line. Just when everyone was almost unable to resist, a heavy rumble came from the city. Iron boots pounded the ground, like a mountain pressing down. Duke Edmund appeared. He was clad in heavy armor, wielding a great hammer, his battle aura slowly surging, like a sleeping behemoth awakening. A force like gravity erupted from his body. Bloodline talent, war gravity. The charging insect corpses instantly changed direction, rushing towards him recklessly, as if instinctively drawn in, forced to concentrate all their hatred on this iron wall of the battlefield. For the mindless insect corpses, this was the most deadly provocation. Follow the Duke. Hold the line. Several extraordinary knights responded immediately. Their swords flashing and battle auras intertwining as they surrounded the Duke and launched a coordinated attack. The battle instantly resumed, the blue flames of battle aura mingling with the fluids of the insect corpses in the cold wind. The ear-piercing axe blade slashed through the air. The corpse of Hero stepped through the snow, his movement steady to the point of elegance, his giant axe swings still retaining the precision and rhythm he possessed in life. He no longer spoke, yet his killing intent surged like a tidal wave, his axe strikes like snow waves surging in a storm, each blow sending heavily armored knights flying, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Several extraordinary knights gritted their teeth and met the attack head-on, their bloodline power and battle aura igniting simultaneously, like sparks in a cold night, colliding head-on with the cruel killing intent of Hero and his companions. It was a brutal contest that ignited both reason and strength. The Duke did not speak, yet his figure crashed into the battle like a mountain. Every step he took shattered ice and reverberated, his heavy armor clanging, his great hammer falling with terrifying pressure, like an avalanche crashing down. He didn't rely on speed to defeat his enemy, but on overwhelming force. Take this hammer, with a cold shout, the hammer, imbued with heavy battle aura, slammed into Hero's left shoulder, sending him flying several steps. A deep crater instantly appeared in the ground, scattering snow and ice. Hero's corpse was cracked by the impact, but he didn't fall. He swung his axe backhand, his precision almost instinctive. This axe strike was deadly, aimed directly at Edmund's chest. Clang, the axe struck the thick armor, creating a deafening roar and sparks. Blood mist gushed from the gaps in the heavy armor. Edmund groaned, staggering half a step, but quickly regained his footing. He unleashed his full bloodline power. The gravity of war acted like a magnet, forcibly pulling the insect corpses from all directions together around him, attempting to firmly hold the core of the battlefield to himself. At the same time, the other high-ranking insect corpses surrounding Hero swelled in their chests, their bodies writhing violently in a worm-like manner. Self-destruct. Duke, watch out! A fierce roar rang out, and the insect corpse suddenly exploded, spraying foul-smelling blood everywhere, attempting to implant the live insect eggs carried in its internal organs directly into the Duke's body. You're courting death, Edmund roared, his battle aura instantly covering his entire body like a steel wall, scorching and viscous, forcibly sealing the breach and suppressing the parasitic impact outside his body. Another insect corpse seized the opportunity to pounce from behind, its mouth part splitting open, attempting to tear open the Duke's viscera and forcefully inject the parasites. Die, but Edmund's battle aura erupted, and his giant hammer swept backhand, smashing the insect corpse's entire upper body flat with a bang, splattering sticky insect flesh everywhere, leaving not even bone fragments. Another insect corpse attacked, leaping into the air. Clang, he raised his arm to block, and in the process, slammed his hammer into the ground. The shockwave caused the ground's ice veins to resonate, and in an instant, the underground crystals shattered. The explosive shockwave sent the insect corpse flying back 10 feet, crashing into the ice layer, unable to move. It's time to end this, he raised his greatsword again, locking onto the corpse of Hero, which was charging up its attack. Though unconscious, the latter fought with the same unwavering determination as a blood sacrifice. Hero, truly hideous, Edmund stared at the distorted face that still bore a sad smile, and with a stomp of his foot, the entire battlefield trembled. The ice shattered, snow mist swirled, and all the remaining insect corpses were forcibly dragged toward him. He leaped high into the air, his sky hammer falling like a meteor. And it, boom. Where the hammer struck, ice cracked 100 feet, and light devoured everything. Hero's corpse was completely shattered by this attack, its head was smashed to pieces, its axe handle broke, and its flesh and armor scattered into countless ice crystals, as if the tragedy had finally ended. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining higher-ranking insect corpses charged again like trapped beasts, attempting to perish together with Edmund. The Duke's battle aura surged, like an indestructible, cold mountain blocking the center of the battlefield. Don't go any closer, he roared, sweeping his massive hammer in a wide arc, crushing any enemy that dared approach. But the carnage was far from over. Hero's corpse was shattered, but the raging tide from the hive continued to spread. The insect corpses were endless. Beyond the horizon, swarms of insects, like a mountain collapsing in a snowstorm, pressed down layer upon layer, fearless. They had no emotions, no fear, only relentless advance, relentless devouring. They're endless, Edmund panted, his gaze still resolute. He smashed another high-ranking insect corpse charging towards him with a single blow. The creature had perhaps been a northern cavalryman in life. Agile in movement, with unpredictable combat skills, it was blasted to pieces by the crushing force of the hammer and his battle aura, its remains flying into the icy lake. Another insect corpse attacked from behind, but he smashed it in half with a backhand strike. Yet another descended from the sky, its mandibles open, spewing out silken putrid poison. Shut up, his fighting spirit surged, and he unleashed a devastating blow with his hammer, responding violently to all the distortions. However, Edmund knew full well that he too had his limits. These insect corpses were like a tidal wave rising from hell. For every one he killed, 10, 100 more would surge forward. He already felt his arms ache and his breathing become erratic. Although his fighting spirit could still sustain him, his old wounds were throbbing, the cuts from the axe blade burning and stinging as if something was writhing within him. He couldn't fight anymore. He had to retreat. Not for himself, but to ensure the survival of the remaining knights. Retreat to Frostspear City, he commanded in a deep voice. Duke, shut up, obey orders. Several extraordinary knights, barely managing to cut down several insect corpses, then retreated as ordered. Edmund, meanwhile, once again swept his great hammer, clearing a bloody path for his retreat. He fought until he could barely stand, grabbing the neck of an oncoming insect corpse with one hand, ripping it off, and throwing it into the snowdrift. With his other hand, he held his hammer, standing like an iron tower at the rear. Only after everyone had retreated into Frostspear City did he retreat step by step, his body covered in blood and his battle aura surging. At the last moment before the city gates closed, he turned and leaped into the shadows of the city wall. Boom! The heavy iron gate slammed shut, keeping the roaring, swarming insect corpses at bay. However, a single city wall was utterly insufficient to stop this apocalyptic wave. The insect corpses commanded by the Mother Nest showed no sign of retreat, continuing their relentless assault on Frostspear City. They understood no tactics, but they understood one thing: destruction. Activate the Frostvane fortresses. With a command, the 17 magical fortresses of Frostspear City were instantly activated. The frost flame reactors roared to life, and an icy blue energy network spread from the city's center, drawing energy to the fortress towers, instantly awakening the ancient veins buried beneath the earth. Frost crystal patterns slithered across the surface like ice snakes, activating the entire city's magical system, responding to the surging insect horde with extreme cold. Fire, the frost halberd catapults were activated, their frost crystal magic blasts tearing through the sky with white-blue flames, whistling sharply and trailing icy tails, crashing into the swarm of insects. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Each strike unleashed an ice crystal storm. The limbs of the Mother Nest exploded, the blood of the insect corpses froze, and the poisonous mist instantly solidified into frost. The originally incredibly rapid momentum was abruptly halted by the combined impact of the ice veins and the magic explosions. Several Mother Nests that had not yet hatched were blasted apart in midair, their eggs scattering and turning into crystalline fragments in the icy mist. Low-level insect corpses churned like waves, being blasted away, frozen, and shattered in batches, piling up a thick layer of charred, icy insect corpses on the ground. The final Mother Nest, in the distance, writhed silently, seemingly enraged by this fierce counterattack. But beneath the frost halberd ice veins, the insect swarm was finally halted, clinging to life. Chapter 222 Current Situation. Inside Frostspear City, in a frigid medical room, heavy armor lay piled in the corner, still frost-covered and bearing the marks of exploding insect larvae from the battle. Duke Edmund sat shirtless on the operating table, his chest covered in crisscrossing, ancient scars, most of them deep in the flesh, as if cleaved by knives and axes. The newest, a bluish-black mark, ran across the lower edge of his sternum, as if a foreign object was wriggling inside. 3 corpse worms have burrowed in, the medic said gravely. You used your battle aura to block them, but they're still moving, trying to move towards your heart and lungs. Then dig them out, Edmund said, picking up a piece of rye bread from a nearby plate and crunching it with his teeth. His tone was as indifferent as if you were discussing the weather. Just cut it, no anesthesia, don't waste time, sir. Are you really not going to wait for the anesthetic to be prepared? The wound is too deep, I'm worried you'll dawdle. He glanced at the hesitant physicians, his face as hard as iron. Do it, I'm in a hurry. The physicians exchanged glances and had no choice but to comply. The moment the ice blade pierced the flesh, blood gushed out. Amidst the ear-piercing metallic cutting sound, 3 wriggling insect corpses were painstakingly dug out and soaked in a bowl of salt ice and zinc oxide solution, emitting a faint, nauseating squeak. Edmund, however, continued to gnaw on his black bread, his eyes unblinking, as if none of this concerned him. He only coughed lightly when the doctors weren't looking, spitting out a few drops of blood, wiping it away, and then continuing to eat. But the doctors saw it. The old wound, struck by a hero's heavy axe, not only reopened but also turned black in a strange way, seemingly more than just a physical injury. It appeared to be a deep collapse caused by some kind of internal backlash of battle energy. Faint signs of broken battle energy patterns appeared at the wound's edges, a chronic ailment sealed away during years of battle. Now, the seal had been shattered by the axe's impact, and if it worsened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Your Grace, your battle energy seems somewhat disordered. I suggest you rest for a month immediately, repair the seal, at least. I don't have that luxury, Edmund coldly interrupted. The insect swarm hasn't subsided yet. What's a little backlash? He paused, swallowed the last bite of dry bread, and said calmly, "If I can hold on, there's no problem." The physician hesitated, but ultimately lowered his head, silently burning the writhing insect corpses to ashes. After the surgery, the medical officers silently packed up the ice blades and medicines, leaving as quietly as possible. Silence filled the room. Duke Edmund, wrapped in a thick blanket, sat on a low chair by the window. A biting wind howled outside the window, and ash-like snow blanketed the entire Frost Spear fortress. The distant frost fire reactors continued to roar, like the panting of a dying beast, offering a sliver of warmth to this last stronghold. His chest wound was not yet fully bandaged, and blood still slowly seeped out. But he didn't care, simply gazing silently at the sky. The night sky was heavy, as if it might collapse at any moment. His knuckles tapped lightly on his knees, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. 12 days, he murmured, his throat grinding like rusty iron. Without reinforcements, Frost Spear can hold out for at most 12 more days. In the northern counties, Snowcastle had fallen, Ridge River had been lost, and Whitefield was silent. The rest of the north was either trapped or already swallowed by the hordes of insect corpses. His proud Frost Iron Legion was exhausted, its torches barely illuminating the night. He had envisioned the worst-case scenario, and now it was slowly unfolding. His gaze slowly fell on the table beside him, where a neatly folded letter lay. He hadn't finished writing it yet. It was for Snowpeak County. For his most beloved daughter, and that son-in-law he found agreeable. That fellow, born in the south, yet more like a son of the north than any of the northern lords. It hasn't fallen yet. Edmund's lips twitched slightly, a rare expression resembling a smile. What a tenacious lad. This marriage was initially driven mostly by political factors. But Lewis had given him so many surprises, unlike those noble sons. To establish himself in such a remote, God-forsaken place, to manage Snowpeak County so well, and to withstand the insect swarm. Few places in the north still had lights on. Snowpeak County was one of them. Even when Frost Spear City was driven to the brink of destruction, he felt a sense of relief because of Lewis's perseverance. That boy, if he had a few more years, his potential would be limitless. What a pity. He reached for paper and pen, wanting to write a letter. The paper was slightly brittle from the cold between his fingers, and the ink had been specially heated to flow smoothly. But as soon as the pen tip touched the paper for the first stroke, he stopped. He stared at the character, wrote, on the paper, remaining motionless for a long time. "If the situation is hopeless, retreat immediately," he murmured to himself. "It's not your fault. Survival is true merit." These were the last words a dying general left for his daughter and descendants. But he ultimately couldn't put pen to paper, not because he didn't understand the situation. Edmund knew better than anyone. The front lines were collapsing, supplies were running low, his old wounds had flared up, and even the frost fire reactor only had 2 cold starts left. But he also knew that if even he wrote retreat first, it would be the true end of everything. If even I admit defeat first, Frostfulbird would not be a fortress, but a grave. He sighed softly and put down the pen. "Your Grace." A young knight rushed into the room, his silver helmet still on, his armor frosted, and his knees kicked up a few splatters of snow as he landed. "Lord Arthur Garrion has sent a military report. The Dragonblood Legion will arrive at Frosthal within 7 days." Edmund's taut brows relaxed slightly. He didn't reply immediately, but simply gazed silently at the distant sky outside the window. The wind and snow continued, but seemed to have lost some of their suffocating weight. 7 days, he murmured, his eyes brightening slightly. Arthur Garrion, Dragon Knight General. His Dragonblood Legion consisted entirely of higher-ranking knights, pure bloodlines, and rigorously trained. It was the Empire's strongest legion, known as the Blade of the Empire. "Very good," he nodded, his tone steady, yet at that moment, it seemed to infuse the entire room with a new energy. "Have the forge prepared to melt 3 more rounds of frost crystal bullets. Within 7 days. I want the insect corpses to taste what desperation truly means." Yes, the young knight had just left, and before the door could even close, hurried footsteps approached again. Another elderly knight burst in, his expression strange, as if he had overheard the good news at the door and wanted to interrupt but dared not. "Your Grace. Dozens of masked mages have arrived at the outer city gate, and the leader claims to be the supreme mage." Edmund raised an eyebrow. He recognized the name. Chapter 223 Intelligence that ends the war. The dawn in the north is always late, and outside the window, The snowscape remains silent. But Lord Lewis of Crimson Tide territory is already awake. He opens his eyes, and the first thing he sees is a head of blue hair, like a reflection in a frozen lake, flowing smoothly down the covers, lying quietly in his arms, breathing evenly, a slight smile on her lips. He turns his head slightly, and there's another patch of white, a silver-haired girl curled up on his other side, still holding his arm, fast asleep, her brow slightly furrowed, as if sensing the chill. Ah, the mornings of a northern lord are so simple and unadorned, Lewis sighs. He doesn't disturb his two wives beside him, quietly sitting up. The snow continues to fall, the underfloor heating warms the bedroom, and he puts on a thick cloak, walking barefoot to his desk. Snowpeak County has indeed become much more stable recently. With most of the mother nests drawn to Frostspear City, the focus of the entire north is now concentrated there. And Lewis's remote mountain range has become the only safe haven where he can still breathe. As the number of insect corpses gradually decreased and the defensive line stabilized, he, the Lord, finally found some rare leisure. Of course, this leisure only meant not having to run around. Lewis rubbed his temples, his mind filled with the piles of urgent letters from nobles in the surrounding counties, pleading for support and seeking refuge. But he didn't have the resources to expand, nor the interest to be the savior of the North. Expansion? Rescue? I'm not a member of the Imperial Knights. Guarding my own little corner is the right thing to do. Lewis knew very well that being able to defend his little corner of Snowpeak County was the greatest victory he could achieve at the moment. And in the gaps when his own defense system was fully operational, Lewis could finally withdraw from the front lines and return to Red Tide territory to fulfill his duties as a husband. To save precious time, he also took on 2 jobs every night. Emily quickly accepted it, and Sif, who was initially a little ashamed, joined in after Emily's persuasion. Of course, besides the great undertaking of procreation, Lewis had an even more important daily task, recording the daily intelligence and then analyzing the overall war situation. Rather than a habit, it was more like his ultimate weapon in his struggle against this world. Lewis raised a finger and lightly tapped the void. Accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, a blue-white semi-transparent interface appeared in the air. Daily intelligence update complete. 1. The Dragonblood Legion will arrive in Frostspear City in 7 days. 2. The Supreme Mage will personally lead the Archmage Corps to Frostspear City and will assist Duke Edmund in dealing with the End Mother Nest. 3. 15 days later, the End Mother Nest will be destroyed by a multi-pronged attack, but at a terrible cost. Lewis was not surprised by the first piece of information. They have been on their way from the capital for 27 days. Arriving in 7 days is considered full speed ahead, Lewis muttered to himself, quickly noting the information down in his notebook. The second piece of information, however, made Lewis pause slightly. He knew, of course, that Archmage Flora had contacted Mage Lynn a few days ago for help, and according to her words, a support team composed of high-ranking mages would indeed come to reinforce Frostspear City. But what he hadn't expected was Supreme Mage. This name wasn't new to the intelligence system, but this time its meaning was completely different. Lewis repeated it softly, his eyes gradually hardening. This name belonged to the true top of the mage world, not a subject of the Empire, nor a guest of some Grand Duke, but the supreme being spoken of by many mages in that mysterious forest. It was said that he was both the gatekeeper of the mage forest and the judge of all magical principles, wielding the oldest and most powerful spells that humans could access. One of the world's strongest mages has actually come out of seclusion. He leaned back in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Has the threat of the End Nest reached this level? However, Lewis recalled what he had witnessed on the front lines, the destroyed noble castles, the entire knightly order devoured, and the surging insect corpses like a tide, the End Nest radiating mental attacks. If he hadn't relied on the system's early warning to put the Duke and Frostspear City into a state of readiness, this disaster would probably have already spiraled out of control, even affecting the entire world. At that time, this wouldn't just be a regional war, but a world-class magical catastrophe. Thinking this, he couldn't help but exhale a chill. With such powerful assistance, it's not all bad. With this thought, Lewis smiled involuntarily. At least he's not on the side of the mother nest. He marked this intelligence report as high level and wrote it down in his notebook. Then his gaze fell on the third report. That seemingly calm line of intelligence was like a sharp blade, instantly severing his thoughts. 15 days later, with the combined efforts of multiple parties, The mother nest of the end was destroyed, albeit at a heavy cost. He froze for a moment, then abruptly stood up. The chair creaked as it slid back. He stared at the information, his expression more complex than ever before. The mother nest of the end, destroyed. 15 days later, he murmured, as if confirming that this wasn't some kind of illusion. Then, a slow smile appeared on his face. We won. The northern lands that had once driven countless people to despair, the cities and villages that groaned in the night, would finally see the end of this war. The Crimson Tide defense line he had personally built had held. He had held. This nightmare that seemed to devour everything in the north could finally be endured. Lewis pressed one hand on the table, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, as if exhaling the gloom that had been weighing on his heart for months. But his brow did not relax. A heavy price. He slowly sat down, repeating the last word of the message again. These 4 words were more unsettling than any bad news. Who sacrificed themselves? Which legion? Which lord? Was the Duke still alive? Did Frostspear City still exist? Was the Crimson Tide territory also? The Endbringer would eventually be destroyed, that was good news. But the question was, who destroyed it? And what price was paid? More importantly, since victory was assured in the future, did he have a way to achieve it now? After much deliberation, Lewis finally decided to personally travel to Frostspear City. The mother nest of the end, how could it be so easily destroyed? He stared at the brief text appearing in the daily intelligence system, his eyes as cold as a knife. The more understated the victory, the more likely it concealed a chilling price. Logically, that vague future intelligence likely didn't refer to the mother nest's instant annihilation. It was more likely that it was besieged by the Dragonblood Legion and the Supreme Mage, severely weakened, before the Frostspear defenses delivered the final blow. At that crucial juncture, the fruits of victory would emerge from the bloodbath. And at such a time, if someone could arrive at the battlefield at the opportune moment, make the right effort, and then survive, it would be a surefire win, both from the perspective of the Imperial military merit system and the noble reputation mechanism. On a smaller scale, he was indeed planning to earn merit. If the Northern Rebellion were to be quelled, the soldiers who participated in the campaign against a mother nest of the end would be remembered in history. If he could earn the title of heroic victor of the war, it would be of immense significance to his and the Red Tide territory's future influence within the Empire. But that wasn't all. On a grander scale, this was his chance to contribute his final efforts to this war. Could he help his, rather difficult but undeniably reliable father-in-law, Duke Edmund? Could he save some of the northern remnants who were on the verge of being swallowed up? More importantly, he held the most unfair trump card on the entire battlefield, the daily intelligence system. This system had already allowed him to escape countless disasters, repeatedly avoiding fatal fates. He believed that as long as he had this blue and white interface, he could survive. The worst-case scenario? Just running away. He smiled without hesitation, even mentally reviewing the retreat route. Of course, Lewis wouldn't just set off like a fool. Relying solely on the daily intelligence system to earn military merit on the front lines? That would be underestimating himself. He never believed in fate, much less entrusted his life and death to vague prophecies of the future. If he was going, he had to prepare. The first step, naturally, was the fire-scale magic bomb. Frostspear City was facing the mother of the end, and ordinary fire weapons probably couldn't even burn through its outer layer. They needed something fierce, hot, and large enough, so he entered Hilco's laboratory. The entire room was filled with various pungent odors, and a dangerous atmosphere as if one more drop of oil in this place would be on fire. On the lab table, a crucible bubbled and gurgled, and a reagent bottle with a silver tube inserted was emitting purple bubbles. Hilco was intently mixing some mysterious liquid, muttering incantations like a madman. "Hilco, how many materials do we have left to make more magic bombs?" Lewis asked bluntly. Hearing the familiar voice, Hilco turned around. "Oh, we still have some materials. If we use every last bit of them, we can probably make 5 or 6 large magic bombs." Lewis pondered for a moment, but his tone was surprisingly calm. "Don't make 5 or 6, huh? Concentrate the materials." He held up one finger. "Make only one. Use every means at your disposal to make this one, the biggest, the strongest, the hottest. I want an ultimate magic bomb that can blast through an entire valley." After he finished speaking, the air was silent for half a second. The next second, Hilco was jolted, as if he saw the goddess of bombs reaching out to him from the flames. That's really inhumane request, my lord." Then he slammed his hand on the table, sending bottles and jars flying, as excited as a child who had just received a torch. "All right. Hilco, guaranteed to complete the mission. If this thing doesn't produce a miracle, I'll change my name." "Get to work." "Yes, my lord." Wait for the fireworks. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Dragon Blood Legion. The wind and snow howled. A swarm of insects burned in the valley, plumes of blood and tar billowing into the sky, igniting the edge of twilight. Amidst the raging inferno, the Dragon Blood Legion descended through the snow. Clad in heavy black and red armor, their formation as impenetrable as a rolling torrent of iron. Heavy infantry charged forward, shields raised, forming a wedge-shaped charge. Behind them were flanking slashing knights and heavy javelin throwers. Magic explosion javelin rained down from the mountain peaks, slicing through the sky like a sudden downpour. Flames, explosions, and battle aura, a triple attack of destruction surged forward like waves. The swarm of insect corpses surged in, densely covering the valley. But before the Dragon Blood Legion, they were merely a precisely calculated elimination target. First column advance, wedge formation unchanged. Second column, breakthrough to the left, 3-section magic spears ready. Decapitation squad, take your positions. Every command was concise, direct, and without the slightest hesitation. It was the voice of Vice Commander Gaius Calvin, echoing through the ranks. He rode atop a heavily armored warhorse, his nearly 2-meter tall, imposing figure sculpted like an iron wall. He slowly raised his battle blade, its blade flowing like magma, the rising red aura erupting like a furnace, casting a crimson glow across the snow-covered ground. Before the aura even subsided, the insect corpse instinctively took a step back. Standing before him were 3 towering, high-ranking insect corpses. They possessed human forms, yet wore camouflage armor pieced together from insect shells and dead flesh, their pupils a deep blue, their expressions cold and indifferent. These were former snow-sworn warriors, among the strongest warriors of the northern Snow Kingdom, their bodies usurped by the insect hive. 40 years ago, the Empire conquered the Snow Kingdom, burning down the royal court, annihilating the royal family, and reducing this proud military race to dust. Now, they were awakened and controlled by the insect hive in the form of corpses. They retained their fighting skills, even becoming more ferocious. Boneblade sprang from his arms, his footsteps treading silently on the snow. As the insect-like patterns on his body flickered, he began to absorb the blood and flesh of the battlefield to strengthen himself. Sizzle, one of the insect corpses suddenly erupted with silver-white battle aura, like a polar storm whipping up snowflakes, and swung its blade towards Gaius's throat. Another stomped on the snow, shattering a rock with a single kick, its purple insect-like patterns flashing rapidly, clearly activating some kind of enhancement technique. A third roared, releasing a piercing shockwave, attempting to disrupt the flow of battle aura. Gaius merely glanced at them coldly, a contemptuous glint in his eyes. Dead things shouldn't spring out again. He spurred his horse, and it accelerated, charging straight between the 3 corpses. Crimson flames instantly expanded, condensing into a substantial battle aura domain. Crimson flame, / domain, unleash its full power. He raised his battle blade high, flames swirling around him like a tornado, drawing a crimson trail across the snow. A sudden slash. The heavens and earth seemed to be cleaved in two by a crimson meteor. The 3 insect corpses froze in unison, then their bodies exploded in midair. No. They were completely melted from the inside out by the scorching battle aura, their flesh and bones charred black, their shells shattered, and their internal organs bursting out like red mist. Where the wounds were cut, the snow melted into black mud, and the air was filled with a stench of charred insect bodies and the smell of burning metal. "Is this the strength of a peak knight?" a general in the battle formation murmured, his voice filled with awe. 2 seconds later, the 3 insect corpses crashed to the ground, completely dead. "Advance," Gaius roared, continuing his advance without looking back. The Dragon Blood Legion pressed forward, like a twisting chain of a dragon, charging into the not yet completely collapsed insect hive. The hive trembled, and 3 waves of mental corrosion surged out from its heart. Ordinary legions would often collapse in formation and their will would crumble at this moment, But the Dragonblood Legion did not hesitate for a moment. They resonated their battle auras, reflecting the mental waves back and even disrupting the feedback of the Mother Hive. They're trying to use mental tactics. Too naive, continue the advance. Target, neural crystals and incubation centers. Fireline 5, prepare to drop lava bombs. 5-man decapitation squads broke through the snow-covered forest. Clad in different colors of battle aura, red, blue, green, gray, and gold, each displayed its unique abilities: armor-piercing, decapitation, hive disruption, and incineration. Their perfect coordination rivaled that of a small tactical legion. As yet another mother hive collapsed in the explosion, its main structure blasted into ruins, a black rain of insect blood and charred debris began to fall over the entire valley. Gaius slowly sheathed his sword, coldly gazing into the distance. This is only the beginning. Wherever his iron cavalry passed, the insect corpses trembled. Let them feel the true wrath of the Empire. The Dragonblood Legion's battle banner flew high in the wind and snow, like burning flames, illuminating the entire blood-stained valley. Although the Cold Iron Legion was already one of the Empire's elite combat legions, known for its rigorous tactics, stable manpower, and even its ability to hold the line in the north for a month, the contrast became stark and the gap enormous when the Dragonblood Legion truly stepped onto this frozen battlefield. In just 4 days, the Dragonblood Legion forcefully took command, replacing the exhausted Cold Iron soldiers. The Legion, which had gritted its teeth and endured a full month amidst blood and snow, was finally able to reorganize and rest. The Dragonblood Legion's advance, however, was like a spear breaking through ice, unstoppable. They captured over 10 Mother Nest strongholds in succession, more than double the Cold Iron Legion's achievements in a month. They arrayed themselves in the snowstorm, using battle aura as their furnace and blood as their sacrifice, charging, decapitating, burning, digging nests, and laying mines, each step seamlessly connected, their actions as precise as a machine. Their victory wasn't achieved through a single powerful individual surprise attack, but through the coordinated, gear-like attacks of the entire Legion. Battle auras intertwined across the battlefield, like a flowing rainbow bridge, showcasing the elite battle aura characteristics of every family in the Empire, mobilized with high discipline and uniformity. This mastery of diverse strengths was the terrifying aspect of the Empire's strongest legion. The snow continued to fall, and billowing white smoke rose from the charred ruins of the Mother Nest, reflected in the crimson eyes of the Flesh Tower. The Witch of Despair stood high above, her figure graceful, like a noble woman attending a banquet in her finest attire. Yet, the voice that escaped her lips was a deep, effeminate male voice, carrying the disdain of a god looking down upon mortals. How boring! In his mind's perception, more than 10 mother nests had been stained ashes, symbolizing complete loss of connection. These were nodes he had meticulously planned, theoretically meant to rapidly spread and multiply in the north, ultimately turning this frigid land into a breeding ground connecting to the abyss. 4/5 of the north is completely destroyed, population, army, nobles, resources, all turned into insect mud. But compared to expectations, it's still too little. His voice was low and hoarse yet gentle, carrying an unsettling contradiction. If it weren't for the old Duke's decisive blockade of Frost Spear City, keeping several mother nests pinned down, the plan should have already advanced further south. Frost Spear City, which should have fallen, has now become a graveyard for the mother nests that have been unable to conquer. According to the plan, I could have turned the entire north into a breeding ground in just 10 days, but now we're stuck in this boring siege. Tisk, he sighed softly, turning his gaze to the battle line further away. There, the Dragonblood Legion was uprooting mother nests one by one with terrifying efficiency, even whose sensory network felt the pain of being living cut. The Empire's dogs, they're still annoying, however, he wasn't panicked. The Witch of Despair slowly turned and stepped into the depths of the crypt, a maze of insect flesh and blood. The colossal, heart-like entity pulsated slowly, emanating black bubbles that made the entire space tremble. The end isn't won by numbers, he murmured softly, his expression as gentle as a lover's whisper. As long as it remains, everything is just a prelude. Meanwhile, in Frost Spear City, on the main tower of the north wall, wind and snow howled. On a heavy iron crenellation, Duke Edmund stood with his hands behind his back, his silver cloak fluttering behind him, his white hair as white as frost, looking more than 10 years older than a month ago. He squinted at the burning valley in the distance, the hissing of the insect corpses swallowed by the flames, the black armor and banners of the Dragonblood Legion fluttering fiercely in the wind. The Dragonblood Legion, truly living up to its name. The Duke's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an undeniable sense of reassurance. Two men stood beside him. One was the middle-aged knight known as the Blade of the Royal Court, Arthur Garin. Clad in a scarlet cloak and sporting a dragon-patterned longsword, he was tall and slender, his handsome features sharp and piercing, his eyes concealing a long suppressed edge. He didn't appear very old, even surprisingly young, but his mere presence inspired a sense of security. The situation in the north is a little worse than we anticipated before we took over, Arthur said coldly, his gaze fixed on a mark on the map, but it's only worse. Our main force has already begun its mopping up operations. And the Cold Iron Legion is resting and awaiting orders. As long as the plan remains unchanged, the rest are simply a matter of reaping the rewards. His tone was calm and even, yet the certainty in his voice left no room for doubt. The other was even more striking, Aurelian Sol, the Sorcerer Supreme, the highest-ranking member of the Magewood. He wore a deep blue robe adorned with star patterns, his face obscured by a cloak, making him seem as if he were one with the night sky. In recent days, Aurelian's mage ranks had contributed significantly. They were responsible for detecting the weaknesses of the hive, setting up amplification arrays, casting shields, and providing battlefield healing. Their spells, like starlight, rained down on the battlefield, providing stable and precise support to the Dragonblood Legion. Although the mages were few in number, they were the key levers that controlled the entire battle. Without them, the Dragonblood Legion's advance would never have been so rapid. He didn't look at the map, but simply gazed up at the distant horizon. Do you think the hive truly spread on its own? The entire system has design, coordination, and a strategy of sacrifice. These things cannot be accomplished by a simple swarm. He extended a finger and lightly tapped it in the air, causing a faint magical fluctuation to transform into a phantom of a network of insect hives, writhing like living creatures. I can confirm that behind these hives, there is a certain consciousness, an entity even more adept than myself at guiding chaos and evolution. Arthur frowned. You mean, it's man-made? Aurelian nodded. If we can sever its mastermind, the entire hive system will immediately collapse. However, he changed the subject. The end hive is different. It seems to harbor something even more terrifying, which I cannot yet discern. Duke Edmund gazed at the distant battle and slowly said, You mean, the end hive is the key, and there's a backup plan? Exactly, Aurelian replied calmly, but a hasty attack on that place, without understanding the full picture, will surely result in heavy losses. Arthur smiled slightly, gripping his sword hilt. Then let's clear out all the outer hives first, then concentrate our main force to attack one point. Tactically, a gradual encirclement is the safest approach, he said. No matter where the mastermind is hiding, we will eventually find him. Edmund nodded, his voice firm. That's what we'll do. Just as the three finalized their strategy and prepared to issue the order, an advisor quickly climbed the city wall, raised his binoculars with a complex expression, and pointed to a corner of the battlefield. Your Grace, please, look over there, he whispered in the Duke's ear. Edmund frowned, took the binoculars, and squinted in the direction the staff officer pointed. The wind and snow couldn't obscure the strange scene. On the southwestern slope, a cavalry unit of no more than 100 men was advancing rapidly. Unlike the Dragonblood Legion's heavy black iron armor, these men wore strange armor. Many pieces even had odd bottles and jars hanging from them, and the metal tubular devices at their waists rattled as if they might explode at any moment. Even more bizarre was their method of attack. One of them would suddenly stop while running, pull out a metal nozzle from his back, twist it sharply, and instantly unleash a burst of crimson flame several meters high, burning the swarming insect corpses to ashes, their screams echoing through the valley. The flames churned in the snow and ice, leaving a scorched black and eerie red stain on the ground, while the knights, like incinerators from purgatory, advanced with unwavering steps and ruthless efficiency. At this time, on this battlefield, how dare an unorganized cavalry unit appear here? What kind of unit is that? Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of doubt appearing on his face for the first time. Edmund, however, was stunned. His eyes widened suddenly, staring intently at the banner held aloft at the very front of the strange cavalry. A scarlet background, with a golden sun slowly rising, its flames flickering like dancing fire. It was the banner of the Crimson Tide territory. A name flashed through his mind, a figure who should still be far away in Snow Peak County reorganizing the situation, someone who could never possibly be here, Louis Calvin. What's he doing here? In an instant, Duke Edmund blurted out, his tone tinged with rare shock, even unease. He had thought he had already laid out his strategy for this great battle, besieging the End Mother's nest, waiting only to proceed steadily and meticulously. But now, his rather clever son-in-law, leading a strange-looking squad of knights, had silently barged into this battlefield. At this critical juncture, when the Dragonblood Legion and the End Mother's nest were about to clash fiercely, flames erupted once more, incinerating large swaths of insect corpses, and that fire-breathing knight squad seemed like a special force dedicated to hunting down insect corpse nests. They quickly gained a local advantage on the secondary front, step by step approaching a small mother's nest stronghold that had not yet been noticed by the main force. "Leno," Edmund called softly. An old knight responded, bowing steadily. "Immediately take 3 scouts and circle around to that Crimson Tide cavalry. Tell them this is a summons from the Frostspear City's direct legion. Come to Frostspear City immediately to see me." Chapter 225 The Last Trump Card of the End Nest. Lewis rode atop his Crimson Tide warhorse, followed by hundreds of strange knights carrying bottles and jars. They looked rather comical on the battlefield, but each knight's flamethrower, explosive canisters, and modified magic bombs were enough to strike fear into the hearts of the insectoid hordes. This wasn't a regular army, but the Crimson Tide Knights, a special force for insectoid attacks. "Head southeast first, around the valley ahead," Lewis muttered to himself, looking at the daily intelligence reports. In the past few days, Lewis had used the intelligence system to guide them around several of the main insectoid horde battlegrounds, successfully approaching Frostspear City with almost no losses. So the group moved silently. There were no high-profile drums or fluttering banners, only figures like black currents in the snow moving through the forest, avoiding the main insectoid horde, maintaining distance from the large mother nests, and stealthily approaching Frostspear City from the flanks. Fortunately, the outer perimeter had already been cleared by the Dragonblood Legion, drastically reducing the insectoid density. As long as they avoided the End Mother nest and the few remaining large mother nests, they wouldn't attract a large-scale attack. To avoid making their opportunism too obvious, Lewis still had his troops casually eliminate several groups of insect corpses in a mother nest. Flames soared into the sky, and the jetpacks roared. The stench of burning, rotting, and flaming insect shells mingled together as the Crimson Tide Knights crushed the insect corpses with their signature high-temperature suppression tactics, achieving remarkable results and making the public display appear quite natural. Just as they were about to pause and regroup, a rider galloped up, clad in the insignia of a frost halberd, and shouted from afar, "Viscount Lewis of the Crimson Tide. Duke Edmund requests your immediate entry into the city." The knight reined in his horse and saluted. Lewis looked at the knights behind him, his tone not harsh, but carrying an undeniable authority. "Follow me into the city. Do not cause trouble." "Yes, sir," the men solemnly obeyed. Hooves pounded the snow, and steel armor clanged. Dozens of Crimson Tide Knights marched in formation, like a silent, burning torch in the twilight, their aura understated yet exuding a resolute sharpness. However, just as they stepped onto the outer edge of the frost halberd, a booming sound and the acrid smell of burning filled the air ahead. A mother hive was being breached, and right in the center of the battlefield was the battlefield of the Empire's strongest legion, the Dragonblood Legion. They were arrayed in 3 columns, with heavy shield infantry steadily advancing, their battle aura surging beneath their iron armor. Knights on the flanks swept through like lightning, their blades flashing, and the flesh and blood of the insect corpses flew everywhere. Behind them was a support formation of fire spearmen, their magical explosive spears tearing through the air and accurately hitting the incubation chambers. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire mother hive was dismembered and torn apart, its main trunk scorched by flames, black blood gushing out, and incessant wailing. The insect corpses barely had a chance to take shape before being torn apart on the spot by the combined battle aura. Lewis pulled on the reins and watched quietly for a while. He did not show any surprise, but instead looked down at the cavalry behind him. Every one of them was a veteran of countless battles, skilled in using fire-based weapons, a tactical force capable of overpowering the enemy with a small force. But now, compared to the surging, uniformly marching legion before them, the Crimson Tide Knights suddenly appeared rough and weak. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but rather a direct difference in their cultivation levels. This is the Dragonblood Knights." Sensing the change in atmosphere, Knight Leno, who had led the way, took the initiative to introduce them. He pointed to a red-armored figure charging forward, his voice tinged with respect. "That one, You must recognize him, the bravest one at the vanguard, wielding his greatsword and slicing through the back of the mother nest. That is your brother, Lord Gaius Calvin. Lewis stared at the figure, burning like the sun. The opponent's battle aura surged like magma, transforming into a fiery slashing domain. With a single sweep of his sword, even the mother nest's body was scorched, exploding with a violent roar. It was the heat shockwave unleashed by top-tier battle aura under extreme compression. In that instant, even from 100 meters away, Lewis felt the air become viscous and scorching, as if being roasted. He was somewhat shocked, then nodded slightly. Is this the power of a peak knight? Without lingering, the Crimson Tide Knights followed Lewis through the frost-thulbered west gate, their hooves thundering through the snow. As soon as they entered the city gate, a strong smell of gunpowder assaulted their nostrils. The snow was already blackened with mud and blood, and makeshift defenses and wounded soldiers' camps lined the streets. The hastily converted transport routes were filled with wagons hauling wreckage, artisans urgently moving ammunition, and medics rushing about, the air thick with a chilling atmosphere. Settle them down, Lewis dismounted and ordered. All men, stand by. No one may move without my command? Yes, sir. The Crimson Tide Knights quickly formed ranks, their discipline impeccable. He donned his cloak and entered the main castle alone. Deep within the castle, in the makeshift council chamber, the fire was still warm, and scrolls of paper and battle plans covered the table. Duke Edmund leaned back in his chair, weary yet still dignified. He spotted Lewis immediately and frowned slightly. Why are you here? What happened at Red Tide? How is Emily? She's fine. Lewis bowed slightly, his tone steady. The situation in Red Tide territory and Snow Peak County has stabilized. Most of the main force of the Mother Nest has been drawn to the vicinity of Frost Spear. I thought that since the most crucial part of the battle is here, I should come and take a look. The Duke didn't speak immediately, but stared at him for a moment before uttering two words in a low voice. Nonsense. This is the decisive battleground. What right does a viscount like you have to interfere? His words were stern, but his tone was low, as if he were reprimanding him, or perhaps testing him. Lewis remained expressionless and calmly replied, I didn't intend to steal credit. I just hoped to do what I could. After a moment of silence, Edmund finally sighed, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Sigh, since you're here, stay. The fact that you've managed to hold Snow Peak County together already puts you far ahead of most nobles in the north. He put down his pen, his voice tinged with weariness. The north is in such a chaotic state now. Eventually, some new forces need to step forward, the Dragonblood Legion will leave, and the Emperor can't keep his hand here forever. When the southern nobles come knocking for their share of territory, I want to see if you, Lewis, can take it a step further. He looked at Lewis, his eyes devoid of their usual scrutiny, replaced by a barely perceptible expectation. This old body of mine will eventually crumble, he said softly, but if the North can truly rise again, then I hope that the one who holds it up, at least, will act like a man. The firelight illuminated the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and also lit the last glimmer of hope that hadn't yet died out in his heart. Lewis simply nodded gently, as calm as ever. I wouldn't dare. I will try my best. A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his lips. The old Duke spoke casually on the surface, but Lewis knew very well that what lay behind it was more about recognition and cultivation. The North is ravaged. Among the northern families, the dead are dead, the wounded are crippled, and only a handful remain capable of leading independently. If the Empire is to rebuild its defenses after the war, the Emperor will undoubtedly need new nobles to fill the vacancies. As the new lord who successfully defended Snow Peak County and organized the most effective resistance against the insect swarm, coupled with his marriage alliance with the Edmund family, he is already at the center of the stage. With just one more decisive battle, one deadly magic explosion, one ray to annihilate the Mother Nest, he has the chance to leap to become one of the most important nobles in the north. This is exactly what he has longed for. The snowstorm has not yet subsided, but the war has not ceased. Within 7 days, the ridges and valleys outside Frost Spear City have become a battlefield of scorched earth and icy scars. The Dragonblood Knights, like the Empire's sharp blade cleaving the north, are cutting inch by inch the blood vessels of the Mother Nest. 13 medium-sized Mother Nests, along with 2 hidden pseudo-nests, have all been completely destroyed. Their attack was like cutting through iron. The heavily armored infantry advanced like an iron mountain, suppressing the frontal assault of the insect swarm. Decapitation Knights, riding red-eyed war horses, moved like shadows, flanking from both sides. High-level battle aura soared like flames, intersecting with the spells of the Mage Legion, each strike striking the very nerve of the insect hive. Precise and almost perfect. Everything was as swift as a tactical drill, yet it couldn't conceal the growing intensity of blood and exhaustion in the air. The Dragonblood Knights were not gods after all. They were human, a war legion forged from flesh and blood and willpower. Even the strongest decapitation squad suffered casualties, even the sharpest battle aura would become heavy with repeated cuts. With their own blood, they tore the area around Frostspear City out of the insect swarm's mire, creating a pristine path leading directly to the End Mother's Nest. The End Mother's Nest was undoubtedly in dire straits. But the mountain silent amidst the black mist and insect blood remained unmoved. The Endless Mother Nest still stood like a false god, as if everything was its sacrificial stage, awaiting the final prelude. Deep within the Endless Mother Nest, flesh and blood writhed. It was a palace seemingly formed from the wails and blood of the dead, its walls interwoven with writhing intestines and teeth, milky white incubation fluid dripping from the ceiling, the air thick with the stench of death, decay, and gestation. The Witch of Despair sat upon the throne pieced together from twisted human bones and insect shells. She wore a long, flowing crimson dress, her skin pale and translucent, like a sculpted jade statue. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, androgynous, with a perpetually enigmatic smile playing on her lips. But when she spoke, it was a deep, soft, masculine whisper, like a whisper of decay and fate. "It's almost time." She opened her eyes, her blood-red irises reflecting countless fragments of the battlefield as people died, insect corpses burning, the mother nest collapsing, battle aura extinguished. Everything was clearly reflected in his mind. "The concentration of death is about right," he murmured softly, his tone like a lover's whisper. The next instant, he snapped his fingers. Snap, the entire end nest seemed to come alive, emitting a sharp roar, a mixture of the tearing sound of an infant and the shrieks of 1,000 insects. It sent chills down one's spine. From the core of the sack, a strange crimson light emanated from the depths of the nest, the core of consciousness connecting all the insect corpses. Every nerve seemed to be infused with blood flames, pulsating rapidly. Inside the incubation chamber, a large number of dormant insect eggs rapidly expanded and cracked, unformed pseudo-offspring surging out, like viscous blood infants crawling out of hell. "Let every corpse in this world become my tongue and tentacles," a damp whisper escaped his lips, accompanied by the undulating movement at the bottom of the nest. "Now, no one can stop this return." The Witch of Despair gently licked her fingers, her smile growing ever more tender. "Welcome. My final feast is about to begin." The mother nest of the end activated. First to move were her raised arms. The maternal arms, outstretched like a holy icon, trembled slightly in the air, their joints creaking and twisting. A large amount of milky white incubation fluid dripped from her eyeless face, as if a compassionate deity were weeping. And her face, that hypocritical face formed from the fusion of dozens of human faces, slowly rose. Every wrinkle held a lingering plea in adoration, every open mouth seemed to whisper, "Come back, all my children." Her chest swelled slightly, and the next instant, snap, the entire incubation cavity burst open with a viscous throbbing sound, like the pulsation of a womb. Countless milky white and blood-red follicles gushed out, hatching instantly upon landing, transforming into unformed offspring, struggling and screaming in the blood plasma, emitting chilling cries of infants. Her chest and abdomen suddenly exploded, spewing out large clumps of follicles, some bursting in midair, splashing scalding blood and milky white worm embryos, which landed as a pool of writhing nightmares. The cries of infants rose and fell in the air. But those were not infants, but embryos of slaughter, lives pieced together from broken bones. Each cry seemed to stir up the deepest fear and regret in human instinct. And in her lower body, that writhing spider foot base, it also fully awakened. Tentacles, like pillars and skeletons, pierced the earth, buried deep within the rock strata of Frosthalberd Mountain, frantically devouring all surrounding energy like roots of flesh and blood. Her body slowly rose, dragging a tunnel of insect shells several miles long, its movement producing a slippery, rhythmic friction sound, like a tragic reenactment of a giant infant sliding through a birth canal. The moment the mother nest of the end awoke, the Dragonblood Knights on the front lines were naturally the first to sense it. A loud command rang in their ears, "Put on masks, full armor." Immediately, the Dragonblood Knights on the front lines did not hesitate, they knew what the order meant. Everyone swiftly donned their full-body helmets, the masks clicking shut at their throats, sealing tightly against their breastplates. Filtering runes and the flow of battle aura intertwined with their breaths, isolating them from external gases. The entire legion seemed to transform into a group of faceless beings in an instant. Then, the earth trembled. Not an ordinary tremor, but a deeper, lower frequency resonance, as if the earth's veins were groaning, surrendering. The rumbling from the depths of the mountain, mixed with the churning sound of some viscous liquid, seeped into the bones from the soles of the feet. The next instant, a pungent stench assaulted the senses. Snow fell above the mother nest, but evaporated instantly upon contact, turning into a black mist that spread like the breath of a mourner. The knights heard whispers from another world, as if they were receiving them not with their ears, but with their very brains. Someone trembled inside their helmet, saying, "This is a curse," but before anyone could react, the corpses on the ground moved. Whether they were knights who had died in the snow and ice, or remains left behind by the insect corpses, or even just a broken arm, a piece of intestine, or a mutilated face, they all moved. Drawn by some indescribable will, they struggled, wriggled, crawled, and intertwined as if summoned. Some used their severed limbs to climb onto another rotting corpse, some bit into bones and forcibly stitched them back together, and some stuffed the broken entrails into their cavities. They were piecing themselves together, reassembling, and being reborn. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.